This was the most difficult tribulation of the 3 tribulations of the red dust tribulations, the 1,000 lives heart tribulation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 5, Ruler. Chapter 5, Ruler. The most terrifying tribulation of the red dust tribulations was this one, the 1,000 lives heart tribulation. It was an experience akin to being reborn 1,000 times. If one's Tao heart was weak, one would probably be lost forever. After all, to immortal cultivators, with the passage of countless lifetimes, one would begin to lose the memories of one's former lives. With so many personalities and experiences in one place, the original personality and person would be lost. Experiencing 1,000 lives, in and of itself, was enough to cause many loose immortals to be lost, at which point, the karmic sin flames would burn their souls to ashes. The 1,000 lives heart tribulation was even worse. It wasn't as simple as causing someone to be actually reborn 1,000 times. Ning was a classic example. With each rebirth, he possessed the spirit of someone whose story and personality resonated with his own, and each of their stories caused him to feel self-recrimination and regret. If instead he had been randomly reincarnated or possessed the body of an evildoer, Ning's iceheart-level mind probably wouldn't have been shaken in the slightest. But every single time, Ning's soul rode with someone whose life experiences and histories resonated with himself. Slowly, these experiences had penetrated his iceheart and entered his inner heart. And then, they had all merged together. A flood of emotions born from 1,000 lives suddenly exploded forth, reaching an inconceivable level of intensity. This was the final strike of the 1,000 lives heart tribulation, and the most terrifying strike of all. Countless peerless geniuses had perished to this strike. Rumble. His iceheart had been completely infiltrated and submerged. Ning was no longer able to maintain that state at all. Damn you. Your fault. Die, die. Go die. I want you dead. Vengeance for Lotus. The figures from 1,000 lifetimes swam before his eyes. They were roaring with rage, their faces savage and vicious. It's all my fault. It's my fault. My fault. If I hadn't shattered that Chinkuan pearl, all of them would still be alive. They had children, wives, parents, siblings. If it hadn't been for me, they would still be living happy lives. Ning had already been completely submerged by the endless waves of emotions that were crashing through him. Death is a form of escape. I owe them. I can't face them, only in death. Within the Nihilam zone. Within a vast, seemingly endless black void wave. Ning just drifted about with the waves, sent flying repeatedly in different directions. His eyes were shut. He simply lay there, amidst the waves. If Uncle White and Little Chang were present, they would have immediately noticed that Ning's aura was growing increasingly weak at an utterly alarming rate. This was the exact moment when the final, explosive strike of the 1,000 lives heart tribulation had arrived. The 7 days are almost up. It's almost been 7 days. Master will definitely survive. Definitely. Senior apprentice brother. Uncle White, Little Ching, and Mu Northsun were quietly waiting at Swallow Mountain. Uncle White was no longer drinking, Northsun was no longer repeatedly sighing and blaming himself, while Little Ching was constantly mumbling to herself non-stop. They were all waiting and hoping. 7 days ago, the karmic sin flames had descended. Now, 7 days later, Ning would be facing the most dangerous test of all. You have to survive. Within the void waves of the Nihilam zone. Ning's aura was rapidly weakening in strength, but when it reached an extremely low level, that tiny strand of will just wouldn't die out, no matter what. It was as though something was forcibly sustaining Ning's Tao heart, causing it to be unable to completely, truly break apart. Within Ning's soul. It was completely dark here. Under the pressure of that torrent of emotions from 1,000 lives, Ning's Tao heart had weakened so much that his soul had been thrust into utter darkness, the darkness of utter despair. Logically speaking, Ning should have already succumbed to it, but he had not. I want to be carefree and unbound. I want to control my own destiny, and to not be toyed with by fate. I don't want for those I love to leave me. In the moment when his Tao heart sank down to its lowest depths, a voice rang out in the deepest part of his heart. This was Ning's own voice, a resolute voice, the voice he used when he was at his most stubborn, his most unyielding. This was a chant which Ning had shouted to himself, even back in his previous life on Earth. In this life, after seeing his parents perish one by one at Swallow Mountain, this desire was only reinforced. When he came to understand his own sword heart, he realized that his sword heart sought true freedom, sought mastery over his own destiny. This was the voice that rang out in the deepest depths of Ning's soul. I am Ning. I asked to be carefree and unbound, to control my own destiny, and not to be toyed with by fate. Ning's Tao heart rapidly began to condense and strengthen, and as it did, the aura of the young body that was floating about within the Nilam zone began to strengthen as well. Ning slowly regained consciousness. His mind gradually returned to him. That faith, that chant, it had come from his very essence, rather than from his mind or consciousness. Now that his mind had returned, Ning's Tao heart began to heal even more rapidly. His Tao heart was also growing even firmer and more dense. It was indeed my fault that they died, but they are already dead. All that is in the past. There is no way to reverse the flow of time, and there is no way to change past history. Punishing oneself for something one can no longer alter, that is nothing more than being made a fool of by fate. The only one who rules over myself is myself. Whoosh! The youth floating within the dark void waves of the Nilam zone suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes gleamed like the stars, filled with unfathomable profoundness. I survived. The karmic sin flames, I endured them, the youth murmured softly. The karmic sin flames had already turned invisible. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye, one had to use divine sense or core sense to see them. The invisible karmic sin flames continued to swirl around Ning, but they no longer conjured any more illusions. The likes of the Soul Killer Tribulation, the Red Dust Tribulation, and the Thousand Lives Heart Tribulation would no longer appear. The karmic sin flames, however, did continue to burn away at Ning's soul, causing Ning to feel pain. This pain could not compare to the pain Ning had felt when undergoing the first tribulation, the Soul Killer Tribulation. The Soul Killer Tribulation brought pain into one's very essence, and thus could increase without any limit. By contrast, there was a limit to how much pain the current karmic sin flames could bring. However, the pain one felt when one's soul was being burnt was far greater than the pain one felt when one's flesh was being burnt. Although surviving karmic sin flames was a form of baptism for the spirit, the agony of having one's soul being burned, this, too, was a form of punishment for sin. No wonder everyone says that those who can survive karmic sin flames truly are incomparably demonic figures, Ning sighed. If a vile fiend truly did decide to kill countless innocents and cause karmic sin flames to descend, and yet was still able to withstand the Thousand Lives Heart Tribulation, one can imagine what sort of a heart he has. After having survived the karmic sin flames, my heart has reached the ice heart level. In fact, I nearly reached the ruler level, Ning sighed to himself. At the last instant, he had broken free of his shackles and awoken. This was because within his heart, he had a powerful desire sustaining him, and this desire called him awake, condensed his Tao heart, and made Ning realize that he had to be the one who was the ruler of his own destiny. Even if he was to die, he should only die if he himself chose to die. As for any others who wished to make him die, they could forget about it. Still, although he understood this in principle, Ning also realized that he hadn't truly reached the ruler level. Hoi's archery broke heart force out into multiple levels. The first level was the basic level, the second level was the ice heart level, and the third level was the ruler level. Once one reached the ruler level, one would be the absolute master of oneself. All outside forces could forget about trying to shake one's heart. If one truly did reach the ruler level, neither the Red Dust Tribulation nor the Thousand Lives Heart Tribulation would be able to cause Ning's aura to weaken in the slightest. This was because Ning would be able to completely ignore all sorts of foreign, outside emotions and feelings. If the ice heart level could be described as completely separating one's inner heart from the outside world and maintaining utter cold calmness, then the ruler level was a form of supremacy and transcendence. It is better to channel than to damn. Experts who had reached the ruler level in heart force would no longer act to intentionally suppress their emotions and desires, not even in the innermost depths of their heart. Let any emotions or feelings come as they may, like you the great taming the floods, no matter what waves or floods come, one would be the master of them all. I'm not quite there yet. The final tribulation, the 1,000 lives heart tribulation, caused my ice heart to be improved, nearing perfection. I'm now very close to the ruler level. Ning knew this, but although he knew and could sense that at the end, when he was in the grips of despair, he even touched what it meant to be at the ruler level, actually breaking through to truly reach that level would take a long time. A breakthrough in the spirit. This was even more difficult than a breakthrough in training in a Tao. For immortal cultivators, the most important thing of all was the Tao heart. Next came one's insights into the Tao. Last of all was one's cultivation base. If one's Tao heart was insufficient, no matter how high your cultivation base was or how many Taos you had comprehended, you would still end up deviating and going berserk. The more powerful you were, the more likely you would die, in fact. The Tao heart had to be powerful. Only with a powerful Tao heart and enough insights into the Tao should a person break through to the next cultivation level. For many peerless geniuses and reincarnated immortals who had awakened their memories, they had strong enough Tao hearts and enough insights into the Tao that they could simply use liquefied elemental essence and spirit pills to increase their cultivation base to the level they wanted it to be at. However, no matter what they did, they wouldn't raise it to a level which was beyond what their Tao hearts or cultivation bases could handle. One could rapidly increase one's cultivation base, but there was no shortcut to strengthening the Tao heart or comprehending the Tao. Despite all this, I was still unable to reach the ruler level. What a pity! If I had reached it, I would have become a truly supreme divine archer of the three realms. Ning sighed. Hoi's archery divided heart force up into 5 major levels. The third level was the ruler level. At this level, one could be considered one of the supreme divine archers of the three realms. The fourth level was the level which the absolute best divine archers of the current 3 realms had reached. As for the fifth level, this was Hoi's level. However, this divine archer of the primordial era, Hoi, had disappeared for countless years. Some claimed he was dead, while others said that he had secluded himself somewhere. However, what was undisputed was that he had gone missing for far, far too long. It was very rare for an expert to be patient enough to go into hiding for that long without interacting with any other major powers, and so quite a few suspected him of being dead. Ning had nearly perfected the second level of heart force, Ice Heart. His heart force was so powerful that he could now be considered one of the top divine archers of the 3 realms. Before this, Ning had merely reached the basic level. This had been only enough to let him be ranked amongst the divine archers. Rumble! A void wave swept across Ning, pushing him thousands of kilometers away and bringing him to his senses. What a powerful wave! If I hadn't trained in the 8-9 arcane art, I would have died long ago. Only now did Ning leave his state of pensiveness and come to his senses. He began to inspect his surroundings. He was within an utterly dark void, and he could vaguely make out void waves and void winds rage about. What is this place? Why isn't there any natural energy here at all? Ning discovered to his astonishment that there was no natural energy of heaven and earth here. Immortal cultivators needed to absorb and refine natural energy in order to replenish their elemental ki, while immortals needed it to replenish their immortal energy. And where is the Tao? The Tao of the heavens? In the past, he could clearly sense the grand Tao of the sword, the grand Tao of the water drop, as well as many other Taos, but Ning discovered to his amazement that now none of them seemed to exist. He couldn't sense them at all. The Tao of the heavens was missing, which meant that no matter how he infused his swordplay with the profound mysteries of the Tao, he wouldn't be able to summon any of the power of the natural world at all. No natural elemental energy, and not even the Tao of the heavens exists? Ning stared into the black, dark void around him in disbelief. Where is this place? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 6, Wandering. Chapter 6, Wandering. A place like this actually exists? Not even the Tao of the heavens is present. Then, this means that all of the mysteries and intricacies of the Tao are useless here. Ning waved his hand, instantly producing a dark north sword. He immediately waved the sword out. Swish! Swordlight flashed, but nothing else happened. It must be understood that at Ning's current level, any casual sword blow was capable of summoning the power and majesty of heaven and earth. For example, the ninth stance of the 3-foot sword could transform the sword into a divine black dragon. But right now, no matter how Ning swung his sword and no matter what sword arts he used, the only thing that accompanied his sword was a flash of swordlight, and the flash came from light reflecting off the dark north sword. It doesn't matter how deep my insights into the Tao are? What the hell sort of a place is this? Ning was mystified, but then he had a thought. Can this be the legendary, primordial ruin world? Ning had heard of the primordial ruin world when he had been at Mount Innerheart. It was the most dangerous place that he knew of, a place that existed within the void that was beyond the 3 realms. According to the legends, after Pangu's world shattered, the 3 realms were born, but the skeleton of Pangu's world remained. These remnants were known as the primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world was not a complete world, it was a shattered world, making it even more terrifying. Space and time were in a state of chaos here, and dangers abounded. Even true gods and Tao fathers risked death by coming here. Wait, that's not right. Ning shook his head. The primordial ruin world should be akin to a collection of shattered worlds. Why is it that I'm within a region that is surrounded by void winds, as though I was within a completely empty area? Senior Bear, Raho Bao, Ning suddenly called out. Whoosh! A black-robed youth appeared next to him. It was the Raho Bao. Senior Bear? Ning called out again. It's dangerous in the outside world, I cannot emerge. The giant yellow bear's voice rang out within Ning's mind. Dangerous? Aren't you the spirit of the underwater estate? Ning was puzzled. The black-robed youth said, surprised, Master, don't you know? Senior Bear, through cultivation as the spirit of the underwater estate, has long since transcended being a mere treasure. He is now a true, living being. What? Ning was stunned. You damned Bao, I haven't even told him yet, and you went and blurted it out, the giant yellow bear sent mentally. Ning called out in surprise, Senior Bear, you've already. Ning had naturally heard that treasure spirits could cultivate, and that spirits of protocosmic spirit treasures could even become immortals, completely escaping the confines of their treasure body and existing on their own. I wasn't in a rush to tell you, but I didn't expect this Rahu Bao to blurt it out. Yes, Master treated me with tremendous kindness. In the 3 realms, there have always been protocosmic spirit treasures who have trained to become celestial immortals. In fact, some have even become Tao fathers. After forging me, Master taught me cultivation methods suitable for treasure spirits. Over the passage of countless years, I've naturally been slowly training in these methods. I've long ago become a true, living creature. However, my level of cultivation isn't high enough, and I cannot yet completely escape the star-seizing manner, the giant yellow bear said. Ah! Ning was speechless. Suddenly, he thought back to the first time he had met with Patriarch Subhuti. Patriarch Subhuti had said something, back then, go back to the star-seizing manner. You cannot break away from the star-seizing manner for now. Back then, Ning had been confused by what the Tao Father had meant by these words, and had also been puzzled by why the giant yellow bear was able to shed tears. So this was the reason behind it all. The outside world is dangerous and can cause tremendous damage to me. I cannot go out, the giant yellow bear sent mentally. Ning, you have the 8-9 arcane art protecting you, while the Rahubao has not cultivated and thus has nothing to worry about. Senior Bear, Rahubao, do you know where we are? Ning asked. Both of these figures had existed since the primordial era. Where we are? The giant bear was puzzled. I don't know either, the Rahubao was similarly puzzled. Ning suddenly remembered that when Pangu's world had been destroyed, one had been sealed away within the Crescent world while the other had hidden within the world of the Grand Xia. Most likely, they knew very little about the outside worlds. I've heard that the skeletal remnants of the shattered primordial world, also known as the primordial ruin world, still exist. Within that place, space and time are in a state of chaos. In some places, not even the Tao of the heavens exist, and even true gods or Tao fathers who go there might perish, Ning said. The Tao of the heavens does not exist in this place, so my guess is that this is the primordial ruin world. However, the only thing around me is an endless void. I can even sense a void wind, but there are no continents whatsoever. So what do you two think? Where are we? Who told you that the primordial ruin world consists of the skeletal remnants of Pangu's world? The Rahubao asked. Isn't this public knowledge? Ning asked. Ning did indeed know that the destruction of Pangu's world involved many secrets, but aside from the skeletal remnants of Pangu's world, what else could the primordial ruin world be? What the public knows is wrong. The black-robed youth was disdainful. It is indeed wrong, the giant yellow bear sent mentally. In fact, even I'm not too sure about the true truth behind the birth of the primordial ruin world. Eh? Ning was startled. Senior Bear, what do you know? Ask your master in the future, the giant yellow bear said. The Rahubao and I are merely treasures, and Rahu's master, Chi, was merely an Empyrean god. Although the master I followed was more powerful, master hid me away long before he went to participate in the final battle, and so I know very little. Your master's status is even higher than my master's, he definitely knows far more than me. Nin nodded lightly. However, I can tell you with certainty that the primordial ruin world isn't as simple a matter as you have described it to be. If it truly was merely the remnants of Pangu's world, how could it be such a terrifying place? You need to understand that Pangu's world was an extremely normal world, whereas the primordial ruin world you have described is far too terrifying. Not even the Tao of the heavens exists within it, it truly is bizarre. The giant yellow bear continued, as for this place where you are right now, I've given it some thought, and I believe that it should be the region where the void meets the primordial ruin world, the Nihilum Zone. Nihilum Zone? Ning's eyes instantly lit up. He naturally knew about Nihilum Zones. A major world was like an island that existed within the vast, infinite void. At the borders where the void met the island, stormy void waves would emerge and crash against the world. This region would commonly be referred to as a Nihilum Zone. However, because major worlds were tiny, the void waves around them would be very weak, and so the Nihilum Zones around the likes of the Grand Xia world were quite safe. For people like Ning, at least, they were like tiny little ripples. Right. Everyone says that the primordial ruin world is comparable to Pangu's world in size. It is infinitely vaster than ordinary major worlds, Ning immediately said. Then the place where the primordial ruin world meets with the void will naturally have far more powerful void storms. Right. This should indeed be the Nihilum Zone outside the primordial ruin world, Ning said. Only a place as mysterious as the primordial ruin world can possibly result in a place where even the Tao of the heavens cannot be sensed. Ning, no matter what, you absolutely must not enter the primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world probably still has remnants of dangerous power within it, the giant yellow bear sent hurriedly. A huge number of true gods and Tao fathers died in the past within this place, even if it's no longer as dangerous as it was before. For someone like you to enter might result in instant disintegration. Right. Don't go in. The Rahubao hurriedly agreed. Of course not. After all, according to the legends, not even true gods or Tao fathers are willing to recklessly enter the primordial ruin world.
Ning nodded. An hour later. Boom!
The void waves were growing increasingly powerful, sending Ning flipping more than 10,000 kilometers away before he was able to come to a halt.
That's way too much power.
The harder I press forward, the more powerful the waves become. Ning felt helpless.
How am I supposed to get out of here? You are so stupid. The black-robed youth stood next to him, completely ignoring the void waves. He roared with laughter. The void waves will naturally weaken once they grow close to a major world, but the farther away they are, the more savage they become, until they reach a certain limit. If this primordial ruin world is comparable to Pangu's world in size, then most likely only a true god or Tao father will be able to force their way out of the Nihilim zone. Not even Empyrean gods or true immortals will be able to accomplish it. Given your power, there's no way you can possibly force your way out past the waves. Then am I supposed to just go along with the waves?
Ning asked.
If you go with the waves, you'll end up in the primordial ruin world.
That's death, the Rahubao said.
Then what should I do?
Ning was helpless. He couldn't force his way against the waves, but if he went along with them into the primordial ruin world, that would be suicide.
What else can you do?
Try your best to stay alive, the Rahubao said.
Just slowly train within this Nihilim zone.
The power of the solar star and lunar star cover this place. You can continue to train in divine power.
That's my only choice, I suppose.
Ning couldn't come up with any ideas, no matter what he did.
So, he might as well as just wander.
He'd slowly drift about on the void waves.
As long as he didn't go too close to the primordial ruin world, it didn't matter where he went. He would train on his journey.
As Ning was drifting about within the Nihilim zone outside the primordial ruin world. Within the Young Flame clan's tower. Whoosh! A streak of light flew into the tower. It was the horned, golden-robed man.
Ancestor. Master. Everyone called out to him. I've already sent Windraiser to the mini netherworld.
The Young Flame ancestor nodded, then said, The 10 Yamakings of hell of the mini netherworld gave me face, but Windraiser's sin was simply too deep. He's currently being tormented and tortured within the endless depths of hell. After his torture ends and his sin has dissipated, he'll be reborn into your Young Flame clan.
However, that will be more than 8 million years from now. Celestial Immortals Infatuation, Sunfish, and the others all nodded.
Tremendous sinners who entered the netherworld would indeed suffer mightily. There was nothing that could be done about this. Ning and Windraiser both suffered the descent of karmic sin flames.
The Young Flame ancestor's face turned grim and sinister.
Now that more than 7 days has passed, he is either dead or alive. Come up with a way to have some of our people go investigate Ning's school, the Black-White College. If he is dead, his life tablet within the Black-White College will shatter.
Investigate in detail. We absolutely must find out if his life tablet is intact or not.
All right.
Each of them assented.
I'll make the arrangements, Celestial Immortal Arcanum said. He carried out the most miscellaneous tasks amongst their group. After all, he was the weakest of the Celestial Immortals.
Fine. Arcanum, you can handle it.
Remember, you have to investigate this in detail. You have to verify whether or not his life tablet is intact. You can't just listen to some wild rumors or speculations. The Young Flame ancestor's eyes narrowed. Until I know for sure that he is dead, I will find it hard to rest at ease. All 6 of them had solemn looks on their faces.
If Ning didn't die, they would feel uneasy.
After all, it was incredibly difficult for a celestial immortal to be born, but they had lost 2 of them to Ning. In addition, if Ning truly had managed to survive, that calamitous fiend would most likely cause the Young Flame clan to continue to suffer terrifying losses in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 7, half a year later. Chapter 7, half a year later. As the young Flame Clan was planning to send people to Stillwater City and come up with a way to verify Ning's status, the Xia Emperor, within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, was planning to send out his subordinate, Skyfox. Skyfox, pay a visit to the Black-White College. I need to know if Ning is alive or not. Yes, Master, Skyfox said, accepting the order immediately. The Xia Emperor cared deeply about whether or not Ning was alive. He had decided long ago that Ning had to be a Dao Father's disciple. Could it be that such a peerless figure had truly perished? Emotionally speaking, the Xia Emperor truly couldn't believe this, but after hearing the report from young Flame Freak, he had immediately dispatched his God Slayer guards to deal with the escaped fiend gods, then began to use his Mirror of Omniscience to watch what was happening within the Old Jade Mountain range. He had personally watched the descent of the karmic sin flames through the Mirror of Omniscience. He's trained for less than a century, after all. Although he is a genius the likes of which the entire major world rarely sees, in the face of the descent of karmic sin flames, he has less than a 10% chance of surviving. The Xia Emperor had watched Ning battle with the young Flame Clan through his Mirror of Omniscience. He wanted to be friends with Ning, while the young Flame Clan was his subordinate tribe. It truly wasn't appropriate for him to intervene, and so all he could do was help neither side. Stillwater City. The Black-White College. A white-robed, white-haired man was flying towards Immortal Diansai's residence. What? You want to know if Ning is alive or not? Immortal Diansai glanced at Immortal Skyfox, utter confusion on his face. Fellow Taoist Skyfox, why would you ask such a thing? Immortal Diansai turned his head to glance outwards. As the master of this place, he had naturally set up a series of simple formations around his mountain. When the white-robed, white-haired Whitewater Hound arrived, Immortal Diansai noticed right away. Frowning, he murmured to himself, the Whitewater Hound came as well? Whitewater Hound? Immortal Skyfox smiled. Since Ning's spirit beast is here, it's best for you to ask the Whitewater Hound Abuto Ning, fellow Taoist Diansai. He will definitely know more than I do. Brother White. Immortal Diansai immediately called out to him. Although Uncle White wasn't a formal disciple of the Black-White College, he was the spirit beast of a formal disciple and was also a void-level Earth Immortal. His status within the Black-White College was now far higher than it had been, and he was allowed to go to almost anywhere he pleased. Immortal Diansai. Uncle White walked over. Upon seeing the seated Skyfox, he immediately said, "My respects to you, Immortal Skyfox." "Sit," Immortal Diansai immediately urged. Uncle White sat down. Immortal Diansai immediately asked him, "Fellow Taoist Skyfox came to my place to ask about whether our Ning is alive or not. What has happened to him?" Uncle White couldn't help but look towards Skyfox. Skyfox said, "I have come on orders from the Xia Emperor to investigate this matter, but..." The Xia Emperor sent out the God Slayer guards. He must know exactly what happened within the Old Jade Mountain range. Is there really a need for me to spell everything out? Uncle White had a rather ugly look on his face. He felt that given that the Xia Emperor had sent out the God Slayer guards, he should have been able to rescue Ning, but he had not. The Xia Emperor only sent out the God Slayer guards after receiving a report from the young Flame Clan that many fiend gods had escaped into the world, Skyfox immediately said. At first, he didn't know about what had happened with Ning. Only when the God Slayer guards returned to make their report did he learn that Ning was present as well, and so the Xia Emperor went to query the young Flame Clan, at which point he learned what had happened. However, by then it was far too late. Uncle White didn't say anything. What are you talking about? Immortal Diansai asked. My son Ning has an extremely deep feud with the young Flame Clan, Uncle White said plainly. The young Flame Clan wasn't willing to let things rest either, and so Ning charged straight into the young Flame Clan's headquarters. They weren't able to do anything to him, but they played a dirty trick which caused him to kill more than 10 billion ordinary mortals. Karmic sin flames instantly descended upon him. He accidentally killed 10 billion mortals, causing the descent of karmic sin flames?
Immortal Diansai's face immediately changed. He viewed Ning as he might one of his own children. Upon hearing that Ning had accidentally killed 10 billion mortals and caused the descent of karmic sin flames, he was instantly stupefied.
Then where is he now? Immortal Diansai asked.
My son Ning was instantly assaulted and burned by karmic sin flames, but the Young Flame clan still wouldn't let it rest.
They used some sort of teleportation technique to send him far beyond the world of the Grand Xia, Uncle White said, his face ashen. How long ago did the karmic sin flames begin to wreath themselves around him? Immortal Diansai asked.
7 days ago, Uncle White said. More than 7 days have passed, but I can sense that he is still alive.
He's survived the karmic sin flames. Immortal Diansai let out a sigh of relief. Karmic sin flames.
They were utterly terrifying.
Even he, Ning's master, wouldn't dare claim that he would definitely be able to withstand them.
He felt both worried for and proud of his disciple.
Congratulations, felicitations. He overcame the karmic sin flames tribulations.
The nearby Skyfox laughed, but his heart was still filled with utter amazement. And not just him, even the Xia Emperor had felt that Ning was extremely unlikely to have survived the karmic sin flames. He should have finished with the karmic sin flames tribulations roughly 3 or 4 hours ago. Uncle White continued in a low voice, he naturally has a greater teleportation Dao seal with him. He would have teleported back long ago, unless he was trapped within some sort of unescapable danger zone. Since he hasn't come back, he's clearly trapped in a place where even a greater teleportation Dao seal does not work.
Immortal Diansai's face turned ugly again. Skyfox nodded gently. That makes sense.
The Young Flame clan has an extremely terrifying clan-protecting treasure, a protocosmic spirit treasure that is known as the World-Hold Pagoda. The World-Hold Pagoda has the power to tear open space and teleport people through it. Given how much they hate Ning, they definitely must have sent him into the infinite void that lies beyond the 3 realms. They absolutely wouldn't have sent him somewhere where he could simply use a greater teleportation Dao seal to escape and return.
Then what should we do? Immortal Diansai immediately asked. There's nothing we can do.
Some of the danger zones within the void are so deadly that not even true immortals or Empyrean gods can escape from them.
Skyfox shook his head.
Diansai, although you've become a celestial immortal, you are unable to help Ning in this matter. In addition, no one knows where he is right now. The Young Flame clan, a look of boundless rage was within Immortal Diansai's eyes. Immortal Diansai knew very well about the feud between Ning and the Young Flame clan. After all, in the past, Patriarch Arcanum of the Young Flame clan had actually gone to the Black-White College to try and force them to hand him over. Also, the Young Flame clan is extremely wary of Ning, Skyfox said. 2 of the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan died by his hand this time. Most likely, they are going to do everything they can to investigate as to whether or not he was able to survive the karmic sin flames. Thus, they will definitely come to the Black-White College to investigate.
He killed 2 celestial immortals? Immortal Diansai was surprised. Yes, that is why the Young Flame clan is wary of him, Skyfox said. This disciple of yours truly is formidable. Immortal Diansai quickly calmed down.
Nodding, he said, understood. Don't worry, the Young Flame clan can forget about learning any information regarding Ning's status from our Black-White College. Also, fellow Daoist Skyfox, I hope that your side will not leak out any information regarding his status either.
Don't worry.
When I return, I will make my report to the Xia Emperor, and him alone. The Xia Emperor wouldn't act to leak this news to the Young Flame clan, Skyfox said. That very day, Immortal Diansai issued an order, the Starfire Palace, where all the life tablets of the disciples of the Black-White College were located, was to be completely sealed and locked down. Nobody was permitted to go anywhere near it. Not even the loose immortals of the Black-White College dared to go there now. Immortal Diansai was now a celestial immortal, naturally, that meant he had the highest rank and authority within the Black-White College. In addition, the sealing of a palace that contained life tablets was a minor matter.
No one opposed it. Sealed? Completely sealed?
Why has the Black-White College suddenly and completely sealed away the Starfire Palace?
Can it be that Ning truly has perished?
Celestial Immortals Arcanum, Deadwood, and the others were all puzzled upon hearing this news.
Time flowed onwards.
Immortal Diensai personally stood guard over the Starfire Palace. Disciple, it has been more than 3 months. Immortal Diensai stared at the table in front of him, covered with life tablets.
One of the life tablets represented Ning.
This life tablet remained unbroken. Clearly, Ning remained alive despite being trapped in a distant danger zone.
At first, Immortal Diensai, Uncle White, Moon North Sun, and the others all waited hopefully for his return.
However, as more and more time passed, they gradually understood that it truly was hard to say when he would return, or if he would return at all.
All they could do was quietly hope. Within the Nihilum Zone, Ning was continuing to drift about within the infinite, dark void. He didn't dare to allow himself to be swept towards the primordial ruin world by the currents of void waves. His wandering days were filled with boredom. This was because he could not sense the Grand Tao of the Sword, the Grand Tao of the Water Drop, or any other Taos. There was no way for him to cultivate in the Tao at all. All he could do was occasionally train in the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. However, there was a limit to how much divine power he could absorb each day and a limit to how much time he could spend in training in it. He couldn't perpetually train, and so for more than 90% of the time each day, Ning did just one thing. Train in archery. Swoosh. The Rahu bow was pulled tight. Ninth stared at the distant, impending void wave. His heart force completely merged into the bow and the arrow. Twang! The arrow shot out through the void. Whoosh! The arrow moved with lightning speed as it traversed more than 1,000,000 kilometers, striking hard against the distant void wave. In the face of the power of the void wave, however, the arrow was sent flying straight backwards towards Ning's direction. When shooting an arrow against the flow of the void waves, the arrows would return. But if he shot towards any other direction, although these arrows were immortal-ranked magic treasures which could be controlled through elemental ki, they flew too fast and too far. There was no way Ning would be able to recover them. And so, the only option for him was to shoot straight towards an impending void wave. Day after day. Every single day, he trained in archery. Slowly, Ning began to get a better handle on the intricacies behind how Hoi's archery utilized divine power, especially now that he had all but reached the peak of the ice heart level. With such powerful heart force filling each arrow, the power of each arrow was now greater than his close combat abilities. Heart force. It was indeed a type of extremely powerful force. It was the reason why the divine archers of the 3 realms were so terrifying. Ning had spent roughly half a year drifting about within the Nirvana Zone. He had no idea exactly how far he had flown. What's that? Ning could vaguely make out something in the distance. Because the Nirvana Zone was filled with void waves and void storms, he normally couldn't see anything else at all. Torch Dragon's Eye. Ning's 2 eyes instantly began to blaze with torch fire. He stared far into the distance. Instantly, his sight range began to increase rapidly, allowing him to see a few dim strands of light that had appeared far away within the darkness. Before using this divine ability, Ning was only able to see to a few thousand kilometers, but after using it, all the light of the surrounding area began to gather within his corneas. That is, a continent. Ning's face changed slightly. That continent was actually tens of millions of kilometers away from Ning. However, because of how utterly vast it was, Ning was still able to just barely make it out with eyes. For example, although the moon was located very far away from Earth, ordinary mortals on Earth could still see it from afar. Similarly, due to how enormous that continent was, Ning was still able to make it out within the darkness of the void.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 8, First Contact. Chapter 8, First Contact. Can that be part of the primordial ruin world? Ning instantly thought of this possibility.
After all, the primordial ruin world wasn't a perfect sphere or cube, it had peaks and valleys. It would make sense if he was able to see part of it bulging out.
No matter what, I shouldn't go near it.
The primordial ruin world is incomparably dangerous. Not even true gods or Tao fathers dare to rashly charge into it.
It's best if I stay far away.
Ning knew his own limits. Although he had the 8-9 arcane art protecting him, he still didn't dare to act rashly.
Whoosh!
Ning immediately began to move away from that land, pulling away from it. Although he was quite curious about the primordial ruin world, Ning knew very well that curiosity killed the cat.
Millions of kilometers away from Ning, within the distant darkness of the void,
a mysterious base was located here, one which was completely invisible to the naked eye.
Within the base,
there were numerous tall, muscular, black-scaled warriors with curved, blood-red horns who were seated on thrones.
A total of 18 thrones were hovering in the air.
They each sat there silently, their golden eyes focused upon an image within an enormous mirror that hung within the air. The image displayed within the mirror was of Ning, who was flying forward on his own. Ning had just used the torch dragon's eye, and had begun to fly farther away, seeking to pull away from the continent.
The alien has begun to flee. Can it be that the alien has discovered us investigating him? Shouldn't have, we've never seen this alien before.
He doesn't come from our neighboring Xuchang world, nor does he come from the heptagod world. The 18 mighty warriors chatted calmly with each other in the fiend god tongue as they sat there atop their thrones. This part of the void is the dominion of our world, the Snaphorn world. Even if our neighbors from the Xuchang world or the heptagod world were to send scouts over, they wouldn't send them flying towards us in such an overt fashion.
In addition, he looks very peculiar.
His skin actually looks quite soft and tender, and his body is quite tiny.
Can it be a scout that has been sent from an unknown world?
They were all chatting amongst themselves.
Suddenly, the voice of the highest-ranked warrior, the black-caped warrior who was seated at the very end of the 18 thrones, rang out. Without question, this newly arrived invader is someone we have never encountered before.
He doesn't belong to any of the neighboring worlds.
As to where he comes from, if we capture him, we will know.
Lord Protector, I trust you yourself also saw that this alien is capable of surviving within the void winds. In addition, he is enduring the void winds through his own physical power, without relying on any outside support. Although his skin seems soft and although he is small, none of us have bodies that can compare to his, a warrior said.
But we have our wisdom. The highest-ranked black-caped warrior said, below, go and lead a pack of your children to test this alien's abilities.
If you can capture him alive, do so. If you cannot, get a full sense of his strengths and weaknesses. This alien is wandering within the part of the void under our control. The other bases are undoubtedly watching us.
Don't let them laugh at us.
Right. The tall warrior named below rose to his feet, then immediately walked out of the palace. Every single one of the massive warriors were more than 3,000 meters in size. They were like moving mountains, and in their eyes, Ning was like a tiny little dot. However, they knew quite well that their neighbors in the Xuchang world and the heptagod world were not easy to deal with, and that any alien capable of having traversing such a great distance through the void was most likely not easy to deal with either. Within the silent, dark void, Ning was continuously flying forward, pulling farther and farther away from that land. He had already moved more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from it, but he had no idea at all that just 6,000 kilometers away from him, an enormous, invisible spaceship was drawing close to him, a vessel that couldn't even be seen with divine sense. This enormous ship was more than 100 kilometers long. Within it, the blood-red horned, black-scaled warrior below was seated atop his throne. Below him was a group of similar black-scaled warriors, some of which even had enormous scaly wings. However, these warriors all had blood-red eyes, not golden ones. They all just stood there silently.
"My children," below said.
"Master." The 10 mighty warriors standing below him all acknowledged his call in unison. They looked very similar to below, but they had a pair of wings which he did not, while lacking his curved horn.
"Go and capture this alien alive. If you cannot, then retreat and return. Remember, don't kill him." Below rubbed his jaw. "He most likely carries many secrets with him. We have to take him alive. Only then can we discover his secrets."
"Yes." The 10 blood-eyed warriors all assented respectfully.
"Also, the next voidstorm is still 12 sectors away from us.
You have to return before the voidstorm arrives," below instructed. These minions of his wouldn't dare to try and withstand the voidstorms of this place. They were tens of millions of kilometers away from their land, and the voidstorms here were still quite powerful. The doors of the ship opened. The 10 blood-eyed warriors immediately flew out from the cabin, almost all of them at least 3,000 meters tall. Even the shortest was 2,400 meters tall. Ning, who had been flying through the void, suddenly turned his head. The torchlight blazed within his eyes. When the door to the spaceship opened, it was revealed. One after the other, the tall, muscular, black-armored warriors with giant wings and blood-red eyes came flying out of the ship at an utterly astonishing speed.
"There are living creatures here?"
Ning was startled. In the past half-year, he had never encountered any other living creatures within the Nihilam zone. And now, a large ship had suddenly appeared, as well as 10 seemingly mighty figures that looked like fiend gods.
"There shouldn't be any living creatures within the Nihilam zone." Then, Ning's heart clenched.
These living creatures must have entered the void through the primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world was extremely large. It was possible that there were some creatures which lived close to its margins. Because they lived at the borders, they were able to enter the infinite void, but the terrifying void waves were simply too powerful. Based on what the Rahu Bao and the giant yellow bear had deduced, most likely only true gods or Tao fathers would be able to fly about within the Nihilam zone.
"Alien!"
The 10 enormous figures flew out, and as they did they sent out their divine sense as well.
"The fiend god tongue?" Ning immediately noticed this.
Although the fiend god tongue was complex and hard to learn, Ning had mastered it long ago.
"Can it be that you do not understand us?"
The 10 massive figures stared at Ning. The large ship was drawing closer as well. It was now only 1,000 kilometers away from Ning.
Ning didn't respond. He just looked back at them. "Since he doesn't understand, then let's just go ahead and capture him first."
Instantly, one of the massive, blood-eyed warriors manifested a giant whip within his hands. He flew straight towards Ning.
"Stay your hands!"
Only now did Ning send out his own divine sense, speaking in the fiend god tongue. The massive, blood-eyed warrior instantly came to a halt, a hint of amusement in his blood-red eyes. "So you can understand after all, alien, but
I merely do not wish to fight you," Ning said. "Then why have you trespassed into the space that belongs to our Snaphorn world?" the blood-eyed warrior instantly asked. The other 9 blood-eyed warriors simply watched silently.
Their assignment was to capture this alien. It was best to first test him and see what his strengths were, and so they were quite willing to spend some time chatting with this alien. The more they spoke, the more they would learn about him.
"I trespassed by accident," Ning said. "I do not wish to be enemies with you." "Trespassed by accident?"
"If that's the case, come with us and go see our master," the blood-eyed warrior said.
"There's no way I will leave with you." Ning shook his head. Was this a joke?
There was no way Ning would dare to casually barge into the primordial ruin world. That was a place filled with dangers that could wipe out true gods or Tao fathers.
"If that's the case, we'll have to take you back by force." The 10 blood-eyed warriors simultaneously made their move.
5 of them were more than 3,000 meters tall, while the other 5 were around 2,400 meters tall. The shorter, weaker-looking warriors simultaneously opened their mouths, emitting a soundless roar. Rumble! An invisible ripple spread out, instantly washing over Ning's entire body. Ning didn't even have a clue as to how he was supposed to resist this sort of attack. Is this some sort of hypnotic ability? When the ripple reached him, Ning instantly understood. However, he was a fiend god as well. His divine soul and the flesh of his divine body had been completely fused together into an incomparably stable whole. In addition, Ning's Dao had withstood even the karmic sin flames. How could this sort of hypnotic ability possibly control him? We're unable to control him. His spirit is extremely powerful. Take him by force. The 5 shorter warriors all sent out mental messages. Fine. The 5 taller warriors all produced long whips in their hands, each whip more than 9,000 meters long. Crack! 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 Their whips cracked out, lashing through the void towards Ning. A dark north sword appeared in Ning's hand. He didn't even use the star-seizing hand, as he used the sword to block the attacking whips. Bang 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 bang! A series of concussive sounds. Ning simultaneously blocked all 5 whips. These warriors look like fiend gods. In terms of strength, they are a bit weaker than me when I'm not using any divine abilities. Nin nodded to himself. They should be considered just barely equivalent to void-level fiend gods. Swoosh! Ning made his move. The divine power within his body began to activate in accordance with the method contained within the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens. Although he was unable to borrow any of the power of heaven and earth to aid him, his physical speed was already quite fast. In addition, the dark north sword in Ning's hand instantly expanded to become more than 900 meters long. Given how large his foes were, if his sword wasn't long enough, it would be quite hard for him to injure his foes. Ning instantly flashed past the bodies of the 5 warriors. 5 streaks of sword light flashed. The heads of all 5 of the 3,000-meter-tall warriors went flying. What tough bodies! They seem to be even tougher than void-level fiend gods who haven't trained in any divine abilities. Ning could sense that his Dark North swords met with quite a bit of resistance as it chopped through their heads. Although he didn't have the power of the natural world to aid him, in terms of his sword techniques, he was at a vastly higher level than his foes. After all, the Tao of the sword was all about how to actually use and apply the sword. Ning realized, to his amazement, that green blood was pouring out from the necks of the 5 giant blood-eyed warriors. Their mouths were twitching, and then they simply floated away through the void, their bodies devoid of any auras. Dead? Ning was completely puzzled. Seems like they aren't fiend gods. Generally speaking, humans and monsters would die when their heads were severed, but killing fiend gods required much more effort. The horned warrior within the distant spaceship chuckled when he saw this. Blaze, my children. Instantly, the 5 shorter blood-eyed warriors in front of Ning all bellowed, "Damn you, alien!" Their bodies began to glow with blurry green light. Their auras began to explosively increase in power, and within their hands appeared slender silver chains. Twirling the chains, they moved to encircle Ning. Their auras seemed to have grown more powerful? Can it be that they are going all out? Ning mused to himself. Clang! The chains collided with Ning's sword. From this first collision, Ning was knocked flying backwards. Without using any divine abilities, I'm actually physically weaker than them. Ning immediately used the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens to fly past the 5 blood-eyed warriors, moving away from them. At the same time, 5 enormous streaks of swordlight flashed past their necks. In terms of sword arts, Ning was simply at too high a level. With his utterly astonishing speed, they truly were completely unable to stop him. These 5 blood-eyed warriors also collapsed, their bodies beginning to float about within the void, devoid of all life. The horned warrior, below, nodded lightly to himself from his position within the spaceship. His strength is Earth level, but his speed is astonishing. It can be considered heaven level. He uses the sword, and his sword arts are at an extremely high level. They, too, should be considered heaven level. Of course, I can't exclude the possibility that he has some ability to increase his power dramatically. He's no cannon fodder, he's definitely an elite. I wonder which world actually sent him out to explore all by his lonesome. Still, fortunately, he's not too powerful. If he was truly powerful, he would have been able to annihilate all 10 of them in a single blow. Time to go back to the base. I lost 10 of my minions this time. I need to raise a new crop. Rumble. The spaceship immediately turned invisible, once more flying back to the base at high speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 9, Human. Chapter 9, Human. Within the star base. 17 horned, scaled warriors stared at the mirror and the images within it. They watched as Ning slaughtered his 10 opponents. Lord Protector. Below suddenly appeared within the midair mirror. He looked through it, then said, Lord Protector, I've finished my tests. This alien's speed and sword arts are all heaven level, while his power is earth level. In addition, he has yet to display any particularly astonishing abilities to increase his power. Good. The horned, black-caped warrior within the star base said, Below, your mission is over. Everyone. The horned, black-caped warrior swept the room with his gaze. I plan to send a report regarding this alien to the Palace of Elders. Any objections? No objections. None. They all spoke out. Good. The horned, black-caped warrior nodded lightly. On a continent of the primordial ruin world. Within the world known as the Snaphorn world. Within an enormous structure that was more than 30,000 meters high. A series of thrones hovered in the air within it in the shape of an arc. A total of 9 thrones were present here. One after another, horned, gold-caped, gold-eyed warriors with scales began to appear. Their auras were incomparably powerful. After all 9 appeared, an enormous mirror appeared in the air above them, and images began to display within the mirror. Venerable Elders, I am Protector Chiwa of Area 1292 of the 3rd Void Sector. The horned, black-caped warrior spoke with great respect through the mirror. We have discovered an alien who has entered the 3rd Void Sector of our Snaphorn world. Just now, we've made first contact with him. Whoosh! Instantly, the images of below sending his 10 subordinates to fight against Ning appeared within the mirror as well. In fact, even the conversation between Ning and the blood-eyed warriors was replayed in its entirety. We judge him to have power close to the heaven level. He may also have some other hidden abilities, the horned, black-caped warrior said with great respect. Oh, an alien? It's been quite some time since we've seen an alien from beyond the Tsuchang world or the Heptagod world. Interesting. He actually has 2 arms and 2 legs? And his body is so tiny. Tan skin, black eyes. The 9 elders watched with amusement. They had incomparably exalted statuses, most matters wouldn't be considered important enough to be directly reported to them. However, an alien invader was one of the most important matters possible. The appearance of even a single invader required a report to be made to the Palace of Elders. After all, once a single alien appeared, it meant that a planetary war might soon erupt. An alien which we have never seen before. He flies at a fairly ordinary speed, but he's still able to advance against the void waves. This means his body must be quite powerful, at least. Or perhaps he might have a special method to block the void storms? An elder smiled. I recommend that we send out a commando squad from the 3rd Void Sector to capture the alien. After that, we will dissect and analyze him. An alien that we've never met before, and which is able to block the void waves despite being so small, he's worthy of analysis.
I recommend that we completely mobilize the third void sector. We absolutely must ensure that he cannot escape. Complete mobilization?
That will use up too much of our strength. This alien isn't able to fly that fast. The warriors that we send out can easily catch up to him. There's no need whatsoever for us to completely mobilize the third void sector.
But this is a completely unknown alien, we can't let him escape. Can it be that you think the commando squads of the third void sector are unable to deal with him? The elders debated back and forth. But right at this moment, rumble! A terrifying presence descended.
The 9 mighty elders all raised their heads to look, only to see an enormous figure appear in the skies. This figure consisted of an enormous golden eye, and this illusory golden eye alone was already more than 30,000 meters wide.
Queen Mother!
The 9 elders all rose to their feet, saluting respectfully.
The enormous golden eye stared intently at the image of Ning, a look of excitement and anger appearing within it. A rumbling voice boomed forth. Right, there's no mistaking it. That's a human. A human. Human?
The 9 elders were completely puzzled.
Queen Mother, what's a human? He's a human?
They were all completely baffled. The powerful humans, the terrifying humans, the golden eye stared intently at Ning as the voice continued to echo forth within the entire palace of elders. They are the masters of the 3 realms. They are the culprits who pursued us and killed us, the common enemy of our Snaphorn world, the Heptagod world, the Tsuchang world, and countless other worlds.
The masters of the 3 realms?
Where are these 3 realms?
The common enemy of countless worlds?
The elders grew more and more confused. The golden eye stared carefully at Ning, continuing to speak. Long, long, long ago, there was a great war, a war which truly tore apart even chaos itself, a war which shattered the void. The final end to that great war resulted in the formation of this shattered, chaotic land. As for the beautiful, stable, all-encompassing 3 realms, they were taken over by another force, a powerful force. As for us, the defeated, our only choice was to come here and live with this unstable, shattered, infinite land.
What? Our infinite land is a land of the defeated? How can this be?
Our Snaphorn world is already incomparably powerful, but the infinite land has even more powerful presences within it.
It even has many sacred ancients within it. How could it be a land of the defeated? The 9 elders couldn't believe it. They didn't want to believe it.
They had always felt themselves to be extremely powerful, while the combined powers of the infinite land were even more powerful, but they were actually still inferior to this so-called 3 realms. Sacred ancients are known as Tao Fathers or true gods in the 3 realms.
The golden eye continued to speak.
The 3 realms have many true gods and Tao Fathers. In fact, they even have powers that are above true gods and Tao Fathers, especially the legendary figure known as Nuwa. She was truly too terrifying, even sacred ancients were instantly slain before her.
What?
The 9 elders were completely stunned.
Sacred ancients? Instantly slain? Nuwa? Who was this Nuwa? The 9 elders firmly engraved the name Nuwa into their memories.
There are some extremely powerful Tao Fathers in the 3 realms who are capable of annihilating our Snaphorn world with but the wave of a hand. When they part their lips, flames will emerge that can engulf the space of the void, causing even space itself to be set alight. When they brandish their swords, they can cause multiple sacred ancients to flee without recourse. A faraway look was in pupil of the golden eye as it continued to speak slowly. The 9 elders all knew very well that their Queen Mother was the founder and builder of their world, a figure who had existed ever since the days of the most ancient of wars. What the Queen Mother spoke of, she most likely had personally witnessed.
Too terrifying. This 3 realms was far too terrifying.
In addition, the 3 realms have many other races within them. The most powerful of those races, however, are the humans. The humans are the masters of the three realms, the Golden Eye said. Supposedly, it was Nuwa who created humans, and she doted dearly upon them. In addition, humans have a terrifying rate of growth as well as procreation. They gave birth to many powerful individuals, including many of their Tao fathers. Humans are the most powerful, have the most potential, and are publicly acknowledged as the masters of the three realms. And this little invader, he is human. The Golden Eye stared death towards Ning. Human? The 9 elders stared at Ning as well. Previously, they had looked down upon him as they might look down upon a bug. They felt themselves to be wise and powerful, they hadn't held this puny little figure in any regard. But now, from what they had just learned, they realized that this puny little fellow, less than 0.1% of their size, was actually one of terrifying masters of the three realms, a common enemy to the entire infinite land, a human. So this is a human? The 9 elders couldn't help but feel a sense of both dread and respect, because the race behind this alien invader was simply too terrifying. However, there is no need to worry about a little fellow like him, the Queen Mother's voice rang out. This is the infinite land, not the three realms. Those so-called heavenly Taos of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the others, they are useless here. Only the most supreme of Taos, the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos, is present here. The Tao of primordial chaos is the most exalted of Taos. Both the infinite land and the three realms were born from the primordial chaos, and anything born from the primordial chaos is subject to the Tao of primordial chaos. However, anyone capable of understanding the Tao of primordial chaos, even just a tiny part of it, would be considered one of the most supreme figures of the three realms. This little fellow shouldn't be that strong. Right. The 9 elders all nodded. The Tao of primordial chaos. They had heard of it before. It was the most exalted of Taos, the most powerful of Taos. If one could summon the limitless power of the Tao of primordial chaos, even the killing of Tao fathers would be accomplished with ease. Hear and obey, the Queen Mother's voice rang out, having grown deeper. Fully activate the entire third void sector. This human absolutely must not escape. Send out all of the commando squads of the third void sector to capture this human. Send out the entire first army of our border armies. This human must be captured. Yes. 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 The 9 elders all assented with respect. The Queen Mother commands the alien to be captured. We shall fully mobilize. A horned, violet-caped warrior let out a bellow. For the Queen Mother. The dense cluster of 1,000+ black-caped warriors all called out in unison. The Queen Mother commands that our first army fully mobilize at once to capture this alien. A horned warrior with an extremely powerful aura let out a roar. This horned warrior wore a golden cape which was covered with black tattoos at the base. For the Queen Mother. The group of horned, violet-caped warriors below him all called out with respect and ardor. They immediately began to summon their squads and units. Soon, the most powerful army of the border armies, the First Army, flew out from the infinite land. They boarded their enormous spaceships and flew into the void, towards the direction of Ning. Within the darkness of the void, 3 powerful minds were communicating with each other, one of which was the Queen Mother who had just given the order. Elder sister, why have you awoken us? It isn't time for us to wake up yet. The 2 other minds each released their own queries. However, the mind of the Queen Mother said, in the space around our Snaphorn world, a human has appeared. A human? What? A human? The 2 other terrifying minds instantly trembled. They would never be able to forget that terrifying war. The tremendous power of the human race had been completely engraved into their minds. Even though countless eras had passed since then, they could never forget. That had been a true nightmare. That terrifying entity had countless experts, and the humans were the most powerful of them. Those utterly enormous, so-called formations, those blazing infernos that had been birthed from the solar star, those staves, those trees, those swords, those weapons, they had exterminated countless individuals that the three of them had venerated. They all felt tremendously grateful for having been able to survive that great war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 10, Grand Space Formation. Chapter 10, Grand Space Formation.
This human is still very weak, and I've already sent out the entire first army of the border armies after him. Within the first army, there are at least a few firstborn. I'll be able to see everything they experience and will be able to more closely inspect this human who has arrived, the Queen Mother's mind sent.
Your actions are correct, elder sister. Keep a close eye on this human.
The Snaphorn world, in truth, was ruled over by these three Queen Mothers. They were the founders of this world. Naturally, they vastly outstripped Ning in power. However, they were wary of the humans which Ning represented, and so they didn't dare to be the slightest bit arrogant. These three Queen Mothers had, long ago, given birth to a group of children. Their children had continued to give birth to children of their own. And so, one generation after another, this continued. The original source for all of the citizens of the Snaphorn world was this trio of Queen Mothers. Those who had been born from the Queen Mothers were known as the firstborn, and they had the greatest potential. The children of the firstborn were the secondborn, and their potential was second only to that of the firstborn. The children of the secondborn were the thirdborn, and so on and so forth. For example, of the 9 elders in the Palace of Elders, 8 were firstborn while 1 was thirdborn. The Queen Mothers who had given birth to the firstborn were able to know everything they experienced. Within a beautiful world of flowers. Perhaps fate was indeed meddling in subtle ways, for just as Ning encountered this new danger, the day of Yue's celestial tribulation had begun. Disciple, you were very powerful in your past life, and in this life you accepted me as your master, which means that this celestial tribulation will be incomparably shocking in power. I'm not able to help you too much in dealing with this tribulation. All I can do is help guard you from outsiders. As for the tribulation itself, it'll be up to you. Lu Dongbin, his immortal sword on his back, looked towards the black-robed Yue. Your disciple understands, Yue said respectfully. Go, then. Lu Dongbin nodded lightly. Yue immediately flew to the peak of a distant island mountain. As for Lu Dongbin, he continued to watch from his current location atop the peak of a nearby mountain. Lu Dongbin was in complete control of this minor world. It was his personal, secret abode. He had even set down layers of formations, ensuring that even true gods or Tao fathers who wished to barge in would have to spend a significant amount of effort. The wind tribulation, the fire tribulation, the thunder tribulation, the demon heart tribulation, the 4 great tribulations of the celestial tribulation. Yue was indeed extremely powerful. She had been very powerful in her past life, and with Patriarch Lu's guidance in this life, she had reached an extremely high level of insight into the Tao. She was thus able to smoothly sail through the wind tribulation and the fire tribulation. Not good. The distant Lu Dongbin frowned slightly as he looked towards her. Although the wind tribulation and the fire tribulation have both ended, both were clearly more formidable than the ones which most of the disciples under my command experienced. In fact, they were close in power to the wind tribulation and the fire tribulation which I myself experienced so long ago. Lu Dongbin had been Emperor Eastflower in a past life. After he had reincarnated and become Patriarch Lu, his tribulation had definitely not been a simple one. Although he was a key refiner, in the face of the thunder tribulation of his celestial tribulation, he inconceivably encountered 9 sets of thunder tribulation. However, Lu Dongbin had the benefit of a solid foundation provided by his past life. How could the soul of Emperor Eastflower be so easily dealt with? In addition, his master was a superb one of the truly supreme figures of the entire 3 realms.
Thus, despite being a key refiner, he had managed to force his way through the 9 sets of Thunder Tribulation. By now, he had already reached the absolute peak of power possible for a pure young true immortal. He was publicly acclaimed within the 3 realms as the true immortal with the highest chance of becoming a Taofather, and in fact he had already stepped halfway into the realm of becoming a Taofather. Judging from that wind tribulation and that fire tribulation, my disciple's Thunder Tribulation probably won't stop at 6-9 sets. Lu Dongbin frowned. Her experiences in her past life were ordinary, and I'm the only master she's taken on in this life. Normally speaking, most key refiner disciples of Taofathers will only experience 6-9 sets. Why in the world is her celestial tribulation this deadly? Lu Dongbin had always felt that this disciple of his had been hiding something. However, although he had even sought out Judge Cui and read her past life's history within the Book of Life and Death, he had still been unable to uncover anything. Still, his subconscious continued to tell him that something wasn't quite right. The power of a celestial tribulation was determined by the cosmos themselves. Naturally, there had to be a reason behind all of this. In an hour, the Thunder Tribulation shall arrive. Lu Dongbin no longer dwelled on the question, just watching quietly. The Nihilam Zone, beyond the primordial ruin world. Ning was currently flying forward at high speed, continuing to pull away from that distant land. That earlier, sudden attack had caused him to feel that something was wrong, especially when those foes had claimed to be from the Snaphorn world and that this space region belonged to their Snaphorn world. Ning instantly understood that these creatures must have come from the primordial ruin world, and that he had been discovered. Flee! Flee at top speed. The primordial ruin world was a place which not even true gods or Taofathers would dare trespass. Ning naturally wasn't willing to interact with the primordial ruin world in any way. Rumble! Suddenly, layers of light began to appear within the formerly dark emptiness of the void. It was a golden light. The third void sector of the Nihilam Zone had nearly 10,000 bases within it which were connected to each other like nodes. Every single node was a critical point within an utterly enormous formation, and in an instant, an enormous net that spanned tens of millions of kilometers was instantly formed. But, Ning was stunned by the sight before him. His eyes were already blazing with torchlight. He had immediately used the Torch Dragon's Eye and hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but no matter where he looked, he saw the golden light seemingly stretch off to infinity. If he looked carefully enough, he could see countless patterns and ripples within the golden web, while the nodes were particularly eye-catching and brilliant. A grand ceiling formation that covers many tens of millions of kilometers? Ning mumbled to himself, "This is crazy. The entire Stillwater Commandery is only a few million kilometers in size." A region of many tens of millions of kilometers in size was comparable to 100 ordinary commanderies of the Grand Xia world. An utterly enormous formation like this truly was astonishing. It seems the power of this Snaphorn world is far beyond what the likes of myself can handle. What should I do? What should I do? Ning instantly began to consider his next options. Although he was shocked by this enormous formation, Ning wasn't an inexperienced bumpkin. For example, in the Crescent world, Patriarch Subhuti had secretly set up many enormous formations, some of which were able to cover an entire continent, which was equivalent to a third of the world of the Grand Xia. Those formations were far larger than the Grand Ceiling formation before him. And the Celestial Court. The formations of the Celestial Court covered the entirety of the region they controlled. There were many formations within the 3 realms that were far, far larger than this Grand Ceiling formation. However, generally speaking, only Taofathers were capable of setting up those titanic formations. Most likely, not even pure Yang true immortals would be able to set them up, unless they were pure Yang true immortals who were extremely skilled in the art of formations, or supreme true immortals like Lu Dongbin. In addition, this enormous space formation was merely one of the defensive formations of this Snaphorn world. It probably didn't represent the complete, full power of the Snaphorn world. Still, its appearance was enough to cause Ning unease.
An individual capable of establishing this sort of enormous formation definitely wasn't someone which the likes of Ning, who hadn't even undergone the celestial tribulation yet, could overcome.
And aren't the heavenly Daos gone from this place? How, then, can formations be used?
Ning guessed, puzzled. It seems I truly do know far too little about the primordial ruin world. Indeed, Ning truly knew too little. Of the 10 heavenly Daos, primordial chaos was the most supreme. Life and destruction were matched, while yin and yang were also matched. These 4 were preceded only by primordial chaos. As for the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they served as the foundation for the entirety of the 3 realms, but they were on the 3rd tier. Ning had an extremely deep level of insight into the grand Tao of the water drop, which was why he could vaguely sense the existence of the heavenly Tao of water, but here within the Nihilim zone, he was completely unable to sense it, and so he had believed that the heavenly Daos did not exist here. In reality, however, only 9 of the heavenly Daos were missing from the Nihilim zone of the primordial ruin world. The heavenly Tao of primordial chaos continued to exist. Any place which was born from the primordial chaos was a place where the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos would exist.
No matter what, I need to give it a try.
Swoosh. Although Ning knew that it was unlikely that he would be able to break through this terrifying formation, he couldn't just give up and wait for death. He didn't want to be captured by the Snaphorn world. The part of the net of light closest to Ning was merely a few million kilometers away. After using the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, Ning's movement speed was extremely fast. It was a flying technique, after all, and once one used it to fly, one could rely on momentum and thusly limit the amount of divine power that was consumed. It wasn't like the star-seizing hand or other divine abilities which consumed an enormous amount of divine power.
Here I am.
Ning stared at the distant net of light, now only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Rahu bow appeared within his hands. He immediately knocked it, pulled it to a nearly full circle, circulated his divine power, then utilized Hoi's archery.
Go, dot.
Light flashed around him, quickly passing through into the bow, then condensing within the arrow. At the same time, Ning filled all of his heart force, now nearly at the peak of the ice heart level, into the arrow.
Twang!
A brilliant, fiery red streak of light pierced through the heavens. As the arrow flew forward, the light around it grew more and more dazzling, and its power grew greater and greater. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into an enormous, fiery red comet. Generally speaking, thanks to Hoi's archery, the farther the arrow flew, the more powerful it would become, until it reached peak power. Within the 3 realms, the usage of this technique would be even more incredible, because as the arrow flew it would constantly draw on the power of the natural world. Right now, since it was unable to do so, its power wasn't increasing at too ridiculous a rate. Still, the power of this arrow had still surpassed that of Ning's close combat ability.
Boom!
The fiery red comet struck against the net of light, and the net of light just rippled slightly, then turned calm once more. As for Ning's arrow, it had been knocked flying away.
As I thought, I failed. Ning wasn't surprised at all.
If he truly was able to pierce this terrifying ceiling formation that was tens of millions of kilometers in size through using just a single arrow, only then would he be surprised. However, he truly didn't wish to accept this.
What should I do? All space within this region has been completely locked. There's no way for me to flee.
Ning felt frantic inside. The young Flame Clan really was quite vicious in sending me here.
The primordial ruin world's Nihilim zone was indeed an awe-inspiringly famous danger zone.
Not even many Empyrean gods or true immortals would be able to escape from it, much less the likes of Ning. As for the even more deadly primordial ruin world, naturally, the young Flame Clan would have liked to send him to that place, but alas, even the protocosmic spirit treasure, the World-Hold Pagoda, was only able to tear open the fabric of space to send Ning into the Nihilim zone. It was unable to send him to the primordial ruin world. Ning suddenly turned his head to look. From far away, within the distant void of space, an enormous ship had suddenly appeared. This titanic ship was 10,000 kilometers long. It was like one of the continents of Earth. Earlier, it had been completely invisible, but now it had materialized out of nowhere. The entrance to the ship opened, and a series of massive, towering, blood-red-horned, golden-eyed, black-caped warriors came flying out. The many warriors all radiated utterly astonishing auras. So the army of the Snaphorn world of the primordial ruin world have arrived.
Ning's pupils contracted.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 11, A Crisis of Divine Power. Chapter 11, A Crisis of Divine Power. Wait. When Ning saw the steady stream of black-caped warriors pour out from the distant ship, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The warriors I fought previously had scales, wings, and blood-red eyes. But now, we have some black-caped warriors in front of me, all of which have 4 arms, golden eyes, and blood-red horns. They look completely different from the earlier enemies, even their auras are far more powerful. If the 10 foes Ning had previously slaughtered were adorable little kittens, then these black-caped warriors standing before him were like truly savage tigers. A total of over 1,000 black-caped warriors. After counting more than 1,000 warriors flying out from the distant ship, Ning saw how, after a long moment passed, yet another warrior emerged from the ship. This one was dressed in a violet cape, but in all other respects, he looked identical to the black-caped warriors, save for the fact that there was an enormous difference in their auras of power.
What a terrifying force!
Ning suddenly felt as though it was hard to breathe.
The violet-caped warrior took just a single step forward.
His body blurred, then suddenly appeared before the 1,000-plus black-caped warriors. This speed caused Ning's eyes to twitch. Even when he used his obscuring wind of the 9 heavens divine ability, he still wasn't as fast as this person. The invisible aura the person emanated caused Ning to feel even more pressure.
He's definitely more powerful than any celestial immortal I've faced to date.
Commander.
The 1,000-plus black-caped warriors all looked towards their leader with eagerness. The violet-caped warrior, however, gave Ning a curious glance.
An alien who looks like this and who is so small, I've never seen or even heard of someone like him.
What should I do? What should I do? What's my next course of action? Ning was feeling extraordinarily nervous right now.
The entire region of many tens of kilometers was encompassed by this grand formation. There was nowhere for him to flee, and the army squad which the Snaphorn world had just sent out was terrifyingly strong. The void waves are being completely blocked out by the third void sector's defenses. No need to worry, everyone.
The violet-caped warrior smiled. Release your children and capture this alien.
Yes. 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 Instantly, a series of deafening roars rang out, shaking the region of space.
At the same time, the 1,000-plus black-caped warriors simultaneously opened their mouths.
Swoosh. 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 10 small spheres flew out from each of their mouths, producing a total of more than 10,000 small spheres. These small spheres instantly expanded in size when they entered the space of the void, and they quickly transformed into a series of scaled, winged, blood-eyed warriors of enormous size.
They vomited them out? Ning was completely flabbergasted. Children, capture this alien, the violet-caped warrior ordered.
Yes. The 10,000-plus blood-eyed warriors all assented in unison, and then half of them, the shorter and smaller ones, all opened their own mouths and emitted soundless roars, causing an invisible ripple of power to instantly sweep towards Ning. Ning knew what was coming this time. He knew that these smaller blood-eyed warriors were skilled in hypnotism. Last time, he had only faced 5 of them, but this time more than 5,000 of them were simultaneously using the technique. The formless ripples couldn't be avoided, all he could do was take them head-on. Clang! 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 Ning could feel booms ring out from within his soul. However, with his heart force at nearly the peak of the ice heart stage, Ning was still able to survive. What a powerful soul!
The violet-caped warrior nodded lightly. This alien really does have a bit of talent. Yes. Although our children are merely fairly weak cannon fodder meant to be used up during a battle, in large numbers, they are still quite dangerous. I wonder where this alien came from. He's quite strong. The black-caped warriors were stealthily chatting amongst themselves. Since hypnotism had failed, the 10,000-plus blood-eyed warriors pulled out their weapons, then all charged forward, filling the void with their massive bodies. These could be considered as having power that was just barely comparable to void-level fiend gods, but they didn't have fiend god-like indestructible bodies. If he used all his abilities, such as the star-seizing hand, or 3 heads, 6 arms, Ning could wipe them all out in a very short period of time. After all, they didn't have regenerating bodies, killing them would be very easy, very simple. However, Ning didn't dare to recklessly waste his divine power. The star-seizing hand used up a vicious amount of divine power. Once his divine power was exhausted, he would no longer be able to even fight back. I'll have to rely on swordplay. Ning's 2 hands each held a dark north sword. He made the swords expand to 900 meters. Swoosh! He used the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, instantly charging into the very center of that mass of blood-eyed warriors. Ning didn't use any additional divine abilities after that, relying solely on his sword arts. Slash, slash, slash. Swordlight flashed everywhere. Ning's sword arts were unfathomably profound, far beyond what these blood-eyed warriors were capable of. The pair of 900-meter-long dark north swords slashed through the air, chopping past the heads of the blood-eyed warriors, sometimes completely bisecting them in half. All of the blood-eyed warriors died, unable to heal from their wounds, regardless of where the injuries were, head or waist. His sword arts truly are profound. The violet-caped warrior was surprised by what he saw. Ning was born to be a sword immortal. Even though he could no longer sense the Tao of the sword or summon the natural energy of the world, his sword arts remained unfathomable. Blaze, my children, the violet-caped warrior called out. Roa air. Die. Alien. The horde of blood-eyed warriors bellowed as their bodies began to glow with a blurry green light. Instantly, their speed and their strength rose dramatically. They began to assault Ning en masse. Ning remained very calm. He didn't use any divine abilities, instead, he relied on his sword arts to continue to slaughter these blood-eyed warriors. In fact, he even used his own body as a weapon, using it to block the enemy axes and whips head-on. Due to having trained in the 8-9 arcane art, Ning was able to actually conserve power by using his own body to take on blows as he fought within the mass of blood-eyed warriors. Ning wasn't worried about them being able to injure him in the slightest. Boom! 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 Ning was occasionally sent flying here by an axe or flying there by a whip. But each time he was sent flying, his sword light would flash past in a graceful manner, and many enemy heads would go flying as well. Within the infinite darkness of the void, 3 powerful minds were communicating with each other. This human's body is rather strong. Right. It's like one of those magic treasures those humans use. This human is probably at the celestial immortal level of power at most, but his body is this powerful, he most likely must have trained in an earth-shatteringly powerful protective divine ability those humans have. Ideally, we shall capture him alive, so that we can analyze his body. If we can gain some insights into some of the profound mysteries behind his divine ability, then use them to make us sisters grow more physically powerful, that would be wonderful. By relying on the 8-9 arcane art and his sword arts, Ning was able to wipe out all of the blood-eyed warriors in the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. However, Ning didn't feel excited at all, because he saw the amusement on the faces of the distant black-caped warriors, and the calmness of the violet-caped warrior. He understood from this that to the Snaphorn world, the forces he had just killed most likely represented very little. In truth, they really did represent almost nothing. They were cannon fodder. In fact, they weren't even viewed as true members of the same race to which the Horn warriors belonged.
To produce a true member of the race required an extremely high price to be paid. Producing this sort of cannon fodder, however, was much easier and much cheaper. However, there was a limit to how many of them each horned warrior could control. Some would have to perish before they could give birth to more. He was able to kill more than 10,000 of our children. He does have a bit of talent. The violet-caped warrior said. Hellsong, go and test his abilities. Yes. A black-caped warrior nodded, then manifested 4 short swords in his 4 hands. Ning's heart clenched. They had just seen him kill more than 10,000 of those blood-eyed warriors, but still chose to send a single black-caped warrior to fight? Hoop! The black-caped warrior suddenly moved, transforming into a blur as he pounced towards Ning. So fast. Ning was somewhat caught off guard. Those earlier red-eyed warriors had been far slower than him, but this black-caped warrior was so fast that he was only slightly slower than Ning when using the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens. He could already be considered as being on Ning's general level. He was slightly slower, but it wouldn't make much of a difference. 4 icy short swords came plunging towards him. Ning's dark north sword struck outwards as well. Clang, clang, clang. Consecutive collisions could be heard. Ning's advantage lay in the profoundness of his sword arts, while the enemy's advantage was having 4 arms. However, from that clash, Ning was sent flying back. What great power! Ning's face changed, then his body blurred, transforming into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. 3 heads and 6 arms? So is this your true form? The black-caped warrior was quite surprised, but he then snickered. Interesting. He charged forth once more. Ning now had 6 divine swords in his 6 arms. His sword arts were profound, but he remained unwilling to use the star-seizing hand. The star-seizing hand simply used up far too much divine power, and the strength of this snaphorn world was immeasurable. It was better to make himself appear weak. If he immediately revealed his trump cards, they would probably prepare even more powerful trump cards to deal with him. Slash! Ning's swordlight sliced through the black-caped warrior's body. The black-caped warrior retreated at high speed, but a gaping wound was still cut through his chest. Green blood spewed outwards, but in the blink of an eye the wound was healed. Healed? Ning was surprised. So they really are 2 separate races. Those cannon fodders were completely unable to heal, but the black-caped warriors are capable of self-regeneration. Once someone became capable of self-regeneration, killing them would be much harder. The violet-caped warrior saw what had just happened. Hellsong's unit, engage. Instantly, 9 more black-caped warriors went flying forward. Hellsong, can't you get it done? You can't even capture a single alien, and you even got injured. The 9 other black-caped warriors all spoke teasingly, but they showed no mercy in their movements at all. They soon formed a complete circle around Ning, attacking him en masse and giving him nowhere to flee at all. Boom! Ning's body suddenly increased explosively in size, expanding to 3,000 meters. 3,000 meters was Ning's limit in using the heavenly transformation technique. What? Prior to this, those 10 black-caped warriors were surrounding and assaulting a tiny little dot, but that tiny little dot had suddenly and explosively increased in size to become comparable to them. This caused them to feel completely flabbergasted. So this is how tall you actually are. I imagine this is your true form, right? Hellsong sighed in amazement. 3 heads, 6 arms, and as tall as us, this alien is quite strong. Ning, however, just felt misery. The more divine abilities he used, the faster his divine power would be used up. However, while using heavenly transformation, his speed and strength would both increase tremendously. Every single one of these black-caped warriors are comparable to celestial immortal Goldclock or Deadwood. If any more come, I'll be forced to use the star-seizing hand. Once I use it, my end will come shortly thereafter. Ning was frantic now. Every bit of divine power that he used up was irreplaceable, at least in the short term. However, he still had no idea as to how he was supposed to flee from this place. He could neither ascend to heaven nor descend to hell. there was nowhere to flee, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 12, In No Way Out. Chapter 12, No Way Out.
After using the heavenly transformations technique and 3 heads, 6 arms, Ning's power had increased substantially. He was able to just barely fend off those 10 black-caped warriors, but maintaining this state resulted in his divine power being continuously depleted.
He's actually still able to hold on? This caused the distant, violet-caped warrior to frown. He immediately ordered the entire squad, go and capture this alien.
Yes. Accompanied by a series of roars, a total of 90 massive black-caped warriors flew towards Ning's direction. This caused Ning's face to instantly change. They really are giving me no chance at all. 100 celestial immortals, how am I supposed to withstand them? Although all of these foes focused on close combat, meaning that only a number of them were able to engage with him at any given moment, they clearly had some sort of mysterious combination formation technique. The more warriors that joined, the more powerful each black-caped warrior grew.
Senior Bear, what should I do? Ning asked frantically, are there any options? If I hide in the underwater estate, can I survive this tribulation?
It's useless.
The giant yellow bear was both frantic and helpless.
If you hide inside the underwater estate, it will end up being exposed as well. Although loose immortals and celestial immortals are unable to forcibly bind me, some truly powerful figures are still capable of it. I'm only a proto-cosmic spirit treasure, after all. The master of this so-called Snaphorn world has to be at least at the level of a pure young true immortal. Ning felt misery in his heart.
Indeed.
Given that they were able to send out a squad of soldiers like this, as well as set up an enormous space formation that spanned tens of millions of kilometers, it would be bizarre if the Snaphorn world's strongest experts were not at the pure young true immortal level.
Anyone who reached that level could forcibly bind the star-seizing manner.
If I hide, I die, but if I don't hide, I still die. Ning had no idea as to what he should do. All you can do is hope and pray that your master, Patriarch Subhuti, can find you, the giant yellow bear said. Your master possesses the dream of the 3 realms, but this place is outside the 3 realms. In fact, many of the heavenly Daos don't exist here, only the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos holds sway here.
Your master might not be able to sense things here. Ning was stunned.
His only hope was his master, Patriarch Subhuti. The Patriarch's power was utterly unearthly. At a time like this, only he might be capable of rescuing Ning.
But the giant yellow bear was right. This was the Nihilim zone of the primordial ruin world. Even though Patriarch Subhuti was extremely powerful, if he was unable to find Ning, what could he do? Can it be that I, Ning, am going to die here?
Ning felt an unwillingness to accept this within his heart.
Senior apprentice sister took on Patriarch Lu as her master, and we agreed that we would meet again. Father, Mother, I haven't even had a chance to see if their reincarnations are living happily or not. And Earth, I haven't gone back to Earth to take a look. He didn't want to accept this. He truly didn't.
If I had known this would happen, I would have left my primal twin at Swallow Mountain. Ning was filled with unbearable regret for having brought his primal twin with him as he fought the Young Flame Clan. He had felt that as long as he had the underwater estate and greater teleportation Dao seals, he would be able to escape without issues. Who would have imagined that the descent of karmic sin flames rendered him incapable of escaping, resulting in him being sent into this danger zone?
Can it be that my life truly is going to end here? The 90 black-caped warriors joined the 10 earlier black-caped warriors into a formation.
Instantly, their auras grew even more powerful as they continued to assault Ning.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
After just a few exchanges, the previously indestructible Ning suddenly blew apart. In fact, some of his flesh and blood transformed into dust from the blows of the enemy swords and sabers.
What just happened? The 100 attacking black-caped warriors were all amazed.
The distant commander shouted, "The Queen Mother commands you. Even if the alien is transformed into bits of mush meat, you need to collect every single piece of flesh and blood, you can't spare even a single bit of dust. He won't die easily." "Yes." Instantly, the group of black-caped warriors became filled with eagerness. The Queen Mother had personally given them an order. They felt incomparably honored. They sent their minds sweeping forth through space. They wouldn't let even a hint of dust escape their senses. Damn! Whoosh! Far away, a human rematerialized. It was Ning, his eyes bloodshot. His 8-9 arcane art wasn't something these celestial immortals could breach. Just now, he had voluntarily caused his divine body to detonate while focusing all of his divine power within a single piece of flesh. Through the 8-9 arcane art, he had then transformed that piece of flesh into a speck of dust. Alas, it seemed as though the enemy knew what abilities he had available. They didn't want to give him any chance at all. He really didn't die. He was blown up into tiny bits but didn't die? When our cores are broken, we'll die, but he was blown into tiny bits and remained alive? This is too terrifying. The black-caped warriors quietly sent messages to each other. Clearly, they were all quite stunned. Whether it was Ning's unbreakable body or the fact that he stayed alive even after being blown apart, they were truly stunned and uneasy. What a terrifying race this was! Senior apprentice sister, your junior apprentice brother was unable to live up to his promise. Father, mother, master. One image after another flashed through Ning's mind. That senior apprentice sister of his, who had kept everything hidden with her heart for so long, but who had eventually become his Tao companion within the conclave of immortal destiny, under the watchful gazes of countless people. That seemingly cold but actually warm-hearted master of his, Immortal Dinsai. His teacher, Subhuti, who gazed down upon the three realms from his lofty, exalted position. And his ordinary parents, they had done everything for him, and had chosen to forget about revenge, so that their son might have a better chance of living a good life. His junior apprentice brother, his sister, Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, Little Chang. Farewell. In dying here, not even reincarnation would be possible. Farewell, my loved ones. Ning stared at the 100 black-caped warriors charging towards him, as well as the even more numerous foes in the distance. His eyes actually turned calm, a calmness that transcended both blazing rage and freezing coldness. It was a sort of absolute calmness, a perfect mastery of the self. In this instant, Ning's heart force was actually able to leap from the peak of the ice heart level all the way to the third level, the ruler level. Even amongst the divine archers of the three realms, he would now be considered an absolute top-tier expert. But alas, heart force was invisible and formless, it wasn't able to help out Ning at this moment. You want me to die? Ning said softly, then I'll make you all die. These were words from his homeland. The foes before him were completely unable to understand it. The 6 divine swords suddenly vanished. His swords vanished? What's going on? The 100 black-caped warriors charging towards Ning all halted. They could tell that Ning was skilled in using the sword, but despite being such a powerful swordsman, he had actually put away his swords? Was he giving himself up for capture? Boom! Ning's fingers formed sword fingers. They suddenly expanded to be more than 900 meters long as the full power of the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand exploded forth. Ning's power instantly rose to an utterly terrifying level. He was actually able to knock an enemy shuttle aside, then with a slashing sound, pierce straight into the chest of a black-caped warrior. With a simple flick of his sword fingers, the warrior was cut in half. What? The distant violet-caped warrior's face completely changed. How did his power increase this much? Whoosh! Crunch! Slash! Ning ignored all enemy assaults. His body, protected by the 8-9 arcane art, was completely capable of withstanding any assaults. The only attacks he needed to defend against were the ones that were meant to bind him. In the three realms, there were some powerful magic treasures that had powerful binding forces that were hard to defend against, but these warriors of the Snaphorn world were only skilled in close combat, thus, the only tools they had for binding an opponent were simple ones like chains or whips. Ning was less than 2 meters tall. He was able to dodge with incomparable nimbleness through the many massive black-caped warriors, making it hard for them to capture him. The black-caped warriors seemed strong, but their bodies were still unable to withstand Ning's sword. Thus, they were easily chopped apart in close combat.
He died?
Ning was suddenly startled. Through cutting, chopping, decapitating, or other strikes, he was able to neutralize 25 of the black-caped warriors within a short period of time. However, they all healed quite quickly, but the 26th actually lost its entire aura. It had completely, truly died. Ning instantly thought back to what had just happened. Right. That green sphere. All of the black-caped warriors had a green sphere within their bodies. Ning had originally thought that the green spheres were nothing more than organs. They were very small. The warriors were 3,000 meters tall, while the green sphere was merely 3 meters long. He hadn't damaged the green sphere in killing the first 25 warriors, but he had in the last one.
Boom!
Slash, dot. The black-caped warriors watched as the tiny little Ning's sword fingers suddenly expanded to become 1,000 meters long. The sword fingers tore through their bodies, plunging through their chest to snatch at and claw apart their cores. One black-caped warrior after another began to fall, and a large amount of baleful auras began to flood towards Ning, swirling into him. Careful, he's discovered our cores.
He knows about the cores. His fingers are extremely terrifying, far more so than his swords.
Our weapons are completely unable to block him. His body is completely unbreakable. He's too tiny, there's no way we can use our chains to capture him.
The black-caped warriors were actually on the losing side now.
The celestial immortals of the 3 realms could have joined forces and used various binding techniques to capture Ning from far away, but these aliens were only skilled in close combat. Although they had battle formations that could be used to kill him, the Queen Mother had commanded that they capture this person alive. Thus, they didn't dare unleash their most powerful killing techniques for fear of killing him.
The distant violet-caped warrior's face sank when he saw this.
He could tell that there were only 2 methods for dealing with this tiny little alien. The first method was to use formation-based killing techniques, like the ones they used in their planetary wars, to forcibly crush the foe.
However, if they did that, they might accidentally kill this alien, which would be a violation of the Queen Mother's command.
The Queen Mother's decree was very important. In comparison, even the destruction of their entire army meant nothing. The second method was to fight him personally, or perhaps with several supporters. To overcome him with absolute strength, then capture him.
Out of the way.
The violet-caped warrior transformed into a violet streak of light.
He's coming.
This entire time, Ning had kept part of his attention on the violet-caped warrior, who was the person who truly caused Ning to feel threatened. Now that the violet-caped warrior was charging forward at full speed, Ning's heart instantly clenched. This speed was even faster than the speed which he had displayed earlier. It was absolutely superior to Ning when using the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens.
Is this my final battle before I die?
Ning didn't feel any fear. His gaze was incomparably calm as he stared at the violet-caped warrior.
If I die, I'll drag you down into death with me.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 13, Our World. Chapter 13, Our World.
As the violet-caped warrior attacked, the many black-caped warriors that had been assaulting Ning all retreated. They were all filled with utter confidence in their commander.
Whoosh, dot.
A silvery white whip lashed out, more than 30,000 meters long. It was like a giant, silvery white serpent that was coiling with elegance and poise as it swept towards Ning.
Ning's sword fingers struck out like swords, blocking the whip head-on.
Whap! A clear ringing sound rang out. Ning could sense a strange energy be transmitted into his body, including into his organs. Fortunately, the 8-9 arcane art refined the entire body, resulting in no weaknesses at all. However, Ning was still knocked flying backwards by several kilometers. His speed vastly outstrips mine, and the power of his whip is on a level higher than even me using the star-seizing hand at full power. His whip is used in a way that gives me no way to dodge. It seems he is at an even higher level with his whip than I am with sword arts. His power, without any question, is at the utmost peak of power possible for a celestial immortal, Ning mused to himself. Hard to deal with. The black-caped warriors were merely at the level of celestial immortals Deadwood or Goldclock, but this violet-caped warrior was far more powerful than even celestial immortal infatuation. Even the star-seizing hand, Ning's proudest technique, was insufficient in the face of this foe. As for speed and sword arts, Ning was clearly inferior in these regards as well. Fortunately, only close combat was possible within the Nihilam zone, which was why his 8-9 arcane art was able to be used to maximum effect. Within the three realms, celestial immortals on the level of this violet-caped warrior would probably be very close to pure young true immortals in power. Their magic artifacts and formations alone would be enough to make Ning feel hopeless. However, in this place, only close combat was possible, thus, he still had a hint of a chance. Clang! 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 Ning used both the 3 heads, 6 arms, and the star-seizing hand simultaneously. As for the violet-caped warrior, his 4 arms clutched 4 silver whips which struck out long serpents, wildly assaulting Ning. Ning's 6 arms strove mightily to defend. In fact, every so often he would borrow the force of the collision to flee and dodge. Ning had been continuously searching for a way out, for a chance to counterattack. I'm being completely suppressed by him. There's no way for me to even go close to him. What should I do? Ning was frantically pondering what to do. The foe's long silver whip was rendering him incapable of drawing within 15,000 meters of the man, much less wound him. He clearly is using some sort of technique that allows him to increase his strength dramatically. The violet-caped warrior, by contrast, was much more relaxed. He was in complete control of this fight. Only his arms are capable of releasing such power, his legs and kicks are far weaker. I trust that there is a price to this ability. He shouldn't be able to maintain it for too long. All things came at a cost. For a human that was less than 2 meters tall to become the size of a 3,000-meter fiend god came at a cost, and so too did having 3 heads and 6 arms. The cost of using the star-seizing hand was even higher. Crack! 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 The 4 long silver whips danced out like dragons, wildly lashing out at Ning again and again. Ning had to completely focus on defending them at all times. If he failed a single time, the whips would probably entangle him and completely bind him. If the whips attacked quickly, Ning had to block quickly as well. His 6 arms strove to defend as best they could. The more times they blocked, however, the more times he had to use the star-seizing hand, which meant the more divine power would be used up. Whoosh! 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 His divine power was frantically depleting. Even though he had reached the 16th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand, used up so much divine power that in just a short period of time, more than half of Ning's divine power had been used up. He hadn't used up nearly as much in the earlier fight, despite it lasting much longer. Less than a third. Less than a sixth. He was faced with the whip strikes which came from every direction. Ning seemed to have become trapped within a net of whip strikes. He was unable to dodge, and his only option was to block, resulting in his divine power depleting further and further. When his divine power was completely used up, Ning would be completely subdued and captured. Within the underwater estate. Within an undefined, void-like region. The giant yellow bear was here. Next to him were 7 figures, including a child with a necklace, a bald elder, a beautiful woman. The 7 figures all emanated incomparably powerful auras, and amongst them was the red-haired fiend god which Ning had previously battled. Big Bear, the young master is in a crisis in the outside world.
Are we supposed to just wait here and watch?
The beautiful woman, dressed in black leather armor, spoke out with a frown. Her eyebrows were snow-white, while her eyes looked just like a viper's.
I watched as this little kid, Ning, grew up step by step. Do you think I care about him less than you lot do?
The giant yellow bear said angrily, I'm under instructions from Master to find a successor for him. Ning is the best successor yet, I wouldn't dare be careless. But you are letting him remain trapped in a dire situation.
The black-armored, beautiful woman said angrily. Do you seven think that you can protect him?
The giant yellow bear asked angrily.
Do you know who he has run afoul of this time?
Foes from the Snaphorn world of the primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world. They are one of remnant forces left behind from that ancient war. Anyone capable of controlling an entire world has most likely survived from that war, and anyone capable of surviving that war, even if they are weak, they can't be too weak. They might be at the level of a Taofather or a true god. Even if you all go out to rescue him, do you really think you can block a Taofather or a true god? The black-armored woman turned silent.
Snow Scorpion.
The red-haired fiend god spoke out, the big bear is right. Even if we intervene, we might not be able to overcome this Snaphorn world. Big Bear, you idiot, why didn't you notify us when Ning was faced with the descent of karmic sin flames?
The black-armored woman couldn't help but berate him. Am I supposed to have you intervene whenever he encounters danger?
The giant yellow bear said angrily, per Master's orders, until he becomes an Empyrean god, he can't be truly considered Master's disciple. No matter what sort of trials he has to endure, they can only be considered tests for him, and if he fails and dies, he has no one to blame but his lack of skills or his bad luck. Although we all like him and view him as having tremendous potential and a very good chance of becoming an Empyrean god, how was I supposed to know that the young Flame Clan had an ability like this, to teleport him straight into the Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world? I thought that even if things did turn dangerous, we'd still be able to rescue him, which is why I let him face dangers as needed to temper him, but how can everything in life go as expected? Ugh! Let's take Ning into the underwater estate and hide him within our world. Even if the enemy binds the underwater estate, it'll only be an elementary binding, they probably won't be able to find our world, the beautiful woman, Snow Scorpion, said.
They might not find it, but it's also possible that they might find it.
The bald elder suddenly spoke out in a hoarse voice.
The underwater estate did indeed have many secrets.
Immortal Juhua had always felt that there were secrets present within it. Ning had also felt that there were parts of the underwater estate that were not under his control, but he wasn't able to find those parts. But just because Ning wasn't able to find them, didn't mean that the master of the Snaphorn world wouldn't be able to find out. The red-haired man said in a gravelly voice, no matter what, if Ning dies, the star-seizing manor will fall into the hands of the master of the Snaphorn world. If the master of the Snaphorn world is at the level of a true god or Taofather, he will definitely be able to find our world through the star-seizing manor, at which point, our only option will be to fight with him. If the Snaphorn world's master is not yet at the true god or Taofather level, then he won't be able to defeat the formation which protects our world. Since, no matter what, we will still have to end up fighting with the master of the Snaphorn world, we might as well rescue Ning and bring him into our world. Although the God King did indeed say that his disciple could only enter our world after becoming an Empyrean god, we are left with no other options.
Right. The giant yellow bear nodded.
Since we can't escape, we are indeed left with no other options.
Make your preparations.
Once we bring Ning into our world, we'll need to be ready for the Snaphorn world's attack. I hope their master is weak, ideally, he won't even be able to find our world.
Right.
Let's prepare. The 7 figures all had solemn looks on their faces. The child, who had remained silent this entire time, suddenly spoke out, long ago, Father instructed us to leave him and stay out of that war.
We've been waiting long enough, and so let's have a good fight with the Snaphorn world. Let's have a good fight. Let's fight. Everyone present had flames of war within their eyes. Within the emptiness of the Nihilum zone, enormous ships that were 10,000 kilometers long moved like streaks of light, advancing at high speed. The giant spaceships were tightly clustered together, and there seemed to be no end of them. Within the center of those giant ships, there was a golden warship. Within the golden warship, everyone present was standing at solemn attention. Leading them was a horned warrior with a golden cape with black trimmings, and behind him were 800 violet-caped warriors. These were the most valiant, most capable commanders of the First Army who often engaged in wars against other worlds. In front of them hovered an utterly enormous mirror. The images within the mirror were images of the commando squad of the Third Void Sector doing battle against Ning. Benair is actually joining the fight in person. The golden-caped warrior snorted angrily, "How despicable. Since he's joining the fight in person, doesn't that mean our First Army has made this trip for nothing? This alien is quite tenacious and strong, he might be able to stay alive until we get there. This is on the orders of the Queen Mother. It should be us, the First Army, who captures this alien. The almighty First Army, how could it possibly hold a small squad of the Third Void Sector in any regard? Quick, quick, quick!" The general couldn't help but urge them to move faster. "It has to be us that captures this alien." It was rare for the Queen Mother to give an order, they naturally had to work hard to show their talents. Within the void of the underwater estate, Ning's divine power has almost been completely used up. Once it is used up, he'll fall into enemy hands. "Red Hair, you personally intervene and wipe them all out, then return to our world and prepare to deal with the master of the Snaphorn world," the giant yellow bear said. "All right. Agreed." They all nodded in concurrence. They all knew very well that falling into dire straits would truly temper one's Dao-heart. However, they had no idea that Ning's heart force had already advanced from the second level, Iceheart, into the third level, Ruler. Within the empty space of the Nihilum zone, a tight cluster of black-caped warriors watched from not too far away as their commander, the violet-caped warrior, was completely dominating this alien. "I'm almost done. I have less than a tenth of my divine power now." Ning didn't want to accept this. He truly didn't. But the serpentine whips were striking out against him from every direction. Was he truly out of options? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 14, Heart Force Manifests. Chapter 14, Heart Force Manifests. The violet-caped commander could sense the alien growing frantic. He could sense that this was, perhaps, the last throes of his enemy's resistance. It seems, he can no longer hold on. Die! Ning suddenly let out an enraged roar. He no longer held back at all on his divine power. Instead, he wildly poured it all into his arms at full force. The void-level elemental key in his body, through a secret art, was also immediately pushed into his arms. In this moment, Ning had only a single thought in his mind: no matter the cost, he was going to unleash his power to the maximum possible level. Actually, even going all out like this only resulted in a 30% increase in power. Break! Ning's 6 arms struck out as 6 streaks of swordlight. Ning's calm eyes glowed with light, the light that came in the final instance of one's life as it all blazed away. Ning's heart and soul was completely poured into his swords. Boom! 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 Simultaneous explosions rang out. Ning's 6 sword fingers stabbed out, 4 of them striking against the 4 silver whips. With explosive sounds, the silver whips were actually knocked flying backwards. Ning's fingers, however, continued to stab forward. What? The violet-caped commander's eyes turned completely round. How can this be? Impossible. The many black-caped warriors watching from far away were amazed at this sight. They could all sense that Ning was inches away from death. Previously, he had been completely suppressed, so how was it that right now, at the very end, he was actually able to unleash power that surpassed the power of their commander, knocking his weapon away? What? How can this be? Within the void-like region within the underwater estate, the giant yellow bear, who had been watching the battle outside this entire time, was completely surprised. The giant yellow bear was most likely the person with the deepest understanding of Ning's power. He knew exactly what Ning was capable of. What Ning had displayed earlier represented his utmost limit of power. Even if Ning went all out, he would at most be able to increase his power by 20% or 30%, he would still be considerably weaker than that violet-caped commander. How was it, then, that he had suddenly knocked the silver whip away? How can this be? It doesn't make sense. It shouldn't have happened. The giant yellow bear couldn't understand it. This isn't the three realms. There's no way to sense the Tao here, so even if he suddenly gained a new insight into the Tao, it wouldn't help him increase his power in any way. In addition, he is currently in a battle, and he's used up an enormous amount of divine power. There's no way he could have broken into the 17th level of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens so soon. He just made it to the 16th level a short while ago. A breakthrough in his divine body? Impossible. A breakthrough in the Tao? It wouldn't make any difference. The star-seizing hand was already at the 4th cycle. How can this be? The giant yellow bear didn't understand. Not too far away, inside the golden warship of the First Army, which was ensconced within those countless warships, the commanders of the First Army were staring at the images within the levitating mirror. Odd. What just happened? What ability did this alien just use? None of them understood it. The Golden Cape General, however, just laughed loudly. Wonderful. The longer he can delay, the better. We're almost there. It seems that in the end, it will still be us who captures this alien. The experts of the Snaphorn world couldn't understand it. Not even the giant yellow bear understood it. Nobody could think of a reason why this had just happened. But within the deep, dark reaches of the void, 3 minds were communicating with each other. Second sister, what just happened? Elder sister, what happened? The 3 queen mothers had given birth to many children. Their children were the firstborn. More than half of the commanders of the First Army were firstborn. The 3 queen mothers could see and sense everything the firstborn could see and sense. Thus, they too saw everything which had just happened. The commander of the commando squad from the 3rd void sector, Benair, was the child of the 2nd queen mother of the 3 queen mothers. When Benair fought with Ning, it was as though the 2nd queen mother had personally fought against Ning. That was hard force? Yes, hard force. It was hard force. The 2nd queen mother's powerful mind suddenly began to tremble with excitement. This human's attack just now was actually filled with heart force. What? Heart force. Heart force? He's actually in control of heart force? The 1st and 3rd queen mothers were both excited as well. Yes. There's no mistaking it. In fact, just now I completely focused a strand of my mind upon my child Benair. The 2nd queen mother said excitedly. They just clashed again. There's no mistaking it, this human's attacks contain heart force within them. His control over his heart force isn't perfect, it's clearly quite rough. However, I can still sense the powerful, mysterious, profound heart force at work. This is our chance. The 2nd queen mother was incomparably excited. This human is able to focus his heart force and knows how to apply it. That means he understands a heart force technique. This is a truly supreme form of power. We can discover and distill the method for producing and applying heart force from this human. Right. Now we can gain a heart force technique. Yes, this is our chance.
The other two Queen Mothers were incomparably excited as well. They had experienced and survived that calamitous war. As survivors, they knew quite well that heart force was one of the truly supreme forms of power. Upon mastering heart force, one could truly embark upon a path that would lead to them becoming the most supreme of existences within the primordial chaos. A path that led to surpassing even true gods and Tao fathers. This is our chance, but we cannot be rash. The first Queen Mother's mind warned the other two minds. Heart force techniques are supreme techniques that are absolutely not taught to outsiders, even within the three realms. This human youth must have an extraordinary background, which is why he was able to learn a technique like this. Perhaps there is a self-destruction mechanism hidden within his soul. Actually, the simplest method is to hypnotize him, but he is one of those fiend god body refiner humans. His soul and his body are completely merged together and extremely stable. In addition, he's also a practitioner of heart force. His mind must be very powerful. To hypnotize him, I imagine it will be quite difficult. We have to try. Heart force was far too alluring to them. Heart force. It was an invisible, formless sort of power. It wasn't like divine power, elemental ki, or natural energy. Those could be seen with the naked eye. Heart force, however, was incredibly powerful, and it was extremely hard to reach a basic level of skill in it. Back on Mount Innerheart, Ning had already been at a very high level of insight into the Tao, but he still had to train archery painstakingly for 3 years before finally reaching a basic level of skill. However, heart force truly was formidable. That mighty divinity of the primordial era, Hui, had relied the power of his heart force to become the #1 divine archer of the three realms, and even Tao fathers and true gods had fallen to his hand. Even Ning himself was surprised. His sword finger had actually become so powerful as to suppress the whip of this violet-caped commander? Is this heart force? Others might have to guess at it, but Ning himself knew very well that his incredibly berserk attack just now had been launched without any extraneous thoughts. All of his power had been fully merged into that blow, and his heart force had unconsciously leaked into it as well. How should heart force be applied? This was a mystery. The three realms had a set of extremely detailed instructions for applying heart force through archery. This was the creation of the mighty divinity Hui. It was precisely because mighty Hui had systemized the method of using heart force in archery that the three realms had so quickly developed a crop of terrifyingly powerful divine archers, but there were no systemized tools for teaching one how to apply heart force into other weapons. How to apply heart force to the sword? To the saber? To the spear? To the staff? If heart force was applied to these weapons, would they increase in power dramatically? Since it worked for archery, it logically should work for these weapons, but mighty Hui was the foremost expert of heart force within the three realms, and his greatest talent was archery. He had thus created a systemized method for applying it to archery, but as for other weapons? Perhaps some other major powers had discovered ways of applying heart force to those weapons, but those ways were crude ways, not systemized ways which others could use. I actually managed to apply heart force through my fingers when I used sword arts? Ning was completely amazed. The power of an ordinary arrow was quite ordinary, but when heart force was applied to it, it would instantly turn into a nightmare for foes. The power of the arrow would instantly rise to a terrifying level. However, just now, I was only able to truly apply a very tiny amount of heart force. Ning knew this for certain because he had used up only a very small amount of his heart force. The rest of his heart force remained untouched. As someone who had reached the 3rd level of heart force, ruler, Ning's heart force was tremendously powerful. Even just a tiny amount of it was enough to cause the power of his sword arts to rise to a level where he could actually now suppress this foe. Alien, you actually still have more tricks up your sleeve? I want to see how powerful you actually are. The violet-caped commander let out a loud shout, then lashed out with a whip once more. As for the mind of the second Queen Mother, it had completely descended onto the commander by now. Go! Ning stretched out a single hand as well. His fingers flicked out. His heart force once more rode with his fingers, just as it had last time. Ning could sense that a small part of his heart force had indeed become one with his fingers.
Bang! Ning's fingers, now many hundreds of meters long, collided with that whip. The whip was once more knocked flying back. Right. That's the feeling. Ning was beginning to vaguely make out the basics to it. However, he was still far, far away from being able to apply it as intricately as when he applied it to archery. All Ning could do was ponder the method of applying heart force to archery, then try and come up with a similar way to strengthen his sword fingers. Ning suddenly realized that the distant, violet-caped commander had actually come to a halt. Rumble! A powerful ripple spread out. Ning took a look and saw, far away in the void, one enormous spaceship after another coming flying towards him. There seemed to be no end to the densely clustered spaceships. How many ships just arrived? Ning was completely shocked. The entrances to the ships all opened, and countless horned warriors came flooding out from them. Amongst these countless warriors were many black-caped warriors as well. Ning swept them with his gaze. The number of ordinary horned warriors, they had to at least number in the millions. In addition, at the front of the many ships was a golden warship, from which one violet-caped warrior after another came flying out. At the very end, a gold-caped person came walking out, his aura so powerful and terrifying as to cause Ning to feel despair. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of thoughts descended upon the region. The three Queen Mothers had sent out hundreds of thought rays to the many violet-caped warriors, as well as the general. Don't be in a hurry to attack. The Queen Mother's voice echoed within the general's mind. Yes, Queen Mother, the general replied mentally. Big Bear, what's going on outside? Can it be that the young master's divine power hasn't been used up yet? I think we should make our move now. Let's not waste any time. Within the underwater estate, the black-haired beauty, Snow Scorpion, spoke out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 15, Uwei's Tribulation. Chapter 15, Uwei's Tribulation. Red Hair, Snow Scorpion, and the others all looked towards the giant yellow bear. Only the big bear was able to clearly sense the outside world and what was happening there. Don't be impatient. The big bear shook his head. A powerful army has been dispatched from the Snaphorn world, but the strange thing is, this powerful army hasn't acted against Ning yet. In fact, even the violet-caped warrior that had been previously fighting against Ning has stopped fighting as fiercely as he had before. Ning definitely doesn't have much divine power left. If they fight for just a bit longer, his divine power will have been completely used up, but they actually halted. How odd. Halted? The 7 mighty warriors left behind by Taoist 3 lives were all puzzled. In addition, there's something else odd. Ning's power had clearly reached a limit, but just now, when he used the star-seizing hand, his power actually increased yet again. He was able to knock aside the foe's weapon, and I don't understand why, no matter how hard I try, the giant yellow bear said. How can one's power increase in the Nihilim zone? The 7 began to ponder. They were different from the giant yellow bear. The bear was, after all, just the spirit of a magic treasure. Only after the destruction of Pangu's primordial world had the giant yellow bear slowly trained to the level of becoming a true living creature. By comparison, he wasn't that experienced, but the other 7 had been quite famous long ago in Pangu's world. This fame came through their performances in many battles. They had much greater experience and knew far more things. Can it be? The 7 suddenly all thought of the same possibility. Ning stared at the distant, awe-inspiring army of millions of horned warriors. He had a feeling that even the most ordinary of warriors in that army was far more powerful than the red-eyed warriors he had previously battled. Most likely, all of them were comparable to loose immortals who had lived for 1,000,000 years. They could be compared to the weakest of celestial immortals. Ning would be able to kill each of them with ease. But no matter how ordinary they were in terms of strength, a million of them was an utterly terrifying prospect. So many warriors, if they have some sort of combination formation technique, even Empyrean gods or true immortals would probably feel despair and choose to flee, Ning mused to himself. And this is just part of the total strength of the Snaphorn world of the primordial ruin world. The primordial ruin world, it truly is the most terrifying place of all. Ning was actually quite calm now. The enemy held all the cards in their hands. They were simply too powerful, and more than 800 violet-caped warriors had suddenly appeared just now. If they were all comparable in strength to the first violet-caped warrior, that meant they were equivalent to a force of 800 supreme celestial immortals. And there was that gold-caped bastard, a person which caused Ning to feel completely powerless and unable to fight back when he looked at him. However, although I have no way of fighting back, I can still kill myself, Ning mused to himself. I definitely won't let them do anything to me. Alien. The general smiled as he moved forward, but even when his black, scale-covered face was smiling, it still looked absolutely savage. This space belongs to our Snaphorn world. Why have you come to our place? I was wandering through the infinite void and entered this place by accident, Ning said. At the same time, he seized this chance to absorb more power from the solar star and the lunar star, converting it into divine power. He had used up far too much divine power earlier. I truly do not wish to be enemies with you. I would like to ask you to please let me leave. I will be endlessly grateful if you do. Let you leave? That's not impossible, the general suddenly said. Oh? Ning looked at his foes. He knew, however, that the cost of activating such an enormous space formation that was tens of millions of kilometers in size was definitely an enormous one. And now, they had sent over so many Snaphorn warriors as well? There was no way they'd let him leave so easily. I have a request. If you accept, then I promise to let you leave, the general said. Might I ask what this request is? Ning asked. As long as you allow us to inspect your soul, the general said, and let us know your true intentions, if you are not a foe to our Snaphorn world, we shall immediately let you leave. Inspect my soul? Soul scouring? Ning's face changed. He immediately understood what they were plotting. He was a fiend god body refiner, his divine soul and his divine body were completely merged together, making his soul extremely stable, far more stable than the souls of many celestial immortals. In addition, his heart force had reached the ruler level. It must be understood that it was difficult for pure young true immortals to forcibly soul scour even an ordinary celestial immortal. Someone like Ning, who had such powerful heart force, was rare even amongst true immortals and Empyrean gods. To forcibly soul scour him was incredibly difficult. Even if a Tao Father was to attempt it, Ning would still probably be able to instantly react and commit suicide by shattering his own soul. So they wanted him to allow them to soul scour him without resisting? Not a chance. Ning shook his head in refusal. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. The golden-caped general continued to smile. Ning, however, knew the truth. Given that his foes had sent out so many warriors and activated such an enormous space formation, they definitely were looking for something important. If he didn't fight back, they could use some sort of technique to dominate and control his soul, resulting in him becoming a slave. That would truly be a life worse than death. After all, the promises these people were making weren't worth a single copper. This place was outside the three realms. There were no such things as oaths to the Tao of the heavens. No need to say anything further. Ning laughed coldly. If push comes to shove, I'll die. Soul scour me? In your dreams. Alas. The gold-caped general let out a sigh. Whoosh. Silently and soundless, hundreds of mind strands simultaneously flew out from the gold-caped general and the hundreds of violet-caped warriors, all assaulting Ning. Rumble. Instantly, a sensation of utter exhaustion began to overwhelm Ning. Tired. So tired. He felt like he was a mortal on Earth again, sick and tired and exhausted. He felt a desire to immediately shut his eyes, a sensation that he had never felt in this life after he had embarked onto the path of immortal cultivation. I am the only ruler of myself. The power of heart force filled his entire body. Under the command of his heart force, his soul began to resist fiercely. Although he felt extremely tired, he still maintained his clarity of mind. Alas! We failed. This human's heart force is quite strong. Although the mind strands we attach to the firstborn represent just part of our full power, even when we join forces, we're still unable to hypnotize him. It is simply too hard to hypnotize someone with such powerful heart force. The three Queen Mothers were mentally conferring with each other. They didn't care about whether Ning died or not. What they cared the most about was his heart force technique. Even the set of archery-based heart force taught by Hoey's archery was of use to them. Although they didn't use bows, this would at least still let them touch upon the nature of heart force and let them more thoroughly understand it. As for Ning, if they could soul scour him, they could just kill him afterwards. There was no way they would let Ning go back. If he did manage to return to the three realms and informed the most supreme figures of the three realms learned that the Snaphorn world had acquired a heart force technique, those figures would probably personally come pay a visit. They had been lucky enough to survive that ancient, calamitous war. They knew exactly how powerful the three realms were. It must be understood that the entire primordial ruin world had been defeated. A single Snaphorn world would probably be effortlessly annihilated by the supreme powers of the three realms. Thus, if they could obtain the heart force, there was no way they would let Ning live and return to the three realms. No other options. All we can do is have our firstborn fight with this human. When they fight, we'll use our mind strands to watch closely. His current control over his heart force is quite weak. We can fully and clearly sense his heart force ripples. When we personally fight with him time and time again, watching his heart force be applied hundreds or thousands of times over, I trust that eventually, we'll discover some of the secrets of heart force and be able to develop a heart force technique of our own. This clumsy method is the only one left to us. The three Queen Mothers made their decision. Truly powerful experts generally always had this sort of clumsy method available to them, to first watch, then to hypothesize and draw insights from what they saw. For example, after other major powers personally saw the mighty divine ability, Wings of the Garuda, many times, they were able to develop a similar flying divine ability. Perhaps it was a bit weaker than the Wings of the Garuda, but it was still able to emulate part of its power. This was what the three Queen Mothers had settled upon. No need to capture the alien. Let him feel that there is a chance of surviving. The firstborn among you, you can go and fight against him one-on-one. When his energy is almost depleted, let him rest. After he finishes resting, continue the attacks. Maintain this battle for as long as possible. If it takes many years, all the better. The Queen Mother's order came to them. This caused the general and the many violet-caped firstborn to feel puzzled and confused. They were clearly capable of capturing him. Why didn't they? And they were supposed to fight him one-on-one? However, they didn't dare violate the orders of the Queen Mother. In fact, there was no way they could. Their loyalty to the Queen Mothers sprang from their very blood. If the Queen Mother ordered it, they wouldn't even hesitate to commit suicide. Tonto, you go, the general instructed. All right. Instantly, a violet-caped warrior flew out to attack Ning. Ning's divine power had only recovered to 10% of maximum. He had been maintaining a careful watch this entire time on that distant, awe-inspiring army. Upon seeing a violet-caped warrior charge towards him, he naturally went forth to fight. Ning was being trapped and assaulted by the Snaphorn world's army in the Nylum zone. As their commanders went forth to fight him one-on-one, beginning a long, drawn-out battle within the infinite void of space, in the distant three realms, his Tao companion, Yue, had reached the most dangerous moment of her cultivation. This was a beautiful world of flowers, but the skies above it had become filled with a vortex of lightning and clouds. Screech! Yue stood there, head raised, staring towards the skies. Around her swirled a series of white phoenixes and fiery red phoenixes. A total of 99 phoenixes were surrounding her, wildly resisting the crashing bolts of thunder coming from up above. With this collision, almost all of the phoenixes were blasted apart, leaving behind a single white phoenix by her side. The thunder in the skies finally came to a complete halt. The Supreme Sword Immortal, Patriarch Lu, nodded as he watched from his position atop the nearby mountain peak. 7-9 sets of thunder tribulation, essentially what I thought it would be. My disciple is a key refiner, even for a reincarnated immortal. To encounter 7-9 sets of thunder tribulation is a bit much. It seems my disciple has indeed been hiding a few things. The demon heart tribulation is beginning. I'm afraid that for my disciple, the most dangerous tribulation is this demon heart tribulation, Patriarch Lu mused to himself. Yue, in her past life, had been a true Azura demon. She had been extremely powerful, and in her past life she had been comparable to a mortal Northwalker. In this life, under the guidance of Patriarch Lu, she had reached an even higher level of insight into the Tao. After executing a forbidden technique, she had been able to overcome the 7-9 sets of thunder tribulation. But the demon heart tribulation was strange and unfathomable. In her past life, due to her tragedies, she transformed into an Azura demon, Patriarch Lu mused to himself. And in her heart, she is hiding a major secret that she won't tell anyone, not even me. The deeper one hides secrets within the heart, the more terrifying the demon heart tribulation shall be. In her past life, she failed her celestial tribulation. I wonder how she will do in this one. Time passed, one day after the other. 6 days. 7 days. 8 days. 15 days. 16 days. Yue still just sat there. Her demon heart tribulation persisted for an extraordinarily long period of time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 16, Returning to the Grand Xia. Chapter 16, Returning to the Grand Xia. Yue's demon heart tribulation persisted for an extremely long period of time. Patriarch Lu, however, just stood there quietly atop the nearby mountain peak, watching in complete calmness. Suddenly, a sound rang out in the world, a sound which symbolized heaven and earth. It was incomparably profound, majestic, and intoxicating. As this immortal melody rang out, rainbow-colored clouds began to appear in the sky, and the ground became filled with golden lotus flowers. It seemed as though the very center of the world was this black-robed maiden that sat in the lotus position. Yue's eyes were already open. A deep, longing love was in her eyes, but a hint of a smile was on her lips. A flood of natural energy was gathering around her, and her body was beginning to emanate with an immortal, spiritual aura. Heaven has bestowed propitious clouds, and earth has given birth to golden lotuses. The distant Patriarch Lu smiled, then clapped his hands lightly. From now on, you shall no longer be subject to the 3 calamities or 9 tribulations. A fine celestial immortal, a fine celestial immortal. As for Yue, she flew towards the distant Patriarch Lu. Well done. Patriarch Lu was very satisfied. This tribulation is the greatest tribulation an immortal cultivator shall ever face. After having overcome it, you have now ascended to the skies in a single step. Your life shall now last as long as the heavens themselves. Of course, although one would no longer be bothered by heavenly tribulations and one had a truly unlimited lifespan, if other, more powerful immortals or fiend gods killed you, there was nothing for it. Even true gods and Tao fathers, even Pangu, would perish. If not for your tutelage, master, your disciple definitely wouldn't have overcome this celestial tribulation. Yue fell to her knees, respectfully pressing her head downwards and kowtowing in thanks. She had been very strong in her past life, but she hadn't even been able to withstand 6-9 sets of thunder tribulation, much less 7-9 sets. She had advanced at an astonishingly rapid pace while accompanying Patriarch Lu. Patriarch Lu nodded lightly. After Yue rose to her feet, he finally said, Yue. Yue was startled. Patriarch Lu very rarely referred to her by her name. There is something which I have been hiding for you, so as to prevent it from impacting your celestial tribulation. And now, it is time to tell you, Patriarch Lu said. Master, what is it? Yue hurriedly asked. In her heart, however, she had a bad feeling. So as to prevent it from impacting her celestial tribulation? Her Dao heart was incredibly strong. What sort of matter could possibly make Patriarch Lu worry about her celestial tribulation being affected? A major matter, for sure, and one which involved something she truly cared about. Is it, my junior apprentice brother, Ning? Yue looked at Patriarch Lu. Her parents had died long ago. The only person she truly cared about in this world was her Dao companion, Ning. Right. It is Ning. Patriarch Lu nodded. Yue's face changed slightly. Patriarch Lu continued, just as you were preparing for your tribulation, the Xia Emperor of your Grand Xia world informed me of something. He said that Ning fought a battle against 9 celestial immortals of his hated foes, the Young Flame clan, in their old Jade Mountain range. That battle had severe repercussions. In fact, a number of fiend gods that had been imprisoned there for countless years were released as well. However, the main event was still the battle between Ning and the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. 2 of the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan perished, Celestial Immortal Goldclock and Celestial Immortal Flamefish. Ning had the 8-9 arcane art, protecting him, and so the Young Flame clan was completely unable to do anything to him. Thus, they played a trick. They caused Ning to accidentally kill 10 billion mortals. Yue's face instantly turned ashen. She didn't have any time to feel astonished by the Young Flame clan having 9 celestial immortals, or to feel stunned by the fact that Ning had killed 2 of them. She didn't have any time to feel amazed by the fact that he possessed the 8-9 arcane art either. In her mind, a single phrase echoed repeatedly, accidentally killed 10 billion mortals. He accidentally killed 10 billion mortals? Yue mumbled to herself. The Tao of the heavens were without compassion. It judged karmic virtue and karmic sin according to its own rules. Even if one killed by accident, one still had to shoulder an appropriate amount of the karmic blame, and the amount of sin generated by killing that many mortals was utterly terrifying to even think about. His sin towered to the skies, causing karmic sin flames to descend. Patriarch Lu continued. The ancestor of the Young Flame clan, Immortal Venom Freak, used the proto-cosmic spirit treasure, World-Hold Pagoda, to teleport the still-burning Ning outside of the world of the Grand Xia, to an undoubtedly dangerous location. The 7 days have long since passed. Ning was able to successfully endure the karmic sin flames, but he still hasn't returned to the world of the Grand Xia. This means he should be trapped in some extremely dangerous place which he cannot return from. Yue's heart shook, falling and rising and falling again. Upon hearing that Ning had survived the karmic sin flames, she had let out a sigh of relief, but upon hearing that he had yet to return, she grew nervous again. Master, is there anything you can do? Yue immediately asked. Nothing. Patriarch Lu shook his head. The World-Hold Pagoda is a proto-cosmic spirit treasure with unfathomable power. It is even capable of sending someone to the infinite void outside of the 3 realms. The void outside the 3 realms contains many danger zones, and greater teleportation is useless within many of those danger zones. In fact, there are some places where even I would die if I were trapped there. Since Ning has not yet returned, he definitely must be trapped there. The longer he stays there, the more dangerous it will be, and perhaps one day, he shall die. Yue's body shook. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing you can do either. Patriarch Lu shook his head. The danger zones of the infinite void, most likely, only true gods or Tao fathers would dare to enter those places. However, those danger zones are far too vast. Even if a Tao father was to personally go out and investigate them, some danger zones would take tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years, to search through.
The Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world, for example, surrounded and covered the entire primordial ruin world. If a Tao Father wanted to search it, he would have to spend an extremely long period of time. Then, Yue found it hard to accept this. You can only wait. Patriarch Lu continued, Ji Ning has trained in the 8-9 arcane art, his master is definitely a Tao Father. Only a Tao Father has even a hint of a chance of finding him within the infinite void. However, it's hard to say how long that would take. I hope that his master will find him while he is still alive. Yue bit her lips. What are your plans now? Patriarch Lu looked at Yue. I wish to return to the Grand Xia, Yue said softly. Patriarch Lu nodded slightly. The world of the Grand Xia. Black clouds filled the skies above Stillwater City. Thunder and lightning were flashing within the dark clouds, occasionally striking downwards. Thunderclaps rang out incessantly, and an enormous amount of rain was falling. Within the lightning and the rain, a black-robed woman exited from a spatial tear that she had created above Stillwater City. Junior apprentice brother, I've returned, so why aren't you here? The black-robed woman looked downwards at Stillwater City, but only felt pulses of sadness and worry. In her past life, her heart had been encased in ice. After her parents died in this life, her heart had only grown even colder. The only person she truly cared about in her heart was Ji Ning. For Ning's sake, she would even be willing to annihilate the heavens themselves without any hesitation. In fact, when she had faced the demon heart tribulation of the celestial tribulation, she had relied on the love and affection she felt for Ning to help her endure that extremely long tribulation. This had caused the love she bore for Ning to grow even deeper. Within the illusions of the demon heart tribulation, she and Ning had experienced 3,000 years of life together. Whoosh! Yue flew downwards into Stillwater City, into the Black-White College. She scanned the Black-White College with her core sense. Rumble! Another strand of core sense touched hers. Whoosh! Immortal Diantsai instantly appeared in the air above his residence. Raising his head, he saw the distant black-robed maiden who was flying in his direction. He couldn't help but call out with surprise and delight, Yue, you overcame the celestial tribulation? Immortal Diantsai could hardly believe it. He wouldn't have been surprised by Ning overcome the celestial tribulation, but Yue? Yue had failed at the conclave of immortal destiny, during the trials within the bright moon diagram of the mountains and rivers. There was no way her talent compared in any way to Ning's. It had only been a few short decades. Ning hadn't undergone his tribulation yet, so how was it that she had overcome hers? Could it be that Yue's celestial tribulation had been extremely weak? Or perhaps that Patriarch Lu was so formidable at teaching disciples that Yue had been successful in overcoming her tribulation? Yes. Yue nodded gently. Immortal Diantsai nodded repeatedly in excitement. Good. This is a chaotic era. For our Black-White College to now give birth to another celestial immortal is wonderful. Wonderful. But suddenly, Immortal Diantsai thought of Ji Ning, and the fact that he had become Tao companions with Yue. His smile instantly vanished. In fact, a hesitant look appeared on his face. Should he tell her? Uncle Master Diantsai, Yue said. No need to call me Uncle Master, Immortal Diantsai immediately said. Given Yue's current level of power, the two could converse as equals. After all, for immortal cultivators, age didn't really matter. For example, Yue had reawakened her former memories, and if one counted her past life, she was much older than Immortal Diantsai. You are Ji Ning's master. I naturally need to address you as Uncle Master, Yue said. Are you about to tell me about Ji Ning? Immortal Diantsai was startled. You already know? Before I returned to the Grand Xia, my master informed me, Yue said. Will Patriarch Lu be able to do anything? Immortal Diantsai asked frantically, does he know where Ji Ning was exiled to? He doesn't know. Yue shook her head. Then we should. Immortal Diantsai had been worrying about Ning this entire time.
Wait, Yue replied. Immortal Diantsai suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly instructed, Ning killed 2 of the Young Flame clan's celestial immortals. They are utterly enraged by this. Although they've exiled Ning, they aren't going to let it rest. Any members of the Ji clan who dared to leave Swallow Mountain have all been killed by the Young Flame clan. You are Ning's Dao companion. Once they learn that you are back, they'll probably act against you. You just became a celestial immortal. It's unwise for you to fight against the Young Flame clan head-on for now. Act against me? A hint of a cold, murderous look flashed past Yue's eyes. The Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world. Ning was knocked flying backwards. After stabilizing himself, he looked at his surroundings, then suddenly began to laugh. His laughter was filled with madness, but it was also filled with a hint of longing and apology, longing for his loved ones, and an apology for leaving them. I won't be able to accompany you any further, Ning murmured to himself. His divine power had been almost completely used up. However, the distant violet-caped warrior who had been battling Ning actually retreated. The group of horned, violet-caped warriors began arguing amongst themselves. Tonto finished his contest. Let me go next. No, let me go. Why should you be the one to go? It's rare for us to encounter an alien that can't be killed, no matter how hard we hit him. This is a perfect chance for some training in tempering. Let's take it slow. Don't be in a rush. The Golden Cape General added, and it looks to me like the alien is pretty much exhausted. Let him rest for a bit. After he recovers, you can go challenge him one by one. As long as he doesn't die, you'll all have a chance. Ning was speechless. He had thought that he was definitely going to die, but they were going to let him recover? The warriors of the Snaphorn world really like to fight. Are they treating me as a training dummy? Ning was puzzled. The general and his violet-caped warriors, however, were quite resigned. Liked to fight? Yes, they liked to fight. However, their innate nature was such that they would generally slaughter their foes. Why would they let a fight drag on like this? However, this was the order of the Queen Mother, and in fact the Queen Mother's mind was riding with them, ordering them to fight against Ning one by one. How could they possibly dare to disobey? Forget them. Every extra day alive counts. Ning stood there within the vacuum of space, immediately beginning to attune himself to those 2 supreme stellar bodies in the deepest reaches of the void, the solar star and the lunar star. He began to draw energy from them, converting it into divine power. Within the underwater estate, a black-robed Ning sat there in the lotus position. Suddenly, the giant yellow bear appeared, then hurriedly said, Ning. Senior Bear. The black-robed Ning looked at the giant yellow bear. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 17, the 17th stage of the Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 17, the 17th stage of the Crimson Bright Diagram of the 9 Heavens. What happened just now? The giant yellow bear immediately asked. I clearly sensed that you were at your limit, but were still unable to defeat that violet-caped fellow. How is it that suddenly? The black-robed Ning knew what the big bear was asking. He didn't seek to hide anything from the big bear. After all, there were a good number of individuals in the 3 realms who used heart force. He immediately replied, Senior Bear, previously, when my divine power was almost used up, I felt as though things were hopeless. Ignoring all else, I poured everything into executing my most powerful sword arts, but who would have thought that the power of my sword arts would exceed even my own expectations? Only then did I realize that my heart force had actually flowed into my sword arts and had been slightly depleted. Heart force? The giant yellow bear was surprised. You were able to use your heart force through your sword fingers? Yes. Ning nodded. But, the giant yellow bear didn't dare believe it. In truth,
the giant yellow bear actually knew less about heart force than Ning himself did. Ning, after all, had trained in Hoi's archery and had read a good number of books at Mount Innerheart regarding the three realms. As for the giant yellow bear, all he knew, he had learned while accompanying Taoist 3 lives. You were able to use your heart force through your sword fingers, but you haven't even undergone your tribulation, right? The giant yellow bear was still in a stunned state. Within the 3 realms, those who could control heart force were all quite famous. Every single one of them was a terrifying force, generally at the true god or Tao Father level. Even the weakest of them were generally at least Empyrean gods or true immortals. It has nothing to do with the tribulation. The black-robed Ning shook his head. It has everything to do with your level of insight into heart force. According to the system which Mighty Hoi established, heart force can be divided into 5 levels. Thanks to the descent of the karmic sin flames, as well as the experiences I have undergone here in the Nihilam zone, my heart force actually ended up reaching the 3rd level, ruler. Given that I've been training in Hoi's archery almost every day for the past half year while floating about in the Nihilam zone, my mastery over my heart force has been improved. Perhaps because I established a foundation through training Hoi's archery, as well as due to my heart force reaching the 3rd level, I was lucky enough to execute the technique successfully. The 3rd stage? The giant yellow bear didn't really understand. He didn't have any insight into Hoi's systemized levels for heart force. However, what's the usage? The black-robed Ning shook his head. Even if I do understand how to apply heart force to my sword fingers, I still haven't undergone my tribulation. I'm completely unable to defeat this snaphorn world of the primordial ruin world, much less escape the Nihilam zone. Don't be discouraged, the giant yellow bear said. You've gained quite a lot, learning how to apply heart force through your sword fingers. I'm not depressed. The black-robed Ning was actually quite calm. Right, that massive army of the snaphorn world has arrived, and they can easily capture you. Why aren't they attacking? Why are they letting you recover? The giant yellow bear was puzzled by this. The black-robed Ning shook his head. I don't know the answer either. From the sound of it, they seem to want to use me as a target dummy for training. Perhaps there is another reason as well, but who cares? As long as I have a chance to stay alive, I'll take it. The longer I can stay alive, the better a chance master might have to find me. This is a chance to survive, I naturally have to seize it. Right. The giant yellow bear nodded as well. Within the misty, void-like region within the underwater estate. The giant yellow bear had just returned here. He looked at the 7 powerful experts. Well? The beautiful, black-armored woman asked impatiently. Ning says that the reason why the army of the snaphorn world has only trapped him rather than killed him is because they apparently want to use him as a training dummy to temper and train some of their more powerful warriors. The giant yellow bear continued, however, the reason really isn't worth overanalyzing. What matters is that Ning is currently not in a life or death situation. There's no need for you to reveal your presences for now, let's just wait patiently. The longer this drags out, the better. If Patriarch Subhuti is able to find Ning, then everything will be well. The 7 fiend gods all nodded in agreement. There's one other important matter. Ning said that he's been able to develop a way for him to apply his heart force through his fingers, the giant yellow bear suddenly said. That's why his power increased so dramatically. A way for him to apply heart force? All 7 of the fiend gods simultaneously cried out in shock. Red Hair said in disbelief, you said heart force? How could he have developed? Ning trained in Hoi's archery, and so he had a set of heart force techniques to begin with. Perhaps this helped inspire him? In addition, his heart force has reached the 3rd level, the giant yellow bear said. He said something about the 3rd level of heart force, with Hoi having divided it up into 5 levels, but I didn't really understand it. The 3rd level? What a monster! He's absolutely. The 7 of them were all stunned. The giant yellow bear had never needed to participate in any of the battles of Pangu's world, but the 7 of them had followed Dao's 3 lives in one battle after another. They naturally knew a great deal of information regarding the most powerful figures of the 3 realms. If you knew yourself well and your foes well, you would live longer. They naturally knew that heart force was divided into 5 levels, and that reaching the 3rd level was considered a very high accomplishment, even in Pangu's world. Humans truly live up to their reputation. Of the 7 figures, the child suddenly let out a sigh. The comprehension ability of humans, they truly are the champion of the myriad races. I wonder how in the world Maiden Nuwa was able to develop a race with such comprehension abilities. Compared to humans, we fiend gods have an all but non-existent level of comprehension abilities. Humans rose up from a weak starting point to become the masters of Pangu's primordial world. Even amongst the ranks of the Tao Fathers, humans are the most numerous race. In fact, the power of humans as a race is capable of equaling the combined power of all the other myriad races. This young master of ours, he is a peerless monster, even amongst humans. There's no way we can compare to him. No way. The elders sighed as well. All 7 of them were true fiend gods. The youngest of them had been born when Pangu's world had just been created. How long had they lived for? They had watched with their own eyes as humanity became powerful. When the human race had first been created, they were an extremely weak race. Most likely, any random, powerful fiend god would have been able to annihilate the entire race. But humans had been created by Maiden Nuwa, and after Pangu perished, Nuwa became the most powerful figure of the primordial era. Naturally, no one would go and wipe out her human race for no good reason. Humans bred at a very fast rate, had incredible comprehension abilities, and grew up very quickly. They gave birth to celestial immortals, pure young true immortals, and even Tao Fathers of the great firmament. They grew non-stop, and their status became higher and higher. And now, their single race was capable of withstanding all of the myriad other races combined. Even the fiend gods of primordial chaos had to acknowledge humans and their status. If anyone dared to act against humanity, the major powers of the human race would wipe them out. He lives up to being our young master, the successor to the God King. A friendly, amiable-looking youth said with a sigh. He was actually able to come up with a way to apply heart force, even though he hasn't even undergone his celestial tribulation. Combined with the star-seizing hand, our young master has most likely become the most powerful figure amongst all void-level fiend gods. In fact, he's extremely close to being as powerful as an Empyrean god. Not just yet, but, still, he does indeed have a chance at becoming nearly as powerful as an Empyrean god. Snow Scorpion nodded. There was naturally an enormous difference between void-level fiend gods and Empyrean gods. Still, how many Empyrean gods had a monstrously powerful divine ability like the star-seizing hand? And how many were in control of heart force? These 2 points alone were able to make up for many weaknesses. Still, despite that, it could only be said that Ning stood a chance at becoming nearly as powerful as an Empyrean god. One couldn't actually say that he truly already had the combat power of an Empyrean god. This was because when fiend gods underwent their Empyrean tribulation and become an Empyrean god, their divine bodies would undergo an earth-shaking change. In addition, their divine power would also skyrocket in quality and quantity. The difference in divine body and divine power was simply too great. The star-seizing hand alone was not enough to make up for a difference of this magnitude. Even if one added heart force into the mix, it would be hard to say. And in addition, Empyrean gods also had very high levels of insight into the Tao. Thus, ever since the creation of Pangu's world, there had never been anyone who, as a void-level fiend god, could be said to have truly reached the power of an Empyrean god. Of course, Ning was a monster the likes of which had never been seen, even in Pangu's world. First of all, he was the only person who knew the star-seizing hand, with the other practitioner, Dao's 3 lives, having died long ago. And secondly, although there were a few who knew how to apply heart force, there were almost none at the void level. After all, even Ning had only developed this technique after first training in Hoi's archery, then undergoing karmic sin flames,
then suffering in the void and reaching the third level of heart force. To be able to possess both the star-seizing hand and be able to apply heart force, Ning truly was an absolute monster. Thus, even these 7 fiend gods who had been alive since the days when Pangu had established the universe had to sigh at the fact that Ning was extremely close to the level of Empyrean gods. What is this alien doing? He seems to be training. The general and the 801 violet-caped warriors stared at the distant human youth. At this moment, above Ning's head had appeared 2 miniature stars. They were a miniature solar star and a miniature lunar star. Above the miniature solar star, flames blazed and a tiny golden crow flew about, while above the lunar star, an osmanthus tree was growing. Both the miniature solar star and the miniature lunar star were quite detailed. They seemed to truly be identical to the true solar star and lunar star, albeit countless times smaller. His divine power was continuing to recover. Ning was training quite calmly. A long time later, after his divine power had completely recovered, Ning was once more at peak power. Whoosh! Ning opened his eyes, sweeping the warriors of the Snaphorn world with his gaze. He stopped. It seems he's recovered. The general smiled. Baloney, you go. Yes. A desire for battle blazed in the eyes of a violet-caped warrior. He was so excited, he let out a hiss with his slender little tongue. Alien brat, I'm not as useless as the likes of Tonto and the others. Ah! His ear-piercing laughter rang out as he transformed into a black streak of light, charging straight for Ning. One massive battle after another. Each time, a violet-caped warrior would fight against Ning by himself. Some had lower attack power than Ning, but were superior in speed and so could still give him a good fight. The violet-caped warriors also had particularly superb warriors who were superior to Ning in every aspect. Each time, Ning fought until his divine power was completely exhausted, then would stop fighting and calmly focus on recovering through the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens. The aliens, in turn, permitted Ning to recover. Fight. Train. Fight. Train. The aliens came in a steady stream, forcing Ning to squeeze out every bit of potential he had. The 3 Queen Mothers, through these constant engagements, were able to sense Ning's heart force rippling. They, in turn, were working hard to hypothesize how heart force was to be used. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, more than 12 years had gone past. Ning had completely forgotten the flow of time, losing himself in battle. During the past 12 years, he had completely focused all of his attention on the application of heart force. Every single battle was a test for him, and he constantly tried and tested new methods. His method of applying heart force to his fingers became more and more exquisite. By now, Ning was actually able to use up nearly 3% of his total heart force through a single sword finger. This was quite astonishing, but clearly, he hadn't reached his maximum potential yet. Rumble. Rumble. 2 miniature versions of the solar star and the lunar star were hovering above Ning's head. A large amount of divine power was circulating through his body. During the past 12 years, Ning's divine power had grown non-stop, becoming thicker, denser, and more perfect. And today, Ning had truly reached the peak of power possible for the 16th stage of the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens. Boom! His divine power finally began to transform. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 18, 18 Stormy Years. Chapter 18, 18 Stormy Years. Ning's breakthrough to the 17th stage of the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens didn't cause too much of a disturbance. In fact, the nearby soldiers of the first army of the Snaphorn world didn't even realize that he had made a breakthrough. This was how the crimson-bright diagram of the 9 heavens worked. Only when one made a major breakthrough to a new level would the solar star and the lunar star transmit solar true fire and lunar true water. Lesser breakthroughs caused a much smaller disturbance. Whoosh! Within Ning's divine body,
the increasingly pure crimson bright divine power began to transform into tiny little rivers that flowed through his veins, causing his divine body to grow even stronger.
The 17th stage.
This was the limit of power for his true body, before it underwent the celestial tribulation. If he dared to raise himself to the 18th stage, then the tribulation would descend at a moment's notice afterwards. Although he now controlled heart force and felt more confident in his chances, he was still surrounded by karmic sin flames and was a tremendous sinner.
Most likely, the power of his celestial tribulation would be even more terrifying.
If he could survive here and leave this place, the Nihilam Zone, Ning couldn't even imagine what the scene of his tribulation would be like. I'm the sole heir of the star-seizing hand, the disciple of Patriarch Subhuti, a fiend god body refiner, and surrounded by karmic sin flames.
Ning truly couldn't imagine it.
It was quite common for ordinary fiend god body refiners to undergo 9 sets of thunder tribulation.
Upon overcoming the celestial tribulation, they would have become empyrean gods.
And he was no ordinary fiend god. I heard that some particularly monstrous geniuses amongst key refiners will also encounter 9 sets of thunder tribulation, Ning mused to himself. I, on the other hand, am a fiend god body refiner.
My celestial tribulation.
To this very day, no one had ever fully understood which elements were taken into account in determining the power of the celestial tribulation. However, there were many past precedences. For example, Lu Dongbin was a key refiner who had undergone 9 sets as a key refiner.
Ordinary fiend gods would often have to undergo 9 sets of thunder tribulation.
As for some truly monstrous geniuses, the most elite of the fiend gods of the entire 3 realms, their backgrounds were so extraordinary that their tribulations were not like ordinary tribulations. Ning had the feeling that he would probably be treated as one of the most peerless of fiend gods of the 3 realms in this regard. Forget about that for now. I have so many enemies to battle, and I don't have to hold anything back as I train in heart force.
I can't waste this opportunity. Ning opened his eyes, halting his cultivation. It seems he's recovered. It's my turn this time.
A muscular, violet-caped warrior roared with laughter, for giant warhammers in his 4 arms. Leaping through space, he charged towards Ning. Although he was in a dire situation, since there was nowhere to run, Ning didn't think about anything, completely focusing on battle. As he gained more experience with the application of heart force, Ning's power began to rise continuously. The more heart force his sword fingers were able to unleash, the more powerful his blows would become. This caused the violet-caped warriors to feel unspeakable misery. After the 12th year, which is to say after Ning broke through to the 17th stage, more than half the violet-caped warriors were at a disadvantage when fighting Ning. As his control over heart force grew increasingly powerful, Ning began to be able to suppress one violet-caped warrior after another. However, the difference in power wasn't that great. They were more than capable of staying alive. By the 15th year, Ning was confident in being able to kill in battle some of the enemies who matched up poorly against him, but he did not kill them. He was afraid that if he did kill the violet-caped warriors, they would be enraged. That wouldn't be worth it. The most important thing for him right now was to delay. Ideally, he would delay for a few decades or a century. The more time passed, the better the chances that his master, Patriarch Subhuti, would be able to find him. By the 16th year, Ning was able to use up nearly a 20th of his heart force in a single blow of his sword fingers. This was him using full power in a single hand. There was no way he could reach this level when using all 6 arms. By the 17th year, Ning was able to use up a 16th of his heart force in one stroke. By the 18th year, Ning was able to use up a 15th of his heart force in one stroke. By now, his application of heart force was perfect, in that not a single bit of his heart force was wasted or leaked out to the outside world. Ning could no longer come up with any way to further improve it. Although it was still a bit inferior compared to the amount of heart force he could use when using Hoi's archery, there naturally were some differences between close combat and archery. Aside from mastering the application of heart force, Ning had also grown even more formidable in sword arts. Within the Nihilam Zone, there were no Daos to disturb him, allowing Ning to focus even more purely attuning with his sword arts. causing him to just barely touch upon the true essence of the sword. Ning had been fighting this entire time within the Nihilim zone. His life was a very calm one, but within the distant three realms, the world of the Grand Xia was no longer calm. Stillwater City. The Black-White College. Night. Within a mountain of the Black-White College, a black-robed maiden was seated opposite a black-haired, black-robed man. Both were quietly, pensively drinking wine. The seamless gate has grown more and more bold. Immortal Diansai's eyes were filled with anger, but he then shook his head and sighed. However, they are indeed formidable. They were actually able to cause the Northmont clan of Stillwater to fracture internally. So many high-level members of the Northmont clan actually desired to throw their support to the Seamless Gate, but fortunately Senior Unity was enraged and moved to slaughter them. Just 2 hours ago, this very day, Celestial Immortal Unity had struck out in rage, wiping out more than half of the void-level experts of the Northmont clan. All the traitors were killed. After Senior Unity made his move, the Seamless Gate sent a diplomatic note: if he doesn't throw his support to the Seamless Gate, then they shall become mortal enemies. Immortal Diansai looked at Yue. Yue, what do you think we should do? It doesn't really matter what we think, the one which the Seamless Gate truly cares about is Senior Unity. According to the stories, Senior Unity has power comparable to that of a pure young true immortal, Yue said. And this is precisely the reason why the Seamless Gate has spent so much effort on our Stillwater commandery. They want to pull Senior Unity over to their side. The Seamless Gate truly has spent quite a bit of effort on us. The other commanderies might be in a state of chaos, but they aren't nearly as bad as our Stillwater commandery is. Still, Senior Unity truly is resolute and decisive. The Northmont clan had fractured to the point where nearly half wanted to surrender to the Seamless Gate. Even Celestial Immortal Hunchmont ended up being abducted by the Seamless Gate. He actually slaughtered more than half of his void-level kinsmen. Even if it meant Hunchmont's death, he still insisted on standing by the side of the Xia Emperor. Diansai sighed. Now that the Seamless Gate has sent that diplomatic note, a disaster is about to befall Stillwater Commandery. When he thought about this disaster, Immortal Diansai thought of Ning. That disciple of his who had wrought so many miracles. That peerless disciple of his who had assaulted the headquarters of the Young Flame clan, slaughtered 2 mighty celestial immortals, and was capable of resisting karmic sin flames. I wonder how Ning is doing. It has been 18 years, but he still hasn't returned. A hint of urgency was in Immortal Diansai's eyes. 18 years. Yue looked at the bright moon in the night sky, her heart filled with countless thoughts. June, your apprentice brother. When will you return? It's better for him to return later, he might be able to dodge this storm. Immortal Diansai was still angry. The Seamless Gate is acting with such wild abandon, and Senior Unity continues to stand by the side of the Xia Emperor, but the Xia Emperor hasn't even come to help out. The entirety of the Grand Xia is in a state of chaos. Every area is asking for his help. How is he supposed to accomplish it all? Yue sighed. In addition, how do you know, Uncle Master, that the Xia Emperor hasn't been helping out in secret? It had only been 18 years, but the situation of the Grand Xia was more than 100 times worse than it had been when Ning was present. When Ning had been present, although the various commanderies throughout the Grand Xia all saw some disturbances, on the whole things were still fairly calm. But soon after Ning slaughtered the 2 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan, a series of celestial immortals began to perish throughout the world of the Grand Xia. It was either done by the Seamless Gate, or by the Xia Emperor in his furious reprisals. All sorts of battles were carried out in secret. One celestial immortal after another perished. The Grand Xia's various marquisdoms, supreme clans, and major sects also began to engage in reprisal killings. The storm was growing more and more violent. Even the number 1 Assassins Guild of the Grand Xia, Bloodcloud Hall, had revealed its true face. It struck out time and time again, assaulting and killing some of the tougher foes of the Seamless Gate. 9 years ago. A dangerous situation had appeared within one of the headquarters of the Northmont clan. Even loose immortals who went to investigate would perish. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont and Yue had gone together to investigate. Logically speaking, if they joined forces, the two of them should be able to escape from any danger without problems. However, the Seamless Gate had actually paid an enormous price to trap them there. Yue, by using an escape technique which Patriarch Lu had bequeathed unto her, had been lucky enough to escape, but Celestial Immortal Hunchmont had been captured alive. By the time Sword Immortal Unity learned of this, it was too late. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont had been sent off to the Fifth World. In fact, it was the capture of Celestial Immortal Hunchmont that truly caused the Seamless Gate and Stillwater Commandery to begin fighting. Everyone in the Three Realms believes me to be dead, but the Seamless Gate actually knew that I am alive. Sword Immortal Unity had a bad feeling as well. The Seamless Gate was even harder to deal with than he had expected. They used all sorts of methods to try and influence Sword Immortal Unity, be it through tribes, territory, or other methods. However, given that Sword Immortal Unity had the mental fortitude to hide himself away for so many years, how could the Seamless Gate possibly change his mind so easily as this? You want to seduce the kinsmen that I favor? Seduce away the void-level Earth Immortals that I wanted to teach? Fine. All traitors, die. Hunchmont? If you want to kill him, then kill him. Seamless Gate. Sword Immortal Unity seemed to be without any weaknesses whatsoever. Over the course of 9 years, they had engaged in several major battles, and even Yue and Immortal Diansai had encountered grave danger. At the same time, the news that Yue had become a celestial immortal finally began to spread out, and her strength became publicly acknowledged. However, when assaulted by the Seamless Gate, Yue and Immortal Diansai received aid from Sword Immortal Unity as well. Unity was indeed incredibly powerful. He, all by himself, had forced 36 celestial immortals of the Seamless Gate to flee in disarray. This was what it meant to have power close to a pure Yang true immortals. Ever since Sword Immortal Unity had revealed his sharpness, not even the Young Flame Clan had dared to cause trouble in Stillwater Commandery any longer. Although Immortal Venom Freak was also quite famous for his power, his strength lay in his cunning, in subterfuge, and in his many clones. As for Unity, known as the Supreme Sword Immortal, he had truly astonishing close combat power. Within the Nihilum Zone. The sword, so it is as simple and pure as this. Ning was currently battling against one of the violet-caped warriors. His sword fingers dimly glowed with a sharp, silvery white shine. Clang! 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 Ning's sword fingers collided with the foe's great axe, but actually knocked it flying back. His sword fingers now glowed with that sharp, silvery white light. This was the other thing Ning had gained during these 18 years of battle, aside from learning how to use Heart Force. These 18 years had resulted in hundreds of more battles than Ning had experienced in all his previous decades of life combined. This was because all of his time was spent either replenishing his divine power or fighting. Repeated battles. Endless battles. And there were no Daos present. In fact, not even the Tao of the sword was present to influence him. Ning didn't have to think about what was the best way to summon the most amount of natural energy. He didn't have to consider these things. All he had to think about was honing his instincts and using them to apply his sword arts in battle. And so, Ning's sword arts had become more and more pure. They guided to the very essence of swordplay itself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 19, At the Scroll's End, the dagger appears. Chapter 19, At the Scroll's End, the dagger appears. Note, this chapter's title comes from a Chinese idiom which essentially means true intentions revealed in the end. It comes from a famous historical story where an assassin attempted to assassinate the Qin Emperor by hiding a dagger within a scroll that the Qin Emperor wanted. The Qin Emperor accepted the scroll and began to unfurl it, and at the very bottom/end of the scroll, the dagger appeared. The assassin immediately grabbed the dagger and used it to make the assassination attempt. Thus, the saying "at the scroll's end, the dagger appears refers to true intentions being revealed. His swordplay became so pure that one day, the tips of Ning's sword fingers began to glow with that sharp, silvery white aura. This silvery white aura caused his sword fingers to become even sharper and fiercer. They were now sharper and more penetrating than even actual swords. Within the underwater estate, the black-robed Ning was currently asking the giant yellow bear some questions. "Senior Bear, do you know what the sharp lights surrounding my fingers are?" "You don't know?" The giant bear was puzzled. "You know about heart force, so how can you not know about, oh, right. Most likely, Patriarch Subhuti was worried that you would set your sights too high, and so he didn't tell you right away." "What do you mean?" Ning asked. The giant bear explained, "For sword immortals, fully mastering the grand Tao of the sword isn't the end of the road. After you completely master the entire grand Tao of the sword, you'll begin to focus on understanding the essence of the sword itself. When using sword arts, your blade will naturally emit this sort of sharp light. This sort of sharp light is also referred to as sword force. Generally speaking, peerless sword immortals who have thoroughly mastered the grand Tao of the sword will begin to slowly discover and cultivate this power. You've just barely touched upon it. I imagine you are at the lowest, most basic level of sword force." "Sword force?" Ning now understood. "So that's how it is. When I was in Mount Innerheart, I saw some books which made note of the fact that when one completely mastered the grand Tao of Taiji, one would begin to attune to the very essence of the Taiji itself, at which point a strange type of power would slowly be developed, Taiji force. It seems my sword force is quite similar to this Taiji force in nature." "Right." The giant bear smiled and nodded. Ning now completely understood. Taiji force, sword force, generally speaking, those who completely mastered the grand Taos of Taiji or the sword would be able to slowly work on controlling this type of power. It could be considered an additional supplement, making one a bit more powerful in battle. One of the greatest dangers for immortal cultivators is being overly ambitious. Ning let out a sigh. For example, when he first entered the Black-White College, the primal Taoists, loose immortals, and earth immortals wouldn't even tell him that the Tao was divided up into heavenly Taos, grand Taos, and ordinary Taos. This was precisely because they were worried about their disciples being excessively ambitious, resulting in them accomplishing nothing whatsoever. The same was true for Patriarch Subhuti. If he had told Ning about sword force all along, it might have caused Ning to deviate when attuning to the Tao of the sword, which would actually negatively impact his insights. "I haven't even fully mastered the Tao of the sword yet, but I've actually begun to be able to use a slight amount of sword force already." Ning laughed in a gratified manner. "The number of battles you have engaged in during the past 10+ years was far more than the total number of battles you engaged in before you arrived here in the Nilam zone. The Tao of the sword is an attacking Tao to begin with. If the Tao of the sword or the heavenly Taos were present here, I imagine that you would have advanced quite astonishingly fast in the Tao of the sword." The giant bear added, "Since this place does not have the Tao of the sword, you haven't been able to advance in the Tao of the sword at all, which means you accidentally focused on attuning to the essence of the sword and ended up controlling a tiny thread of sword force. This can be considered an unexpected benefit for you. I trust that in the future, the fact that you have started your quest for the essence of the sword will be of tremendous help to you in comprehending the Tao of the sword." "Right." Nin nodded lightly. "Monster. A true monster." No wonder Lu Dongbin felt so certain that he was born to be a peerless sword immortal, and even Patriarch Subhuti felt that he was extremely talented in this regard. Even before mastering the Tao of the sword, he's already taken control of a tiny amount of sword force. Clearly, he has an incredibly, unbelievably high level of aptitude towards the sword. Within the blurry, void-like region within the underwater estate, the giant yellow bear had told them about his conversation, and the 7 fiend gods all signed in amazement. However, Ning had only mastered the most basic, elementary level of sword force at present. There was a limit as to how much it could help him. By comparison, his ruler-level heart force had helped Ning increase his power much more. Still, that tiny bit of mastery over sword force was a testament to the fact that Ning truly was an unbelievable talent as a sword immortal. No matter how talented he is, it won't matter unless he can escape this Nihilam zone. A muscular man whose entire body was red in color let out a sigh. To date, the Snaphorn world hasn't truly gone all out against our young master, but if push comes to shove, then we will be forced to intervene. By then, we will have to deal with the master of the Snaphorn world, and we have no idea as to if we can beat him or not. The real question is, has the master of the Snaphorn world reached the Dowfather level yet? If not, he won't pose a threat. But if he is at the Dowfather level, we'll probably be doomed. We have nowhere to run. Even if we don't move to rescue our young master, the master of the Snaphorn world will eventually discover the star-seizing manor. After discovering the star-seizing manor, if he is at the Dowfather level, he'll definitely be able to find our world. By then, we'd still have to fight him. Technically speaking, Ning had yet to become an Empyrean god, and per the orders of Taoist 3 lives, they weren't supposed to save him, they were supposed to leave Ning's fate up to himself, and if he died they were to go find another successor. Alas, they were now trapped within the Nihilam zone and unable to depart from it, much less find another successor. This day, Ning engaged in dozens of battles before coming to a halt, acting as though he needed to replenish his divine power. In reality, Ning still had half of it left. After all, now that he had reached the 17th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, his divine power was much thicker than it had been in the past. For the sake of being prepared for all eventualities, he always came to a halt when he only had half of his divine power left. In turn, the violet-caped warriors always let him replenish his divine power as needed. As he replenished his energy, 3 mighty minds were conversing within the darkness of the void. Ever since this human began fighting against our firstborn, he's continuously improved his mastery over his heart force. Less and less of it leaks out, and the ripples it causes are harder and harder to discern. Recently, he's leaked out no heart force in his battles whatsoever. Although we can vaguely sense that he is using it, we are unable to sense any of the heart force ripples now. This poses no use to us in our attempts to develop a heart force technique at all. The first Queen Mother's thoughts held a hint of resentment. 2 elder sisters, what should we do? The third Queen Mother asked. During this period of time, tens of thousands of battles have been carried out. We've developed a few ideas, while you, little sister, have actually managed to coalesce some heart force. You've developed a basic level of skill in heart force. This can be described as a merit for this human. The second Queen Mother continued, however, our elder sister and I have yet to be able to coalesce heart force, much less figure out a way to apply it. Although I've managed to coalesce heart force, I still need to slowly work away at a method for applying it. The third Queen Mother's thoughts held a hint of resentment as well. If he continues to leak heart force, a few more centuries of battle should be enough. 100 years, 1,000 years, these were very short periods of time for them. Alas, Ning had only given them 18 years of bliss. By now, Ning had very perfect control over his heart force. When using his sword arts, his heart force didn't leak outwards at all. The Queen Mothers knew that Ning was using heart force, but there was no way for them to analyze it. After all, the more that leaked out, the more easy it was to analyze. But we aren't able to hypnotize him, and he'd rather die than let us search his memories. Let's kill him, the second Queen Mother said. The third Queen Mother opposed this. Let's capture him alive first, then imprison him within our bodies. Let us slowly torment him, slowly torture him, and perhaps one day we'll be able to search his memories. Capture him and imprison him within third sister's body. The first Queen Mother agreed as well. Fine. The second Queen Mother accepted this outcome. And so, they gave the order. The Nihilam Zone. The golden-caped general and violet-caped warriors of the Snaphorn world were all relaxing and chatting amongst themselves. Although they had always felt that letting this alien stay alive wasn't really in keeping with their nature, and they truly wanted to slaughter him, how could they dare disobey the orders of their Queen Mothers? Whoosh! 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 The mind strands that had been attached to the Golden Cape General and the hundreds of violet-caped firstborn warriors began to transmit orders from the Queen Mother. Children, capture this alien right away and send him to our sacred palace. Instantly, the bored, Golden Cape General and his many violet-caped warriors grew excited, their eyes lighting up. Perfect. They were finally going to be allowed to make their act. For the entire First Army to be idle here, the millions of Snaphorn warriors were utterly bored senseless. The Queen Mother commands that the alien is to be captured alive and sent to the sacred palace. The general sent mental messages to each and every one of the violet-caped warriors. After all, the Queen Mothers had only been able to send direct messages to the firstborn. There were many violet-caped warriors who didn't know the news yet. This time, there's no need for the rest of you to intervene. I'll handle him myself. Yes. No one would disobey. This was because the general hadn't fought a single time yet. Although Ning was in the middle of replenishing his divine power, with a miniature solar star and lunar star floating above his head, transmitting energy to him to be converted into divine power, Ning was still keeping a very close watch on his surroundings. However, he didn't realize that the distant general was about to make his move, but the giant yellow bear did, and immediately warned him, Ning, that alien general is about to make his move. What? Ning was startled awake, instantly opening his eyes. Torchlight blazed within his eyes. He immediately saw the Golden Cape General charge towards him from 10,000 kilometers away. The Golden Cape General had always been Ning's greatest source of fear, but he had never fought against Ning, not even once. In the past, he had always just watched from far away. In addition, during the past 18 years, as long as Ning was in the process of replenishing his divine power, the enemy would not act against him. General. Ning sent his divine sense out in a ripple. After waiting for so many years, it seems you are finally going to make your move. Our warriors have been tempered enough, given how many times they've fought you. The general strode through the void as he spoke. His appearance was identical to that of the other horned warriors, but his eyes were older and wiser, and his invisible aura of power was far more menacing. Alien, you should forget about resisting. If you do so, you might be able to stay alive. You won't kill me? Ning asked. If he could stay alive somehow, then he would do so, trying to buy as much time as he could. Follow me to the Snaphorn world. I won't kill you, the general said. Ning's heart trembled. To the Snaphorn world? It must be understood that this region of space was simply a part of the void that was under the control of the Snaphorn world. The true territory of the Snaphorn world was within the primordial ruin world. By comparison, the Nihilim zone was safer. The primordial ruin world was truly the main headquarters of the enemy. If he entered there, his chances of escape would be even lower. How could Ning possibly go in? Impossible. Ning shook his head, staring at the general. Ha ha ha, the general laughed, but four long whips suddenly appeared in his hands. Your resistance is futile. The general was very calm. His self-confidence came from his overwhelming power. Instantly, his four arms lashed out simultaneously, and the four long black whips lashed out many tens of thousands of meters like four enormous black serpents. They reached Ning in almost an instant. Ning used two arms to guard in front of him, while the fingers of his other four arms transformed to become 3,000 meters long, using sword arts to block the attacks. Bang! Ning was already doing his utmost, simultaneously using 3% of his heart force with each strikes of his four sword fingers. In fact, he was clearly able to block the long black whips, but the whips trembled and somehow arrived in front of Ning's head. Although Ning hurriedly moved to block, those four black whips had completely entangled Ning. If the violet-caped warriors could be described as supreme celestial immortals, then this golden-caped warrior had already reached the Empyrean god level. Within the misty, void-like region inside the underwater estate. That Golden Cape General has made his move. The giant yellow bear had a serious look on his face as he watched what was happening in the outside world.
Ning is fighting back, but he's already become trapped by the whips. Move! The red-haired Empyrean god gave the order to their group of 7 fiend gods. Completely wipe out the entire first army. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 20, 7 Mighty Empyrean Gods Emerge. Chapter 20, 7 Mighty Empyrean Gods Emerge. The black whip snaked out in circles, completely entangling Ning. Ning gritted his teeth and struggled, but was unable to break free. This caused Ning to feel both rage as well as a hint of sorrow. I am a practitioner of the 8-9 arcane art, and am incomparably close to the Empyrean god level in power. I don't even hold those violet-caped warriors, each of which is comparable to a supreme celestial immortal, in any regard. Who would have thought that in just a single exchange, I would be captured? Ning gave a cold look towards the golden-caped general and the group of violet-caped warriors. Look at the alien. He still seems untamed and unruly. He thought that just because he gave us a good fight, that he could overcome our general? The general has completely transcended the heaven level long and has truly reached the saint level. In addition, as the general of the first army, he's one of the most powerful of saint level experts. How could this alien possibly overcome him? The violet-caped warriors were all chatting amongst themselves. The saint level, this was equivalent to the Empyrean god level of the 3 realms. They had extremely high statuses within the Snaphorn world, and were qualified to bear the golden cape. The elders of the Palace of Elders and the generals of the armies were generally all at this level. In addition, a general who commanded the first army, the border army that often engaged in wars, was definitely a god of war amongst the Snaphorn world, someone venerated by countless kinsmen. Imprison him and take him back to the sacred palace, the general ordered. Yes. The group of violet-caped warriors all assented. They glanced towards the captured Ning with looks of disdain and pity. After countless ages of war, the only thing the warriors of the Snaphorn world felt towards all aliens was enmity. Let's go back. Our entire first army has been dawdling here for so long. It's been boring. The countless horned warriors were all dancing in joy. These past 18 years truly had been extremely boring for these warriors. Rumble. A golden warship flew over from the distance. The general was holding a whip with but a single hand, and was dragging the entangled, bound human youth, Ning, behind him. He looked back at Ning. You are fairly strong, your sword arts, at least, are close to the saint level in power. A pity for you that you met me. Ning glanced at the general, then ignored him. He knew himself that with the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand, his ruler-level heart force supporting him, his sword force, and his 17th stage of the crimson bright diagram of the 9 heavens, that he should have in theory reached the threshold of Empyrean gods. However, the mere threshold represented a weak Empyrean god, and this golden-caped general was a very strong one. Suddenly. Boom! 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 Without any warning, 4 figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere around Ning. Their explosively powerful auras caused Ning's face to instantly change. He couldn't help but turn his to look, and when he did, he saw 10 figures with utterly astonishing auras. There was a bald elder with narrowed eyes, an amiable-looking youth, a bewitchingly beautiful woman with snow-white eyebrows, and... Seen your reds now? Ning was amazed. The 7 figures included a tall, muscular man with red hair and golden armor. It was the red-haired Empyrean god who Ning had met in the past. These 7 figures had equally powerful auras, they were all on the same level. What? The general, who had been pulling Ning behind him with the whip, turned his head and saw those 7 figures as well. His face also changed. Who are you? Danger. The general suddenly felt a powerful sense of danger in his heart. At the same time,
he couldn't figure out how these 7 powerful figures could have suddenly arrived within the space territory controlled by his Snaphorn world. Of the 7 figures that had appeared around Ning, one was the child who was wearing a neck circlet. The child suddenly let out a laugh as his body began to rapidly grow in size. Just before, he had been smaller than even Ning, but now he transformed to become 30,000 meters tall, becoming even larger and more muscular than the warriors of the Snaphorn world. The massive child roared with laughter, and suddenly, a pillar of golden light shot out from his eyes. Divine gold blaze light. The child let out a loud shout. The eye beams of light swept out in every direction. Whoosh, the pillars of light shot out from his eyes expanded to cover an area of 100,000 kilometers. All the horned warriors and black-caped warriors touched by the pillars of light all let out agonized cries. They all began to melt, like snowmen under the sun, with the only difference being that they melted far faster. No! It hurts! What is this? Wherever those eye beams swept past, the horned warriors and black-caped warriors died, melting into death without being able to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Snaphorn warriors had perished. But, the general was stunned for a moment, but he then immediately gave an order. Quick, assemble the formation. Yes. The 801 violet-caped warriors were shocked awake by this order. If they were going to join into a powerful formation, the 801 of them had to take the lead. A small war formation needed a single black-caped warrior and 10 ordinary Snaphorn warriors, while a medium war formation needed a violet-caped warrior, 100 black-caped warriors, and 1,000 ordinary warriors. The largest formations, however, required a general, 100 commanders, 10,000 black-caped warriors, and 100,000 ordinary warriors joining forces. Thus, these violet-caped warriors had to lead the way, otherwise, the unorganized masses would be completely unable to resist the terrifying divine light. The gaze attack of the child had stretched out to 100,000 kilometers. You want to flee? The beautiful woman with the snow-white eyebrows transformed into a streak of white light, and then in her stead, an enormous, snowy white scorpion appeared within the void. This snowy white scorpion was like an enormous island, a full 10,000 kilometers in size. Its face, however, was the face of a human woman, and it also had those strange-looking white eyebrows. This titanic snow-white scorpion almost instantly charged into the group of those 801 violet-caped warriors. The snowy white eyebrows of the scorpion were even longer than its tail. They fluttered forward, one of them transforming into countless white strands of silk that wrapped around those violet-caped warriors. Luckily enough, they had been fleeing in many different directions, and so when the snowy white scorpion had appeared, they had already begun pulling away from each other, and so part of them were able to escape. Of the 801 violet-caped warriors, over 600 were instantly entangled by those eyebrows. SSSSSSSS. In the same instant that they were entangled by the eyebrows, a layer of frost began to appear on their bodies. And then, like ice cracking, they were completely chopped and broken apart by the white eyebrow strands. Even their cores were destroyed, causing them all to perish. This took time to describe, but in reality, as soon as the 7 figures had appeared, the child and the black-armored beauty had immediately struck with utterly devastating power. This completely enraged the general. Damn you, aliens! The general no longer paid Ning any mind. He transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the now titanic child. The titanic child looked down at the general, letting out a laugh. Clang! The child held his neck circlet in his hands, smashing it downwards towards the general. The long whips in the general's forearms expanded to become more than 30,000 meters long, furiously seeking to entangle the neck circlet. Oh, so you have quite a bit of strength. The child gave it a tug, but wasn't able to tug it free. Poof! The golden-armored, red-haired Empyrean god watched this all happen. He immediately let out a cold snort, then stabbed forward with the long spear in his hands. Rumble! When the spear stabbed out, an enormous whirlpool appeared within the void, with the center of the whirlpool being the tip of the spear.
Not good. The general immediately had a tremendous feeling of danger. He had the feeling that this red-haired fellow was far more powerful than the child and the scorpion lady. In fact, the red-haired fellow might be strong enough to kill him. Flee. The general no longer thought of fighting back. That red-haired man alone was enough to make him feel helpless, and the general had 6 other foes at his level of power to worry about as well. Swish! Space suddenly seemed to have been thrown into chaos. The general was stunned. He lowered his head, looking at his chest, and there was the tip of an enormous spear sticking out it. His core had been completely shattered. I just died. The general couldn't believe it. But how could he know that this fiend god, Redsnow, had been the #1 general under the command of Taoist 3 lives? He had been awe-inspiringly famous, even back in Pangu's primordial world, and was truly one of the most utterly supreme of Empyrean gods. Red hair, how could that little alien bastard have been a match for you? You didn't even give us a chance to act. The gentle-looking youth complained with resignation. I was preparing to have a nice, big fight with him, but you killed him right away. The child complained helplessly as well. Ning just stared blankly at all this. Good heavens! Just now, he had felt utter despair, but these 7 figures had suddenly appeared, and they were ridiculously powerful. Was this the power of a true Empyrean god? It was on a completely different level from the celestial immortals. Most likely hundreds of celestial immortals would have to join together into a formation to be able to resist such power. Senior Redsnow, Ning hurriedly called out. Redsnow glanced at Ning, then smiled. Because he had a full head of red hair, his closest friends often simply referred to him as Red Hair, but his name was indeed Redsnow. Thus, the spear art he developed had also been named Redsnow. Hurry up! This isn't the time to play around, Empyrean god Redsnow said. Wipe them out as soon as you can. We need to come up with a way to escape this Nihilum zone. All right. Right. The leader of these 7 was Empyrean god Redsnow. Redsnow had been very steady and reliable when they had followed Taoist 3 lives, and he was also extremely powerful. Everyone acknowledged his leadership. The Snaphorn World. The Palace of Elders. What? Where did those aliens come from? Impossible. The 9 mighty elders who had been lazily watching the mirror were all shocked. The general of the First Army had easily captured that alien, but who would have imagined that 7 mysterious figures would suddenly arrive? The 7 had massacred their warriors with utterly overwhelming power, and even one of the top generals of the Snaphorn world, the general of the First Army, had actually been killed by that red-haired foe in their first exchange of blows. This caused them to feel enraged, and also horrified. Although they were elders and were also at the saint level like the general, their responsibilities lay in the governance of the Snaphorn world. By comparison, their combat abilities were inferior. In an actual battle, they probably would be weaker than the general. Within the infinite darkness of the void, 3 minds were conversing. What? The fiend gods of the 3 realms have arrived as well? Damn! That region of space was locked long ago. There's no way they could have gone straight there. There's only one possibility: those fiend gods of the 3 realm have been accompanying that human this entire time in some sort of portable dimensional treasure. They hadn't attacked because they were waiting for us to capture the human, only then could they no longer hold back. These 7 fiend gods should all be at the Empyrean god level, only that red-haired Empyrean god is a bit too ridiculously strong. Even my child, Habul, was instantly killed. Even in that ancient war, there were very few Empyrean gods who were so terrifyingly strong. Let us personally intervene to annihilate them. Right. All 3 queen mothers began to emit a terrifying, killing intent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 21, 2 Worlds Collide. Chapter 21, 2 Worlds Collide. The Nihilum Zone.
Millions of horned warriors were fleeing in terror and despair.
That enemy with the neck circlet, all the warriors in the locations he looks at die. He's too terrifying. The general was killed on one blow. They had completely collapsed.
In a short instant, more than 600 of the 800 commanders of the First Army had been wiped out, along with their general. The horned warriors were unable to assume their formations. Naturally, they no longer even thought about fighting back. All they felt was utter terror and panic as they frantically fled in every which way. But right at this moment, the exact same voice rang out from the deepest, innermost parts of every warrior's heart, a voice that came from their very essence, their bloodline.
Queen Mother's incarnation. Queen Mother's incarnation. Queen Mother's incarnation.
The voice echoed repeatedly. The millions of fleeing horned warriors came to a halt at the same moment. The voice that rang out in their heart had been planted there on the day they were born. Every single warrior of the Snaphorn world, in the moment of their birth, was prepared for welcome the Queen Mother's incarnation. In fact, it could be said that the ultimate purpose for them being born was to welcome the Queen Mother's incarnation. This was the absolute most terrifying ability available to the Snaphorn world when fighting against other worlds. The Queen Mother. The millions of horned warriors all raised their heads upwards, their foreheads splitting open as a streak of green light shot upwards from it. Millions of streaks of light shot into the sky. For a moment, a large section of the infinite emptiness of the void had actually transformed into a field of green.
What's going on? The 7 mighty Empyrean gods stared at this in amazement.
Ning felt something was off as well. The millions of horned warriors who had been fleeing in panic had suddenly stopped.
What were they doing?
The murmurs of the millions of horned warriors could be heard everywhere. Underneath the green light, their bodies began to dissolve, as though they were providing nourishment for the green light.
The green light grew even brighter, and just like that,
the millions of horned warriors all completely vanished, leaving behind nothing within the void save that enormous green glow. Within the green light, countless murmurs could still be heard, the murmurs of the horned warriors.
Queen Mother. Queen Mother. Queen Mother.
This was their most glorious moment. Their murmurs were filled with pride and veneration. They willingly sacrificed everything for their Queen Mother and welcomed her incarnation, and so they died.
Whoosh! The awe-inspiringly enormous green glow in space split apart into 3 parts.
The light of these 3 enormous green glows began to condense, transforming into 3 utterly enormous warriors with jade-green armor, curved blood-red horns, and an appearance that was extremely close to that of an ordinary Snaphorn warriors. However, their bodies were like mountain ranges in size, and their auras were completely different. Their auras were of chaos and utter savagery. As the 3 titanic warriors took form, the 7 Empyrean gods had a bad feeling.
Attack! Join forces to kill the closest one, Empyrean god Reds now ordered.
All right.
Let's go.
The millions of horned warriors had been quite scattered, as some had fled very far away by now. Thus, there was nearly 1,000,000 kilometers of distance between each of the 3 enormous horned warriors. The 7 had more than enough time to defeat them one by one.
Swish! 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 Swish!
7 streaks of light charged towards the closest Titan warrior.
Fiend gods of the 3 realms, you 7 Empyrean gods, you actually dare to challenge me?
The titanic warrior let out a loud laugh, a laugh which caused the void itself to shudder. This was the incarnation of the first Queen Mother, it could be considered her clone or avatar. There was an enormous price that had to be paid for the creation of this sort of clone, a price of many hundreds of thousands of horned warriors. In addition, this clone could only be maintained for a short period of time. The Queen Mothers rarely chose this option. And yet, though the price was high, the combat power was utterly astonishing.
Die!
The first Queen Mother raised her 4 arms high. The arms were as thick as the pillars that supported the heavens, and she slammed them down towards the 7 mighty Empyrean gods.
Walk!
An ear-splitting scream suddenly assaulted the first Queen Mother. The bald elder of the 7 had transformed into a giant, winged black crow. The crow let out an ear-piercing screech, and the first Queen Mother's clone movements turned slow.
Go!
The child let out an angry roar, hurling forth the neck circlet he had been holding. The neck circlet transformed into a streak of golden light, expanding at an explosive pace until it became 30,000 meters thick. It coiled itself around the first Queen Mother's clone, seeking to bind it.
Battle had instantly exploded. Ning just watched as the enormous black crow attacked and the child threw out his neck circlet.
Next, a seemingly infinite amount of water and fire descended, which was no weaker than solar true fire or lunar true water. The fire and the water intermingled as they swirled around the first Queen Mother, completely blocking off Ning's field of vision, making it so that he could no longer see what was happening.
Such power. So this is the might of an Empyrean god? Ning was completely stunned by what he saw.
The void itself was shaking. The 7 Empyrean gods continued to battle viciously and savagely with the first Queen Mother's clone. Although Ning could no longer see the battle clearly with his eyes, the powerful ripples that emanated from this battle were enough to cause any and all celestial immortals to perish.
7 planets Empyrean god formation.
Suddenly, an angry roar rang out.
Ning could tell that this was Senior Redsnow's voice. Assemble the formation. Kill.
A hoarse voice, a sinister voice, a crisp voice, several voices called out the word kill at the same time.
Rumble.
A streak of blinding light appeared in the field of battle in the distant space of the void. The streak of light instantly pierced through this entire region of space, then slowly dimmed. The fire and water had also completely dissipated, allowing Ning to see what was happening.
There were 2 enormous figures in the distance.
One was the Queen Mother's clone, many tens of thousands of meters tall, with jade-green scales and a savage, brutal aura. The other was also many tens of thousands of meters tall. He was dressed in rainbow-colored armor, and he wielded a spear that was even taller than him. His appearance looked rather similar to Empyrean god Redsnow.
7 planets Empyrean god formation?
Ning nodded when he saw this. This formation was an ancient fiend god formation that could only be executed when 7 Empyrean gods were joining forces. It merged the full power of all 7 Empyrean gods together into a single Empyrean god who served as the focus, resulting in an Empyrean god of the 7 planets. The 7 planets Empyrean god who wielded the longstaff looked quite similar to Empyrean god Redsnow. Clearly, the core of this particular formation was Redsnow, and everything was under his control.
You are actually able to injure me?
An enormous hole had appeared in the chest of the first Queen Mother's clone. It had been created by an earlier thrust of the spear.
The clone let out a loud laugh.
However, this is nothing more than a clone created by my countless children's bodies. It's useless, I have no weaknesses. The hole in the clone's body almost completely healed over.
Big sister, it seems like we have to help out, eh? These fiend gods of the 3 realms aren't easy to deal with.
The other 2 Queen Mother clones were charging over at high speed.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The Empyrean god of the 7 planets continued to battle wildly against the first Queen Mother's clone.
Although the clone was injured, the injury was negligible.
By now, the other 2 clones had also arrived, and instantly all 3 began to assault the Empyrean god of the 7 planets in unison.
Red hair, what should we do?
The clones of these 3 we are fighting are already so strong, their true bodies are most likely at the Taofather level. The 7 of us joined together to transform into the Empyrean god of the 7 planets, but we still aren't able to kill even their clones. In fact, we aren't even able to hold the upper hand. This is trouble.
I've never encountered this sort of enemy before.
The 7 Empyrean gods felt uneasy as well, because they were inexperienced in that they had never encountered foes like this before. Although these foes had appeared in that great, calamitous war all those eons ago,
the 7 of them had been sent off by Daoist 3 lives well in advance, and so they didn't participate in that war at all. Naturally, this meant that they had no experience in that regard. The 3 Queen Mother clones jointly assaulted the Empyrean god of the 7 planets, which used its long spear in unfathomably profound ways to defend. In fact, within the surrounding voice, countless white snowflakes actually began to appear, and even time itself began to grow disordered. Within this region of fractured time, the spear arts of the Empyrean god of the 7 planets grew even more terrifyingly powerful as they completely blocked the assaults of the 3 Queen Mother clones. Where did this fellow come from? He's merely an Empyrean god. Although there are 7 of them fighting together, the 3 of US, joined forces, are unable to kill him? It seems we need to summon even more warriors, but have the second army of the border armies come as well? The 3 Queen Mothers were growing frantic as well. Although their 3 clones held the upper hand, their advantage wasn't that huge. In addition, the defensive power of that spear was simply too great. Although they were able to suppress their foe, they weren't able to actually injure him. In fact, it was the first Queen Mother who had initially sustained some injuries. We can't kill them. This probably isn't even the full power of the Snaphorn world. We can't fight for too long. We have to break out of this grand ceiling formation and leave this place immediately. After battling for a few moments, the 7 Empyrean gods immediately came to this conclusion. The rainbow-armored Empyrean god of the 7 planets suddenly lashed forward with his spear, slamming it against the chest of one of the Queen Mother clones, causing the Queen Mother to be knocked backwards by several hundred meters. Swoosh! The Empyrean god of the 7 planets sought to fly away. Fleeing? One of the other Queen Mother clones stretched out her forearms, transforming them into countless streaks of formless green light that instantly wrapped around the Empyrean god of the 7 planets, preventing them from taking even a single step further. Ah, you 7 Empyrean gods, you've already arrived at our Snaphorn world's territory. If we were to let you flee, just like that, how would I, Wosley, have any face left in the primordial ruin world? The first Queen Mother clone, which had just trapped the Empyrean god of the 7 planets, let out a loud laugh. The 2 other Queen Mother clones came over to attack as well. Oof! The Empyrean god of the 7 planets spun its spear about to defend. Although it was surrounded by green light, the green light would at most make it slower. It was still more than capable of continuing to defend itself. Red hair, these 3 old bastards of the Snaphorn world are clearly trying to buy time. I trust that they are summoning even more forces from their Snaphorn world so as to deal with us. We can't waste any more time. We have to leave. Not just the 7 Empyrean gods, even Ning could tell that these 3 Queen Mother clones of the Snaphorn world were intentionally trying to delay and buy time. They all knew what was going on, but they were helpless to stop it. The Empyrean god of the 7 planets was capable of protecting itself, but not of escaping. Ning, in turn, was completely unqualified to participate in a battle of this level. Senior Bear, where did these 7 seniors come from? They are in a dangerous situation right now. Do you have any method for saving them? Ning was frantic. His primal twin was currently querying the giant yellow bear, but all the bear did was sigh. What could he possibly do? But just as Ning was panicking and as the Empyrean god of the 7 planets was battling against the 3 Queen Mother clones. Whoosh! In the distant void, a grayish-white vortex suddenly appeared, causing Ning to turn his head to look at it. The battling Empyrean gods and the 3 Queen Mother clones also couldn't help but notice the grayish-white vortex which had suddenly appeared. A figure suddenly emerged from the grayish-white vortex of the void. It was an old man with a pristine white beard who was dressed in loose Taoist robes. Master! Ning stared, wide-eyed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 22, Subhoodie. Chapter 22, Subhoodie. Who are you? The 3 Queen Mother clones all called out in unison. Looks of vigilance were in their eyes. The way in which the old man dressed in Taoist robes had appeared was simply too frightening. It must be understood that most people would use special methods to tear through space to teleport, but this old man had formed a spatial vortex instead, creating a corridor for himself to easily pass through. There had been nothing flashy at all about it. This was something which the three queen mothers wouldn't be able to do, no matter how hard they tried. The Empyrean god of the 7 planets looked towards the old man, but in its eyes was a look of wild joy. Subhuti came. I knew it. With a disciple as monstrously talented as this, Subhuti had to come rescue him. We're saved. Even the calmest of the 7 Empyrean gods, Empyrean god Reds now, let out a sigh of relief. None of them felt any doubt whatsoever as to whether or not Subhuti was capable of rescuing them. After all, Subhuti stood at the very, very top of the 3 realms, and was the most mysterious of Tao fathers. Even Tao's 3 lives was quite lacking compared to him. This is the territory of our Snaphorn world. We 3 sisters don't wish to become enemies with you. The 3 Queen Mother clones stared fixedly at the old man in the Taoist robes, paying no attention to the Empyrean gods next to them. The old man gave them a glance, then said calmly, "Vile creatures." Rumble. When the 2 words, "vile creatures," came out, an invisible ripple instantly pierced through the surrounding space, almost instantly arriving at the 3 Queen Mother clones. In the area where the 3 Queen Mothers were present, space and time began to twist, curve, and break apart. The 3 Queen Mother clones let out enraged roars within that field of shattered spacetime, and all the green light from their bodies surged forth, attempting to break out. However, they were completely unable to resist the field of shattered spacetime. Their 3 mighty clones were completely shattered and destroyed along with the local spacetime itself. Everything turned silent. The only ones left in the void were Patriarch Subhuti, Ning, and the Empyrean god of the 7 planets. But Ning couldn't believe what he had just seen. So this is the power of Patriarch Subhuti? The 7 Empyrean gods were terrified as well. It must be understood that Empyrean god Reds now stood at the very pinnacle of power amongst Empyrean gods. In fact, he was extremely close in power to an ordinary Tao father. When the 7 of them joined together into their 7 planets Empyrean god formation, they could be considered to have just barely reached the Tao father level of power. Those 3 Queen Mother clones had been comparable to them in strength, but all that Patriarch Subhuti had done was say the words "vile creatures," and an invisible ripple of power had instantly slaughtered those 3 clones without damaging the 7 Empyrean gods in the slightest. An ability like this, finesse like this, they felt utterly amazed. Subhuti truly is Subhuti, the most mysterious Tao father of the 3 realms. He really is powerful. Utterly terrifying. The 7 mighty Empyrean gods were completely stunned. Patriarch Subhuti was too mysterious a figure. He rarely showed his power within the 3 realms, and these 7 Empyrean gods had never seen him strike. They had only heard from their former god king, Taoist 3 Lives, that Patriarch Subhuti was very strong, even stronger than Taoist 3 Lives himself. As for how much stronger, very few in the 3 realms knew the answer to that question. The number 1 impression which the countless experts of the 3 realms had of Patriarch Subhuti could be summarized in one word: mysterious. Just look at the crescent major world he had created. Without Patriarch Subhuti's permission, nobody could even find it. This ability alone was utterly inconceivable. In truth, the person who had undergone the greatest emotional turmoil just now was actually Subhuti's disciple, Ning. He had felt despair upon being trapped, had quietly waited and fought for 18 years, felt utter despair again upon being captured alive, felt shocked and overjoyed at the appearance of the 7 Empyrean gods, once more felt despair upon seeing how powerful the 3 Queen Mother clones were, and now, his master had appeared, said the words "vile creatures," and completely killed all 3 Queen Mother clones. In fact, in his heart, Ning felt as though the entire universe had suddenly changed. The void remained the void, but Ning now felt that the void was a beautiful, beautiful place. Respectful greetings to you, old patriarch. The Empyrean god of the 7 planets broke apart into 7 Empyrean gods, all of whom spoke out respectfully. Not bad. Patriarch Subhuti lightly nodded. The 7 Empyrean gods felt a joyful feeling in their hearts. They understood the true meaning behind Patriarch Subhuti saying the words, "not bad." Per Dawas 3-Live's orders, if his heir had not reached the Empyrean god level, the 7 of them didn't have to care about whether or not his heir lived or died. However, as Patriarch Subhuti saw it, Ning was his own disciple as well as 3-Live's. Thus, Subhuti felt quite pleased that the 7 of them had chosen to come out and protect Ning. Disciple. Patriarch Subhuti looked towards Ning. He took a single step forward, displacing himself through space and appearing before Ning. Master. Ning hurriedly called out to him with respect, tears having appeared in his eyes. Thank you, Master. Ha ha ha, Subhuti laughed. Come. It's time to go back. Right. Ning nodded heavily. Why haven't the 7 of you returned yet? Subhuti glanced backwards. The 7 Empyrean gods hurriedly flew over. They first saluted towards Subhuti respectfully, and then they disappeared into nowhere. Clearly, they had returned to the star-seizing manor, but the master of the manor, Ning, didn't feel a thing. Clearly, he had yet to fully master this star-seizing manor. Ning raised his head, giving the infinite void a final glance. This Nihilum zone. It had proven to be a testing ground for him. In this place, he had first overcome the karmic sin flames, had reached the ruler level in heart force, had come up with a way to apply heart force to his sword fingers, and had mastered a tiny amount of sword force. Fortune and disaster often came hand in hand. Whoosh! That spatial vortex once more appeared next to Patriarch Subhuti, looking just like an oceanic whirlpool. Patriarch Subhuti guided Ning into the spatial vortex, and then it all completely disappeared from the Nihilum zone. The primordial ruin world. The Snaphorn world. Within a field of endless darkness. 3 minds were conversing with each other, and their thoughts were full of terror. Who was that old man? We've never seen him before. We didn't even see him in that great war, all those years ago. If we had encountered him in that war, we probably would have died long ago. By the looks of him, he appears to be one of the humans of the 3 realms. From the fact that he attacked us, we can tell that he should belong to the side of the 3 realms. Logically speaking, it should be impossible to teleport through the space of the Nihilum zone, but he was able to do it. And in addition, he was able to annihilate our 3 clones simply through his mastery over spacetime. Abilities like these are utterly inconceivable. The 3 Queen Mothers were all restless and uneasy. He had been too powerful. His power had completely eclipsed theirs. In that great war, the 3 of them had been small-time players, they had only survived due to luck. Any one of the truly powerful figures of that great war could have crushed them to death with ease. Clearly, this old man was comparable to one of those truly powerful figures. A supreme power who was capable of impacting the entire course of that war. I wonder if that old man of the 3 realms has left or not. I hope he leaves right away. I hope he never comes to our Snaphorn world again. The 3 Queen Mothers conversed hopefully to each other, their courage having been completely shattered by the 2 words vile creatures. All they wanted right now was to never encounter that old man again. What the? Oh no! He's here, dot. The 3 Queen Mothers had covered the entire Snaphorn world with their minds long ago. They kept an extremely tight level of control over the world, and so if any powerful figure intruded within it, they would immediately notice. The Snaphorn world was located at the margins of the infinitely vast primordial ruin world. It was a world in its own right and was extremely vast. There were countless horned warriors who lived in this place, but at this moment, all of them could sense their entire world shaking. The ground itself was trembling, and the mountains were beginning to collapse. What is going on? What is this? The countless horned warriors raised their heads to stare towards the skies. Some of these Snaphorn citizens were merely youths, not yet qualified to join the army. They had to reach at least the most basic level, the earth level, before they could become warriors.
At this moment, every single person in the entire world, including the elders of the Palace of Elders as well as every single army squad, were staring at the skies with raised heads. Rumble. From beyond the Snaphorn world, a single, utterly gigantic palm had appeared. This palm was nearly half as large as the entire Snaphorn world itself. When it slapped downwards through the void of space towards the Snaphorn world. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The protective formations covering the Snaphorn world began to crack apart, and even space-time itself was compressed so tightly that it began to shatter. And the strangest thing was, space-time within the Snaphorn world began to compress into multiple layers of density, and the layers of space-time came crashing downwards. As the palm came slamming down, the layers of space-time began to split apart. No! Flee! Flee! 3 utterly enormous creatures had suddenly charged out from deep within the Snaphorn world. They, too, had incomparably massive bodies with pitch-black scales, but compared to the ordinary horned warriors, they were much, much fatter. At first glance, one would see that their bellies took up nearly half the size of their entire bodies. Their ugly little eyes emitted rays of dark light that attempted to tear a hole through space. Push! That enormous palm continued to descend, causing space-time to continue to compress and shatter apart, layer by layer. The space-time at the very bottom had become incredibly dense, making it so that the 3 mighty Queen Mothers were completely unable to tear a rift through space and flee, no matter how they tried. Spare us! Spare us! Spare us! All 3 Queen Mothers called out loudly, their voices reverberating through the entire Snaphorn world. But that massive palm continued to coldly, emotionlessly continue its downward smash. No, the countless horned warriors were all completely stunned. They felt terror, a terror that came from their very souls. This was all completely beyond their expectations. That giant palm which they could see with the naked eye, it was a palm of infinite size, a palm that was more than half as large as their entire world itself. Even if Ning were to use his Torch Dragon's eye, he still would find it hard to see the complete palm. They could see the massive, canyon-like fingerprints and palm print of that mighty palm. Bang! 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 An incredible amount of pressure had already been brought down to bear. The countless horned warriors of the Snaphorn world began to explode into green-colored bits of blood and gore. Only a very small number of violet-caped warriors and golden-caped warriors were able to just barely stay alive, but their bodies were also slowly beginning to crack. Old bastard, are you trying to start another war? Damn you, you old bastard! Damn you! Asking for mercy was useless. The 3 Queen Mothers went mad, beginning to curse in utter despair, using every imprecation in the book. They weren't even able to flee, all they could do was face this terrifying palm as it came down. Bang! 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 The palm had yet to make contact, but the pressured, fractured spacetime that came before it had caused the bodies of even the golden-caped warriors to completely blow apart. The only ones left within the Snaphorn world were those 3 mighty Queen Mothers. Their hideous bodies began to crack as well. Slowly, the cracks grew larger and larger, and the 3 Queen Mothers began to curse and scream in an even louder manner. Finally, it all came to an end. The 3 Queen Mothers had been completely blown apart, having transformed into dust. Boom! The giant palm finally came to a halt. An ancient voice rang out. Start another war? Nothing more than 3 little worms. And then, the enormous palm completely vanished. Everything turned silent. The entire Snaphorn world had become transformed into a massive planetary basin with a giant, palm-shaped impression caved into it. 1. To get a sense of what this looks like, take a look at https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=99yqtxkhocc. Start at the 2-minute mark. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 23, The Return. Chapter 23, The Return. There were white clouds in the skies. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared within them, followed by an old man in Taoist robes emerging alongside a youth. Ning looked downwards. He immediately saw Mount Innerheart, and he was even able to see the many disciples of the Mount Innerheart League, living their peaceful lives there. Let's go. Subhoodie led Ning in flying downwards. They quickly arrived at the most central area of Mount Innerheart, the Tristar Crescent abode, that seemingly ordinary-looking Taoist monastery. This was the place where Patriarch Subhoodie normally trained in. Disciples like Ning and the others wouldn't dare to go disturb him without cause. Within the Taoist monastery, Subhoodie landed, then took a high seat in the lotus position. Ning respectfully bowed. If it hadn't been for your aid, Master, your disciple would have most likely never been able to return to the three realms. Your disciple feels ashamed for having forced you to exert yourself, Master. Subhoodie laughed. Sit. Ning selected a prayer mat and sat down beneath him. How did the karmic sin flames taste? Subhoodie asked. I don't wish to experience them again, Ning said. The karmic sin flames are now ever present around me. Although the burning sensation is agonizing, I can endure it. The descent of the karmic sin flames, although it was a tribulation for me, I gained quite a bit from it. Fortune and calamity ride together, Subhoodie said with a laugh. What level has your heart force reached? The 3rd level, Ning said. Subhoodie nodded and smiled. I noticed that when you were fighting those aliens, your application of heart force through your sword fingers had reached a level where none of it leaked out whatsoever. It seems you've also developed an actual technique for applying heart force through your fingers. I did indeed learn a few things from my 18 years of battle, Ning said. Do you know why those aliens did not kill you, and instead chose to battle with you for 18 years? Subhoodie asked. Ning was startled. He shook his head. Those aliens said that they were going to use me for target practice to train their warriors, but I keep on having the feeling that this was perhaps not the actual reason. Subhoodie nodded gently. Your feelings were correct. You are in control of heart force, and also know a way to apply it. Heart force, it is an extremely mysterious type of power, one which even true gods and Tao fathers ponder on. There are 5 levels of heart force. Although it is very weak in the early stages, as you go farther along this path and rise in levels, it will undergo an utterly earth-shaking transformation. The 3rd level of heart force is already quite astonishing. By using your 3rd level heart force, you have already reached the minimum threshold of an Empyrean god in power. Ning understood this to be true. The 1st level was fairly weak. The amount of benefit it brought was almost negligible. The 2nd level represented a clear, explosive increase in power, and the 3rd level allowed one's previous level of power to skyrocketed. The 4th level was the level of the most powerful divine archers of the 3 realms, and as for the 5th level, it was the level of the long-vanished Hoey. Heart force is very powerful. If you can reach the 5th level, then even as a mere Empyrean god, you would have the combat power of a Tao Father or a true god. Subhoodie looked at Ning. The peak power of heart force is far greater than your star-seizing hand. You must not be lazy in making use of your talent for heart force. Your disciple understands. Ning nodded. But how could the 5th level of heart force be so easily accomplished? The only one who was publicly known within the 3 realms to have reached this level was Hoey. Perhaps some supreme Tao fathers or true gods might have secretly reached this level without telling anyone or using it, but still, one could clearly tell that reaching the 5th level was unbelievably hard. The reason why the aliens of the Snaphorn world did not kill you was precisely because the mind and thought strands of the masters of the Snaphorn world had descended upon the bodies of those warriors. Through battling with you repeatedly, they would be able to sense the ripples of your application of heart force in detail, and thus be able to develop a heart force technique, Subhoodie said. I imagine that the past 18 years have brought insights to the owner of the Snaphorn world.
Heart Force, it is a technique which is unique to our three realms.
It absolutely cannot be taught to outsiders. They have insights into it? It can't be taught to outsiders? Ning was shocked.
I've already annihilated the entire Snaphorn world, and the masters of the Snaphorn world are dead. Even if they did come up with a bit of information on Heart Force, it is of no use now, Subhuti said. Ning let out a sigh of relief, and then stared in amazement.
The Snaphorn world had been annihilated?
This entire time, from rescuing him to bringing him back to Mount Innerheart, his master had been by his side.
Somehow, without Ning even having the faintest clue about it, he had annihilated the entire Snaphorn world, including even its masters?
Ning had been able to tell from the battle between the 7 Empyrean gods and the 3 Queen Mother clones that the masters of the Snaphorn world had to be very strong. My master truly is unfathomable, Ning secretly mused to himself.
Right.
That Tao companion of yours, that Yue, Subhuti said, she's already overcome her tribulation and become a celestial immortal.
Did you know about this? Senior apprentice sister became a celestial immortal? Ning was both delighted and surprised.
He was surprised because his senior apprentice sister had actually become a celestial immortal before him. Before she had left to go accompany Patriarch Lu, her power as displayed within the conclave of immortal destiny hadn't been particularly eye-catching. Who would have thought that in just a few short decades, she would have become a celestial immortal, even before Ning himself had?
When is your primal twin going to undergo the celestial tribulation? Subhuti asked.
The questions which any master cared the most about were naturally the ones related to the disciples' tribulation.
This was the most difficult calamity for any immortal cultivator to face.
Very soon, Ning said. You need to ponder on the application of Heart Force to your immortal swords, Subhuti said.
Your experiences and background are all quite extraordinary. Even though your primal twin is a key refiner, the power of this tribulation will definitely be significant.
If you can completely apply your Heart Force to your immortal swords, your power shall be greatly improved. I trust that your chances of overcoming your tribulation shall thus be much greater. The technique you've developed during the past 18 years is for applying Heart Force to your sword fingers. There isn't a huge difference between your sword fingers and your swords. I trust you can make it work.
Yes.
Ning understood that his master was expressing concern and care for him. And indeed, his primal twin could also use Heart Force when executing the Greater Thousand Swords formation, at which point his power would rise by a shocking amount. This would indeed give him a much better chance at overcoming his tribulation. Your disciple shall definitely first develop a way to apply Heart Force through physical swords before attempting the tribulation, Ning said. As for your true body, ideally, you should only attempt the tribulation to become an Empyrean god after you have completely mastered the Grand Tao of the sword, Subhuti added.
Complete mastery? Ning was stunned.
Although he was at a very high level in the Tao of the sword, he was still quite a ways off from completely mastering it. In addition, generally speaking, the closer one was to mastery, the harder it would be to break through the next bottleneck. You are capable of wielding sword force. It can be said that you have already touched upon what the essence of the sword is. You should be completely capable of mastering the Tao of the sword at the void level, which will give you a decent chance.
Subhuti looked solemnly at Ning. I'm not too worried about your primal twin's tribulation.
But your true body's tribulation, you have to be careful.
Ning felt pressure as well. He nodded lightly. Right.
Upon returning to the three realms, Ning's subconscious premonitions had grown strong once again. Just discussing his true body's tribulation instantly caused Ning to feel nervousness in his heart. He knew that this was fate's way of warning him in secret. The three realms occasionally gave birth to truly peerless, monstrous geniuses who were blessed by the distilled virtues of the universe, but the more of a genius one was, the more terrifying one's celestial tribulation would be. If he could overcome it, he would soar to the heavens in a single leap, becoming a mover and shaker of the three realms.
But the vast majority would end up perishing to the celestial tribulation. Little bear! Subhuti suddenly called out. Whoosh! The giant yellow bear suddenly appeared next to Ning. The giant yellow bear respectfully fell to his knees and said, "This little bear greets you, Taofather." "Let the other 7 come out," Subhuti instructed. Yes. The giant yellow bear didn't dare to disobey. Ning's heart clenched. Ning was extremely curious about those 7 Empyrean gods. After all, back in the War God Hall of the Underwater Estate, it had been a clone of Empyrean god Redsnow, formed from a drop of Redsnow's blood, who had served to test Ning. In addition, when he encountered danger just now, it had been the 7 of them who had intervened to rescue him. Whoosh! 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 7 figures appeared out of nowhere, all in human form. In truth, they had all changed their appearances. After all, as fiend gods, their true forms were quite enormous. They all looked quite odd, but Pangu, Niwa, and many other supreme powers all looked quite humanoid, which was why fiend gods like to take on the appearance of humans. In fact, in secret, many fiend gods speculated that the reason why humans had such astonishing potential was because Niwa had used Pangu as the blueprint for creating humanity. Greetings to you, old patriarch. All 7 Empyrean gods saluted reverently. Thank you, old patriarch, for saving our lives. Empyrean god Redsnow was the first to respectfully offer his thanks. Even if I hadn't gone, you would have been able to stay alive, Subhuti said with a laugh. You could have simply returned to the star-seizing manor and your own world within it, bringing Ning inside and hiding him within it. In a true battle, you wouldn't be able to defeat the Snaphorn world, but if you were to rely on the formations protecting your own world, you would have been able to withstand them, But the 3 of them were Taofathers. Empyrean god Redsnow was amazed. The other 6 Empyrean gods were amazed as well. Returning to the world of 3 lives and relying on its formations to resist the foes, this was their final option. However, Taofathers had utterly astonishing levels of power. In addition, there were 3 of them this time. They didn't believe they had the power to fight back against such a force. However, given who Patriarch Subhuti was, if he said they could do it, he definitely had a reason for saying so. 3 Taofathers? You give too much credit to those 3 little worms. Subhuti shook his head. Those creatures are not of the 3 realms, and you know nothing at all about them. They simply cannot be judged so easily, just by using the power levels of the 3 realms. All 7 Empyrean gods were now curious, as was Ning. In the Snaphorn world, there were a total of 18 golden-caped warriors. In your eyes, you viewed them as being 18 Empyrean gods, yes? Patriarch Subhuti explained, but in reality, all of the horned warriors of that race have a weakness. Once the cores in their body are destroyed, they will die. Consider the Immortals of our 3 realms. Although their physical bodies are fairly weak, they can control magic treasures at a long distance. There's no need for them to fight in close combat as well. As for the Empyrean gods and true gods who do fight in close combat, they have no weaknesses at all, Subhuti said. These aliens, however, are only capable of close combat, and they all have a weakness, the core. As for those 3 little worms, their true combat power wasn't that formidable. They were merely at the peak of the Empyrean god level. Their strength lies in giving birth. Their childbearing abilities are quite astonishing. Subhuti sighed. During that great, calamitous war, there were more than 10,000 of those little worms. They gave birth to countless warriors, all of whom were able to fuse together into one body. You'd kill one batch and another would come. Under the control of their master, those myriad little worms caused the 3 realms to suffer heavy casualties. Ning said, stunned, more than 10,000? Master, did you just say they have a master? What in the world had happened during that great war? These little worms shared a common master, Subhuti sighed. A person who was far more powerful than even myself. Only Maiden Niwa was able to suppress him.
Fortunately, the demon has long since perished.
Reds now, you are just one step away from becoming a true god and having a Deofather's power. Train hard and reach that level as soon as you can. Subhoodie looked towards Empyrean God Reds now.
Reds now understands, the Empyrean god said respectfully.
I imagine you and Ning have some things to say to each other.
Subhoodie chuckled.
Alright, you can all go back to the world of the Grand Xia now. If you want to chat, go ahead.
Subhoodie waved his hand, and yet another spatial vortex appeared in front of him. Ning bowed respectfully, as did the 7 Empyrean gods, and then they all entered the spatial vortex. They departed from Mount Innerheart, heading back to the world of the Grand Xia. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 24, Meeting the 7 Empyrean Gods.
Chapter 24, Meeting the 7 Empyrean Gods. Stillwater Commandery. Swallow Mountain. The air above Serpent Wing Lake.
The golden crow hung high in the sky, illuminating the world. However, the trees below were covered by a layer of thick snow. If one took a deep breath, one would feel the cold, crispness of the air. Whoosh! A youth appeared in the sky, staring at the nearby Brightheart Island. Swish! 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 A depressed-looking gray-robed youth, an azure-robed maiden, and a giant, snowy white dog all suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Senior apprentice brother?
The gray-robed youth, Moon North Sun, stared at the distant Ji Ning in disbelief.
I told you that Master was back, but you didn't believe it. I'm Master's spirit beast, how could my senses be off?
Little Chang charged towards Ning excitedly, transforming into an azure serpent mid-flight, then wrapping herself around Ning's arm.
The little azure serpentine head nuzzled Ning's arm in a very friendly manner.
Master, I nearly died of worry for you over these recent years.
You finally came back. Ning's right hand gently patted the little azure serpent's head. It's good that you are back.
Uncle White didn't say much, but his eyes were filled with joy. Senior apprentice brother, it was all my. North Sun stared at Ning. In truth, over the past 18 years, Ning had been deeply worried about North Sun's situation. This was because, prior to Ning's battle with the Young Flame clan, North Sun had been tormented for decades, followed by the loss of his Dao companion. With Ning himself being exiled to a danger zone while covered by karmic sin flames, he was afraid that his junior apprentice brother North Sun would be filled with self-recrimination. Given his junior apprentice brother's current state, Ning was worried about what so many years of self-blame would result in.
Fortunately,
although his junior apprentice brother had more white hair than he had in the past, he was still alive.
It isn't your fault.
If I have to blame someone, I'd blame myself for being too arrogant and underestimating the Young Flame clan. Ning walked over through the air, gently patting his junior apprentice brother on the shoulder.
In addition, the feud between myself and the Young Flame clan is a huge one.
There's no need for you to shoulder all the blame in such a narcissistic way.
North Sun couldn't help but chuckle. Master, where have you been? We were worried to death.
Little Chang raised her head, looking towards Ning.
North Sun and Uncle White looked at him as well.
That year, I was exiled by the Young Flame clan into a dangerous area in the infinite void outside of the Three Realms, Ning said. I was trapped there for the past 18 years, and was only able to return today. So you were just trapped in a danger zone this entire time. I was worried that you must have been undergoing countless dangers and trials, Little Ching said with a sigh.
Who else have you spoken to about me? Ning asked. Uncle White responded, we've only informed Immortal Diensai.
However, because all of us live here on Brightheart Island, and because Little Chang and Moon North Sun found it hard to hide their grief and the worry they felt for you, Autumn Leaf eventually found out as well. Also, your Dao companion, Yue, when she came back to the world of the Grand Xia, she was already aware of what had happened to you.
It should have been her master, Patriarch Lu, who told her. Ning frowned. In truth, he hadn't wanted Autumn Leaf or Yue to know about this affair. After all, if they had found out, they would have been extremely worried for him. Let me go see Autumn Leaf, Ning said. Go, Uncle White said. In recent years, Autumn Leaf will go to your bedroom, your study, and your training room every single day and spend some time there. I can tell that this little girl's mind is completely preoccupied with you. Nin nodded gently. His eyes began to blaze with torchlight as he glanced towards Brightheart Island, and thus he saw Autumn Leaf. Within a study, Autumn Leaf was carefully wiping the table clean with her hands. Actually, because of a formation present, there was no dust on the table whatsoever. However, whenever she touched the table, she couldn't help but think back to those scenes from long ago, when she would grind ink for Ning as he wrote calligraphy within this study. Young master, when will you come back? Autumn Leaf's eyes shimmered with tears. She stared at the chair which Ning normally sat in. It had been so long. She had waited so long. Even the young master had disappeared for 30+ years. Last time when he had gone to study the Tao with his master, she hadn't felt the years as keenly as she did this time. After all, last time she knew in her heart that he had gone to study the Tao. This time, however, she knew that her young master was actually in some sort of danger zone which he could die in at any moment. In this sort of an environment, every day felt as long as a year. It had been very hard to endure this. As a child, she had been sold off as a slave. In the end, she had entered the Ji clan and became a maidservant that was assigned to wait upon Ji Ning. Ever since she was young, that tiny little boy had become her everything, her heaven and her earth. Spring Grass had her father to worry about, but Autumn Leaf had lost her kinsman long ago. She had only one loved one left, her young master. She had watched as her young master, that tiny little baby, had grown up step by step. She had followed him in roaming the Eastmount Marsh, had followed him until he had embarked upon the immortal path and headed to Stillwater City. By then, she no longer had the power to help take care of her young master. If she accompanied him, she would only slow him down. She didn't complain at all. She willingly stayed here at Brightheart Island, quietly awaiting her young master's return. The days when he returned were her happiest days. The days when he didn't return, she would wait quietly. But this time, her young master might never again return. Kriawak. Suddenly, the door to the study swung open. Autumn Leaf's body trembled, and she hurriedly turned her head to look. There was a youth standing in the doorway. He was still dressed in those furs, and he still had that familiar, warm smile on his face. Elder Sister Autumn Leaf. Young master. Autumn Leaf charged forward excitedly, but when she reached Ning, she hesitated. Ning, however, reached out to take her into his arms. Only after hugging for a long moment did Autumn Leaf finally calm down. Elder Sister Autumn Leaf, the snow is beautiful outside. Let's go look at the snow, Ning said. Towards Autumn Leaf, Ning felt very special, unique feelings. She had taken care of him since he was a child, and they had grown up together. In his heart, Autumn Leaf was family, just like his parents or a true sibling. His parents had perished. The only family he had left was Autumn Leaf and Uncle White. Autumn Leaf, in his heart, was his older sister, his most beloved older sister. Uncle White was a senior who had always quietly watched out for him. Ning would be reserved with his affections when he was with other women, but with Autumn Leaf, even if they hugged, it was the hug of siblings. It was a warm, wonderful feeling. The snow? Autumn Leaf nodded repeatedly. Okay. Let's go look at the snow. Brightheart Island was Ning's home. Autumn Leaf had naturally taken wonderful care of it. Brightheart Island was a beautifully scenic place to begin with. Now, with so much snow on the ground, it was a place of truly incredible beauty, the likes of which were rarely seen. In fact, it wasn't until the sun was starting to go down that Ning finally said, Elder Sister Autumn Leaf, I need to make a trip to Stillwater City. I haven't told my master that I'm back yet, nor have I told my senior apprentice sister. Go. Autumn Leaf smiled. Your master and your Dao companion have probably been worried sick about you as well, all these years. Right. Only now did Ning ascend into the clouds, flying off into the sky. Autumn Leaf raised her head, watching as Ning left, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Her young master was safe. Even if he wasn't by her side, she still felt at peace. The underwater estate. The main palace. The black-robed Ning looked at the giant yellow bear and the 7 Empyrean gods before him. Senior Bear, it's time to tell me some things, yes? The black-robed Ning said. I imagine you must have guessed some of it. The giant bear nodded. Let me make some introductions first. These 7 are 7 Empyrean gods that had been under the command of my master, Taoist 3 lives. 7 Empyrean gods? Although Ning had suspected it all along, he still couldn't help but feel stunned upon hearing it. These weren't like those many warriors of the Snaphorn world, each of whom had obvious weaknesses. These were true fiend gods, born of heaven and earth, each of whom had utterly astonishing power. This is Empyrean God Ninefeng. The giant bear pointed towards the bald elder, who cracked his lips in a smile towards Ning. Young master, Don't be deceived by this old bastard, he's the most sinister of us all, the white-eyebrowed beauty next to him said. Did you just call me an old bastard? What, are you saying you are younger than me? The bald elder snapped at her. The giant bear laughed, then pointed at the woman. This is Empyrean God Snowscorpion, she's the straightforward type. Young master. Snowscorpion smiled merrily as she looked at Ning. Hurry up and train hard. Overcome your tribulation, and become an Empyrean God. By then, we'll be able to accompany you in roaming the universe. Next, the giant bear pointed towards the harmless, amiable-looking youth. This is Empyrean God Dovesnake. Empyrean God Dovesnake? Ning was amazed. Dovesnake was a true god beast that had been born in the primordial Pangu's world. He was a truly venomous god beast. For such a venomous god beast to actually look so gentle in human form. And these two, the giant bear pointed at the 2 most muscular men, one savage-looking and red-skinned, the other icy-looking and black-skinned. Long ago, in Pangu's world, a pair of fiend gods were born. These fiend gods were twins that were born at the same time, one from the blazing true fire of the sun and one from the dark true water of the moon. No matter who they fight against, they always fight together. They are known as Empyrean God Sunblaze and Empyrean God Darkmoon. Young master. Both looked towards Ning. Ning secretly sighed to himself. These fiend gods had been alive since the primordial era. Clearly, they were born in the era of Pangu's world, and they each had extraordinary backgrounds. This one, the giant bear said, pointing at the child wearing a neck circlet, was the first to accompany Master, back in the most early, desolate days of the primordial Pangu's world. He is Master's adopted son, and his name is Empyrean God Primelight. Long ago, I wished to learn the star-seizing hand from Father, but alas, I was born as a void-level fiend god, there was no way for me to learn it. The child laughed as he looked at Ning. Father's star-seizing hand finally has an heir. You need to train hard. Become an Empyrean God as soon as you can. The giant bear finally pointed at the last man, Redsnow. You already know Empyrean God Redsnow. He was the most valiant Empyrean God under Master's command, and the most powerful of them all. Amongst Empyrean gods and true immortals, there are few who are stronger than him. I heard Master say earlier that Senior Redsnow is just a single step away from becoming a true god, Ning said. Alas, that step isn't so easily taken. Empyrean God Redsnow smiled as he looked at Ning. However, Ning, last time I saw you, I was worried about whether or not you'd be able to convince everyone to follow you. Don't be fooled by how courteous they are all behaving, in reality, they are all incredibly proud figures. However, in the Nihilum Zone, you survived karmic sin flames and advanced your heart force to the 3rd level.
You even developed a way to apply heart force and, despite not reaching mastery in the Tao of the sword, managed to take control over a sliver of sword force.
Even I have to feel admiration for you.
The other 6 are convinced by you, they are simply waiting for you to become an Empyrean god.
You heard it yourself, just now, they all addressed you as young master.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 16, Chapter 25, A Promise. Chapter 25, A Promise.
Our young master is a void-level fiend god who is extremely close to the Empyrean god level.
Snow Scorpion let out an emotional sigh.
If the God King was here and knew that he had a disciple like this, he would probably be very happy.
God King, Red Snow's gaze grew distant and dreamy.
The others fell silent as well. They were the most loyal followers of Taoist 3 lives. If they weren't, they wouldn't have waited here silently within the underwater estate despite the passage of countless years.
The black-robed Ning said, puzzled, "Seniors, you said young master? I don't really understand. Also, can it be that you've been within the underwater estate this entire time, which is why you were able to emerge even when I was in the Nilem zone?"
Although Ning had been able to guess a bit from their words and knew himself to be Taoist 3-Live's successor, he was still quite mystified about all the rest.
"Let me explain." A clear voice rang out. It was the child, who looked towards Ning. "Empyrean God Prime Light," Ning addressed him. "You can just call me Prime Light." The child laughed. "I know that you have many questions in your heart. Let me explain it all as simply as I can.
Father was born a true god of primordial chaos, from within the primordial chaos of the universe itself. He was born with tremendous power.
After Pangu established the universe, many fiend gods were born.
Fiend gods innately love to fight, and so their wars stretched throughout the entire primordial world.
Supreme powers like Patriarch Subhuti are transcendent.
They secluded themselves, rarely taking part in these wars. Father, however, loved to do battle. He naturally collected a large number of fiend gods into his fold, within the star-seizing manor. In the primordial Pangu's world, the star-seizing manor was quite famous. The child continued, the forces held within the star-seizing manor included many fiend gods, all of whom submitted to Father's command. The 7 of us also belonged to the star-seizing manor.
Nin nodded lightly.
The primordial Pangu's world underwent countless storms and many tribulations, but it passed through all of them safely. But that final war, the war that shattered the primordial world, the war in which Father passed away, was completely different from all the ones that came before. A sharp look was in the child's eyes, a killing look. He was a fiend god who had been born of heaven and earth, but 3 lives, he had been a true god who had been born from the primordial chaos. This pair of father and son, they were closer to each other than many biological pairs. For so many years, he had no idea that 3 lives had perished. It wasn't until the giant yellow bear had received this information from Patriarch Subhuti that these Empyrean gods had learned of it. For countless years, he had hoped that he would be able to see his father again, alive and well, but word of his father's death had caused him to feel despair. It had also filled with fiery rage. He wanted to go do battle. He wanted to take revenge. But he realized that for now, he wasn't strong enough yet. We aren't sure either what exactly happened during that war. After all, we didn't take part in it. All we know is that Father was firm in his decision to follow Maiden Nuwa, and that he stood by her side in that war, the child said.
He followed Maiden Nuwa?
Ning quietly memorized this fact. Nuwa was the number 1 figure of the entire 3 realms. She had reached Pangu's level.
Could it be that this war was a factional war? Maiden Nuwa was of one faction. Were there other factions?
Ning knew very well that sometimes a civil war could be far more savage and deadly than a war against an outside invader.
Maiden Nuwa was unable to protect us.
Father followed her lead, and so prior to that battle, Maiden Nuwa helped us plot a path of retreat, the child said.
Father expended an enormous amount of effort into this estate treasure that you've acquired. In addition, Maiden Nuwa transferred into and established a wide world within this estate. This world, we refer to as the Starsizer Major World. This is the place where we live. What? The underwater estate has a major world inside it? Ning was stunned. But although he was stunned, he quickly recovered and understood. It made sense. Some of the precious protocosmic spirit treasures of the three realms innately contained a major world within them. As for treasures that were forged to contain a major world within them, most true gods or Tao fathers weren't capable of creating them, but Maiden Nuwa was. In fact, she had created more than one. The major worlds that were contained within magic treasures were generally referred to as cave worlds. We all knew that Father was going to search for a successor. He was unwilling to allow his divine ability, the star-seizing hand, be lost, the child said. Father was powerful enough to be able to command all the forces of the star-seizing manor, but would his successor be able to? Nobody could say, and so Father didn't force all of those fiend gods to stay here to accompany the next master. Those who were willing to stay could stay, those who were unwilling could leave. Some of the fiend gods left, but we continued to stay here at the Starsizer world, the child said. We've been waiting. Waiting for Father's successor. Waiting for the new master of our star-seizing manor. The child looked at Ning. The other Empyrean gods also looked at Ning. In their hearts, Ning was the perfect candidate. The best candidate. Although Ning's blood was pumping, he quickly calmed down. Can you tell me about the Starsizer Major World? Can anyone enter it? No, the nearby snow scorpion smiled merrily. The Starsizer Major World was established by Maiden Nuwa, and she was the one to set up the formations around it. Even true gods or Tao fathers would have to resort to brute force to enter it. When we left the star-seizing manor, we used the formations we controlled to allow us out, but once we left it, we would be unable to locate the Starsizer world again right away. After all, the Starsizer world is inside the star-seizing manor. Who is in control of the formations? Ning asked. Myself, Prime Light, and Snow Scorpion, Empyrean God Redsnow said. Prime Light was the first to follow the God King and the God King's son. The God King trusted him. Snow Scorpion and myself, in the past, had followed the God King in his campaigns throughout the world, and we were two of the most powerful Empyrean gods under his command. The others would submit to us. Thus, the three of us took control over the formations that protect the entire world. Ning nodded. I know that my master, Taoist Three Lives, had ordered that before I became an Empyrean god, there was no need for you to worry about my life, right? Ning asked. Right. Empyrean God Redsnow nodded. But, you saved me in the Nihilim zone, Ning said. Even if we didn't save you, the star-seizing manor would have fallen into the hands of the masters of the Snaphorn world. They probably would have been able to forcibly bind it and discover the Starsizer Major World, at which point we would still have to fight them. Since that was the case, the 7 of us came out, Redsnow explained. It wasn't all because of you. Ning laughed. But since you've come out, seniors, the 3 realms are currently on the precipice of a major storm, one which isn't any weaker than the storm which destroyed the primordial world. Even my master said that he might perish in this storm. That goes without saying for a young fellow like me as well. Thus, to tell the truth, I really need your help. But of course, if you aren't willing to help, that's fine as well. The 3 realms truly are in a state of chaos right now, Snow Scorpion sent mentally to the others. Since we've come out, we might as well follow the young master for now. Father's orders remain standing, the child sent back. The God King gave us instructions, but he still left it up to us as to how to carry them out. The 3 realms are quite chaotic. To experience these storms ourselves will be of benefit to us in increasing our power as well, the bald elder sent. Big brother Redsnow, I'll follow your lead. I will as well. Sunblaze and Darkmoon both looked towards Redsnow. All of them turned to look towards Redsnow. Redsnow was their true leader. First of all, he was very strong,
Secondly, the way in which he handled matters was quite convincing.
Reds now was silent, pondering as he looked at Ning. Ning looked back at Reds now.
Ning, Empyrean god Reds now said, an enormous storm truly is about to sweep the three realms. To strictly follow the God King's orders to the letter is rather unsuitable for present condition. But if we were to follow you, this wouldn't be of the slightest bit of help for you in terms of tempering yourself.
I'll give you a promise.
Prior to you becoming an Empyrean god, you have one opportunity to ask us to assist you. The 7 of us will use all our might to help you out, but we'll do it just once.
Once you use it up, we definitely won't help you again. Even if you die, we'll just simply stand back and watch.
If you die, you have only yourself and your own weakness to blame, as well as your poor luck. The other 6 Empyrean gods looked towards Ning as well.
Ning laughed.
All right. This promise of assistance from the 7 of you is enough, seniors. It is like a protective talisman that will save my life. If I still end up dying before becoming an Empyrean god, then I really will have no one else to blame.
And the Empyrean god Reds now nodded.
The child, however, urged Ning, hurry up and become an Empyrean god.
Don't make us wait too long, the beautiful woman added. Our star-seizing manor needs a manor master.
The amiable-looking youth looked towards Ning as well. Their eyes were all filled with hope.
Whoosh! All 7 of them disappeared. Ning let out a sigh of relief.
In truth, he hadn't truly expected that these 7 Empyrean gods would agree to follow him around the entire time. This promise of helping out once was already enough. After all, in dangerous times like this, the invisible pressure from the upcoming storm was causing Ning to feel constant pressure and danger. He naturally wanted to use everything he had available to give himself a better chance at surviving it. He wanted to stay alive within this storm. Even more than that, he wanted his loved ones and his lover to survive.
It was dark. Stillwater City.
Within the Black-White College. Yue was currently in her own residence, quietly pondering by herself.
A single candle was lit by her side, flickering with light.
Yue had a very complicated look in her eyes.
I need to stop obsessing. I'll do what I need to do.
Yue walked out of the room by herself, raising her head to stare at the skies.
It was already dark. The crescent moon could vaguely be seen in the darkening sky.
She murmured softly, "Junior apprentice brother, come back, you have to come back." Suddenly, Yue felt a strange feeling in her heart. Whoosh! She instantly flew into the air like a gust of wind.
There, in the air,
a youth had appeared in the dark skies.
He stared at someone far away, the distant Yue.
Yue's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Her eyes couldn't help but to fill with tears. She had a strange premonition just now, which was why she had soared into the skies. It was as though fate had whispered silently to her soul.
Ning just looked at Yue.
The look in her eyes instantly caused Ning to think of his big sister, Autumn Leaf. Both Yue and Autumn Leaf shared a commonality: they both viewed Ning as the most important person in their lives. For Ning's sake, both of them could even give up their own lives. Ning could sense it from Autumn Leaf, and he could also sense it from Yue. He sensed it all the way back during the conclave of immortal destiny.
And now, that feeling was even stronger than before.
What Ning didn't realize was that during Yue's demon heart tribulation, she had lived with him for over 3,000 years in the illusory demon heart world.
Senior apprentice sister. Ning finally called out to her.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 1, Ning is still alive.
Chapter 1, Ning is still alive.
The Black-White College had many mountain peaks, and the estates of the formal disciples were usually located atop one of them. On the mountain path of a nameless mountain peak of the Black-White College.
The moon hung high in the sky, and the dreamy moonlight wafted down like gauze upon Ning and Yue. Ning and Yue were currently holding hands together, strolling on the mountain path like mortals. "This is nice," Yue said softly. "Eh?" Ning looked at Yue. Yue smiled as she glanced at Ning. She had always been as beautiful as an immortal fairy, a true peerless beauty. This smile of hers, which came from the bottom of her heart, caused Ning to instantly feel intoxicated. Yue said, "In recent years, I haven't felt at ease for a single moment. I've always been worrying about this or that. I'm holding your hand, and I feel so calm right now. I don't feel worried about anything. It was my rashness." Ning felt guilt. Last time, he had indeed been too arrogant in acting against the young Flame clan. "It's not your fault, junior apprentice brother. Who would have thought that they would have a protocosmic spirit treasure like the World-Hold Pagoda? It is far too rare, after all, for celestial immortals to be in possession of such spirit treasures. Even if they do have ones that can rip through reality and teleport you elsewhere are even rarer," Yue said. Ning laughed. "Enough about that. Senior apprentice sister, I haven't congratulated you yet about becoming a celestial immortal. You were even faster than me. Even after I became a celestial immortal, I've still had headaches every day." Yue gently kicked aside a little stone that was in her path. The stone struck a distant tree, causing a bit of snow to fall down from the tree's branches. "What's wrong?" Ning asked. "You've been gone for more than 18 years. Stillwater Commandery, however, has changed dramatically," Yue said. "For example, the current Marquis of Stillwater is no longer Northmont, it is Northmont Black Tiger." "Eh?" Ning was puzzled. "Northmont Black Tiger, . In the past, Northmont Black Tiger and Northmont had struggled for the position of Marquis, and in the end Northmont had won. Even after Ning had returned and joined into an alliance with Celestial Immortals Unity and Hunchmont, the Northmont clan of Stillwater hadn't changed Northmont Yin's position. Why was it that during Ning's disappearance of 18 years, Northmont Black Tiger would end up having taken the position? "Northmont Yin died," Yue said. "What? Could it be that Stillwater Commandery was in such a state of chaos that even the Marquis was assassinated?" Ning was shocked. "It's even worse than you think," Yue said. "Northmont wasn't assassinated. He was executed by Celestial Immortal Unity. The reason why he was executed was because more than half of the high-level members of the Northmont clan wanted to throw their support to the Seamless Gate. When they made this recommendation to Celestial Immortal Unity, all of these traitors, including the ones who had supported Northmont in secret, were wiped out. Not one was spared." Ning was truly shocked now. How could this have happened? It all started with Celestial Immortal Hunchmont being kidnapped. Yue began to narrate the tale of how she and Celestial Immortal had been ambushed and trapped, and she even gave him a rough overview of the situation in the entire Grand Xia. At the peak of the mountain, Ning and Yue were seated by a cliff, looking at the night sky. "I didn't imagine that the Seamless Gate would have become this brash and bold." Ning frowned. Prior to this, the Grand Xia dynasty had been keeping them in check, but now, they actually have dared to assassinate this many celestial immortals? Are they really trying to start a war? "I don't know." Yue shook her head. 18 years ago, the Grand Xia dynasty had been calm on the surface, at least, very, very few celestial immortals had perished. But now, celestial immortals were dying right and left, one after the other. The Seamless Gate had even dared to carry out actions like kidnapping Hunchmont to force Unity to surrender. From this, one could see how bold they had become. "Didn't they inform the Xia Emperor?" Ning asked. "Since the Seamless Gate cares about Celestial Immortal Unity this much, the Xia Emperor wouldn't just give up on him that easily, right?" "Of course we did," Yue said. "Just this very day, we received word from the Xia Emperor. He sent someone to notify us that many celestial immortals throughout the entire Grand Xia dynasty are being threatened,
and have received final diplomatic notes of warning. Too many are asking for his support. He's asking us celestial immortals to help each other out.
The Xia Emperor is just going to let things happen, come what may? Ning frowned.
Senior Unity really is quite impressive though. A while ago, the Seamless Gate sent 36 celestial immortals to assault him en masse, but they were still defeated, Yue said.
To kill celestial immortal unity won't be easy. By contrast, our Black-White College, well, we aren't as strong as Senior Unity, so we've been suffering quite a bit for it. Ning now understood what had been worrying Yue. The Black-White College was standing alongside Unity. When the Seamless Gate went to act against Unity, they'd probably throw the Black-White College into the mix as well. After all, the Black-White College had 2 celestial immortals within their ranks. Killing celestial immortal Unity might be very difficult, but killing the celestial immortals of the Black-White College was much easier by comparison. Yue and Immortal Dinsai were quite ordinary. They had just recently overcome their tribulations, after all. They were far from being comparable to celestial immortal Unity. But I'm back now, right? Ning smiled. Junior apprentice brother, you haven't overcome your tribulation. Yue actually shook her head. The Seamless Gate is far too powerful. We have to be careful. That very night, within Immortal Dinsai's estate. Master. Ning looked at Immortal Dinsai. It's good that you are back. It's good that you are back.
Immortal Dinsai looked at Ning, letting out a long sigh, then smiled.
You unfilial disciple. When you came back, you didn't come see me, you went to go see your Dao companion first.
The nearby Yue was laughing.
Don't blame me, master. I admit to my wrongdoings. Ning began to laugh as well.
Sit, first. Later, Senior Unity shall arrive, Immortal Dinsai said. A short time later, a youth with loose hair and a gray robe came walking in. Ning, Immortal Dinsai, and Yue all rose to their feet.
Ji Ning has returned.
The gray-robed youth smiled and nodded. I heard that you previously killed 2 mighty celestial immortals of the Youngflame clan.
How valiant!
You were able to overcome the karmic sin flames and to return to us. I imagine that anyone who hears about this would be filled with admiration for you.
You praise me too much, senior.
I was just a bit luckier than most, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come back at all, Ning said.
Sit, all of you, celestial immortal Unity said. The 4 immediately all sat down. Unity looked at Ning. I imagine you know everything now, Ji Ning. I just heard from them.
I didn't imagine that in the past 18 years, the Grand Xia dynasty would have changed this much. The Seamless Gate has already begun to shed all pretenses of cordiality.
Ning shook his head. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont was captured. Alas! When the storm comes, who can avoid it? Unity looked towards Ning. The Seamless Gate gave us their final warning, and I've naturally made my own preparations.
This entire city of Stillwater has always been the base for my Northmont clan.
One generation after another, we have set down countless formations in this place.
I want to ask your Black-White College to help me control the formations of Stillwater City, so that I can focus wholeheartedly on fighting against the Seamless Gate.
There's no need for the Black-White College to exit the formation. Today, the Xia Emperor sent me a messenger.
Many are under threat right now, and he's unable to assist me, which is why I've made this decision. I wanted to tell Yue and Dinsai tomorrow, but since you came back today, Ji Ning, I came to speak to you all tonight, Unity said.
Ning, Yue, and Dinsai all exchanged a glance.
Since you've made the request, Senior Unity, our Black-White College will definitely strive to ensure you are not disappointed by us, Ning said.
Celestial Immortal Unity had realized something. The Black-White College had 3 mighty experts.
Yue and Ji Ning were Dao companions, while Immortal Dinsai and Ji Ning were master and disciple. In fact, Ji Ning had once guarded his master during his master's tribulation and fought with utter ferocity, while Dianzai, in turn, had been willing to face off against the young Flame Clan even when he had merely been at the void level. From this, one could see how close the two of them were. Clearly, Ning was capable of influencing both Yue and Immortal Dianzai, which made him the true leader of the Black-White College. After chatting for a bit longer, Celestial Immortal Unity departed. Ning, Yue, and Immortal Dianzai, the three mighty experts of the Black-White College, were now discussing amongst themselves. Our Black-White College is the weakest side in this fight, regardless of whether we compare ourselves to Celestial Immortal Unity or the Seamless Gate, Immortal Dianzai said. Senior Unity knows that we are in a tough spot. This is for the best. We shall stay within the formation and provide support. If even the formation is unable to withstand their attacks, then we'll use greater teleportation to leave. Right. Yue and Ning both nodded. Ning didn't say much. It was true that he had become far more powerful over the course of 18 years of non-stop battles, and he was probably even superior to Celestial Immortal Unity in terms of power. However, given that the Seamless Gate was a major power that dared to act against the Grand Xia dynasty in such a brash, arrogant fashion, they might suddenly produce a true immortal or Empyrean god who would wipe Ning out. Ning, the Heavenly Treasures Mountain has stationed someone in our Black-White College, Immortal Dianzai said. They've been waiting for news of you. Now that you are back, should we let the Heavenly Treasures Mountain know? What's this? Ning was surprised. The Heavenly Treasures Mountain had actually permanently stationed someone here, waiting for news regarding him. It seemed as though the Xia Emperor truly did care quite a bit about his status. Go ahead and tell them, Ning said. His own master, Patriarch Subhuti, was good friends with Taofather Crimsonbright. The Xia Emperor had treated him fairly well, there was no need to hide this from him. All right. Immortal Dianzai nodded. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. The Skylight Palace. The black-robed Xia Emperor was seated facing a white-haired elder. They were playing a game of stones. Click. The Xia Emperor frowned. Shamong, if you bare your fangs too openly, you'll suffer for it, the white-haired elder said with a laugh, then pressed his stone onto the board. It's better for you to take a step back and look at the bigger picture. The Xia Emperor, however, didn't pay him any attention. Click. 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 The sound of chess stones being pressed onto the board rang out throughout the hall. You lose. The white-haired elder rose to his feet. Shamong, spend a little time and think things over. But of course, you remain a descendant of our primordial imperial clan. There's no way you can let yourself be so casually abused by others. Whether you choose to retreat or to fight, you need to do it in a beautiful manner. If you do need help, come find me. Thank you, uncle. The Xia Emperor rose to his feet. The white-haired elder laughed, then soared into the skies and disappeared. The Xia Emperor, however, continued to frown. A short while later, a streak of light flew in, it was Skyfox. Master. Immortal Skyfox strode in. What is it? The Xia Emperor asked. Ning has returned, Immortal Skyfox said in a low voice. The Xia Emperor was startled. He came back? Alive? Yes. He came back just last night, we received news just this morning, Immortal Skyfox said. He managed to make it back alive? I even went so far as to speak to Venom Freak about this. Venom Freak said that he had exiled Ning to the Nihilum Zone. The Xia Emperor frowned. The Nihilum Zone of the primordial ruin world, that truly is a boundless, vast place. The void waves there are incredibly powerful. In order to leave that place while going against the void waves, one has to at least have the power of a true god or Taofather. It must have been that mysterious Taofather master of his who intervened. This Taofather seems to care about his disciples quite a bit, he actually went into the Nihilum Zone to search for him. Then, with regards to Stillwater Commandery, Immortal Skyfox said in a whispered voice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 2, King Yen comes to visit. Chapter 2, King Yen comes to visit. The Xia Emperor shook his head. The entire Grand Xia dynasty is being shaken by this storm. More than 60% of my 3,600 commanderies are requesting assistance from me. No matter how formidable the Seamless Gate is, there's no way they can possibly act against that many marquisdoms and clans at once. In addition, according to the intelligence I have, some of those requesting support have actually surrendered to the Seamless Gate long ago. The Seamless Gate was indeed formidable. For them to be able to convince more than half of the high-level members of the Northmont clan to join them was a testament to their might. Within the Grand Xia dynasty, there were indeed quite a few clans who had already joined their side. They've already joined the Seamless Gate, but they still beg me for assistance. The Xia Emperor frowned. Right now, I don't have a clear picture of the situation. More than 60% of the marquisdoms are asking for my assistance, but which ones actually need help, while which ones are faking it? Although the Northmont clan of Stillwater claims celestial immortal Hunchmont was captured alive, that was a mere capture. Who knows if that is just part of a plot? The Xia Emperor said. Understood. Immortal Skyfox nodded. Right now, although there are some clashes, my control over the entire Grand Xia is still fairly stable. The Xia Emperor said softly, the true war has yet to start. We need to stand firm and not act about in a disorderly fashion. Even though the Seamless Gate has begun to move, let them. The more they move, the more of themselves they reveal to me. For now, let my blade remain in its sheath, because when it comes out, it will stab them in their weak points. The Seamless Gate wishes to take away my world of the Grand Xia? Let's see if they can force me to accept it. Immortal Skyfox nodded. Still, Ning's potential truly is remarkable. Even before undergoing his celestial tribulation, he was able to kill 2 celestial immortals. Despite having trained for less than a century, he was capable of enduring karmic sin flames. I imagine that he will soon be undergoing his tribulation. He is going to be an important chess piece, the Xia Emperor said. And, based on what my master said, Ning is definitely on our side. The Xia Emperor viewed Ning with great importance. After all, Ning's accomplishments to date had all been simply too unearthly. At the void level, he had slaughtered 2 celestial immortals, then withstood karmic sin flames. Once a monster like this broke through to the celestial immortal level after overcoming the tribulation, he would most likely become one of the most supreme celestial immortals right away, perhaps even possessing the combat power of a pure yang true immortal. Most importantly of all, Ning had an incredible background. To befriend Ning was equivalent to befriending a mysterious Taofather. How could the Xia Emperor not view this as being extremely important? Right. Go and tell King Yen that Ning has returned, the Xia Emperor said. All right, Immortal Skyfox said respectfully. The Imperial Capital. King Yen's estate. King Yen had arrived in a flower garden. He stared at Yuchi Siya, seated within a distant pavilion. He couldn't help but secretly shake his head. When Ning had gone to act against the Youngflame clan, he had told Yuchi Siya in advance. Siya had been filled with both hope as well as worry for Ning, but in the end, Ning had been covered by karmic sin flames and driven out of the world of the Grand Xia. Siya had always paid close attention to information regarding Ning, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find out anything regarding his return from that battle. She had gone to ask King Yen, and thus learned what had happened. Ever since the day she had learned that Ning's chances of survival were slim, Siya had never smiled again. Little brother, Siya always felt as though something was missing from her heart. She was incapable of smiling, now. Siya. A voice rang out. Siya turned her head, then hurriedly rose her feet to greet the man. Grandpa. Let me tell you some good news, King Yen said with a chuckle.
Good news? Xie was puzzled. Ning has returned. Qingye laughed. Xie trembled, then revealed a look of wild joy and excitement. She hurriedly grabbed Qingye by the hand. Grandpa, is this true? My little brother has really come back? He's returned from that danger zone? You aren't lying to me, are you? It was the Xia Emperor who told me, and Ning is currently in the Black-White College of Stillwater City right now, Qingye said. He's at the Black-White College? Xia felt more alive than she had in a long time. She immediately said, I'm going to Stillwater City right away. Let's go together. I want to see Ning as well, Qingye said. All right. Let's go right now. Xia didn't want to wait for even a single moment. She had to see Ning with her own eyes before she would believe it all. Even before the Xia Emperor had learned of Ning's return, the marvelously capable Seamless Gate had learned of it as well. Whoosh! A cold wind blew. A golden-robed celestial immortal was standing at the top of a mountain peak. This golden-robed celestial immortal was quite bulky, and in fact was slightly chubby. He had a stubbly beard, and his eyes shone like copper. The golden robes he bore looked just like a set of golden armor. He simply waited there, bored and restless, at the top of that mountain peak. Swoosh! A streak of light flew towards him from far away, alighting on the mountain peak. It was celestial immortal Arcanum. Arcanum, the golden-robed envoy said calmly. Envoy. Celestial Immortal immediately smiled, not showing any of his customary arrogance for fear of offending this envoy. Might I ask why you wish to speak with our Young Flame clan, envoy? Our Seamless Gate has never shown your Young Flame clan any malice. We've always been helping you, and now, I'm going to help you again. The golden-robed envoy laughed, but even when laughing, his savage, ferocious face remained terrifying to behold. A while ago, you had a rather nasty battle with that Ning, right? In fact, 2 of your celestial immortals died, and in the end, you used the Worldhold Pagoda to exile Ning away into the Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world, yes? Right. That's exactly right, Celestial Immortal Arcanum said hurriedly. Although he had a smile on his face, in his heart Arcanum was cursing loudly. How had this secret slipped out? Very few people knew that the Young Flame clan had used the Worldhold Pagoda to deal with Ning. Only the Xia Emperor and Ning's friends knew. However, logically speaking, neither Ning's friends nor the Xia Emperor would go tell the Seamless Gate about this, and yet, somehow, the Seamless Gate had still found out. They had even come to ask the Young Flame clan about this, at which point the Young Flame clan had been forced to admit that they had indeed exiled Ning to the Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world. In truth, the Young Flame clan wasn't worried about this being made public knowledge. The Nihilum zone was incredibly vast. After all, even a true god or Taofather who went there to investigate would have to spend countless years before completely searching the place. In addition, true gods and Taofathers were generally unwilling to spend much time there. After all, as the saying went, if one often walked by the riverside, one's shoes would eventually get wet. If they stayed in the Nihilum zone too long, they might run into some powerful foes from the primordial ruin world. The Seamless Gate truly seems to be able to penetrate through any seam, Arcanum mused silently to himself. Not even the Heavenly Treasures Mountain of the Xia Emperor comes close to the Seamless Gate in terms of intelligence reports. I've come to notify your Young Flame clan that your hated foe, Ning, is still alive. And, he's already back. The golden-robed envoy smiled merrily as he looked at Celestial Immortal Arcanum. Arcanum's face instantly changed. Impossible. He couldn't help but blurt out these words. Impossible? The golden-robed envoy lifted an eyebrow. We sent him to the Nihilum zone of the primordial ruin world. Not even an Empyrean god could escape from that place, only a true god or Taofather has a chance. Even if an exalted true god or Taofather was to go search for him, how could they be so lucky as to find Ning within the infinitely vast Nihilum zone in just 18 short years? Arcanum shook his head. Even if he was apprenticed to a true god or a Tao father, I refuse to believe a true god or a Tao father would be willing to commit himself to such a painstaking search, or be able to find him so quickly. There's no way Ning could be that lucky. Yes, I didn't believe it either. The golden-robed envoy shook his head and sighed. But alas, Ning is within Stillwater City right now. At this very moment, he is flirting and cuddling with that Tao companion of his, Yue, within the Black-White College. He's at Stillwater City right now? Arcanum was now truly stunned. Yes. The golden-robed envoy nodded. Arcanum had an extremely ugly look on his face right now, and his thoughts were jumbled. If Ning had returned alive, then things had completely changed. First of all, for him to return meant that, without question, Ning had a true god or Tao father standing behind him. When the Young Flame clan had fought against Ning, they had been worried that Ning had apprenticed himself to a Tao father, true, but they felt that given the exalted status of a Tao father, Ning shouldn't have been so lucky as to actually have been apprenticed to one. The chances of that having happened had to be low. But now, it had indeed been proven to be the case. Ning truly had become the disciple of a true god or a Tao father. And secondly, the Young Flame clan knew exactly how powerful Ning was. A young fellow like him who hadn't even undergone his tribulation had been able to slaughter two mighty celestial immortals. Even when battling the 8 of them, he hadn't been at a disadvantage at all. Given his terrifying power, once he overcame his tribulation and become a celestial immortal, he could become a calamity for the Young Flame clan. And this utter monster had a true god or a Tao father backing him. This was a nightmare. He really does have a true god or a Tao father as his master. And he's back. Arcanum was completely panicking right now. He knew very well that this would be a disaster for his Young Flame clan, a disaster which the Young Flame would not be able to avoid. If the Young Flame clan was to join our seamless gate, then we would be willing to help you deal with Ning, the golden-robed envoy said with a laugh. You might be afraid of the Tao father behind him, but we, the seamless gate, are not. Alright, you can go back now and spend some time thinking on this. Whoosh! A series of spatial ripples appeared around the golden-robed envoy. Moments later, he disappeared into thin air. Celestial Immortal Arcanum stood there on the mountain peak, an ugly look on his face. Moments later, he too used a spatial teleport to depart, having headed back to report this information to the ancestor of the Young Flame clan, Immortal Venom Freak. Stillwater City. The Black-White College. Ning didn't realize that both the Seamless Gate and the Young Flame clan had found out right away about his return. However, even if he did realize that they knew, Ning wasn't afraid. To deal with the current Ning wouldn't be easy as it was to deal with the Ning of 18 years ago. Ning, King Yen and Princess Xie have come to visit, Immortal Jade C sent through his divine sense. Princess Xie? King Yen? Ning, who had been sipping wine alongside Yue, hastily rose to his feet. Ning had spent the entire night with Yue. The two had whispered sweet nothings to each other, and also had discussed May matters. Yue now knew the real relationship between Ning and Xie. Come, let's go greet them, Ning said hurriedly. Before I went to fight against the Young Flame clan, I told my cousin about it. I was completely confident in my chances, I thought that everything was under my control. And yet, man proposes, heaven disposes. In the end, I was exiled for 18 years. My cousin must have been worrying over me for all 18 of these years. She came to see you as soon as she learned that you were back. Clearly, she cares about you immensely, Yue said. The two flew over, shoulder to shoulder, into the skies. They immediately saw the distant Immortal Jade C guiding King Yen and Yuchi Xie towards them. Xie stared towards Ning from far away, and upon seeing him her eyes lit up right away. It was true, her little brother truly had come back. Senior apprentice brother Jade C, allow me to take care of King Yen and the princess, Ning said. Immortal Jade C knew that these two had come to see Ning, and so he immediately nodded and departed. Ning and Yue led King Yan and Siye down into Yue's residence. At present, Yue's residence didn't have even a single servant in it, all of them had been sent to Dark North Peak. Clearly, Ning and Yue wanted to be alone and to not be disturbed by anyone. As they landed together, Siye could no longer hold back. "Little brother, you scared me half to death. If you really died, then I really would be the only member of the Yuchi clan left." "I'm not gonna die that easily," Ning said with a laugh. The two immediately began to chat with each other. Yue added in a few words on the side, but King Yan said almost nothing. As the conversation began to wind down, finally, King Yan spoke out. "Ji Ning, do you remember the task you handed to me?" Ning's face instantly turned slightly red. He hurriedly said, "You found information regarding my parents and their reincarnations? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 17, Chapter 3, His Parents' Lives, Past and Present. Chapter 3, His Parents' Lives, Past and Present. Years ago, Ji Ning had asked King Yan to help him investigate what had happened to his father, Ji Ichuan, and his mother, Yuchi Snow, after they had been reincarnated. However, after he made the request, Ning had gone off to battle the Young Flame Clan, then been driven into the Nihilim Zone. Thus, King Yan had never had a chance to tell Ning about what he had discovered. "I've found the information." King Yan nodded. "Wonderful. This is wonderful." Ning couldn't disguise his excitement. In Ning's heart, his father, Ji Ichuan, and his mother, Yuchi Snow, had the most important position of all. Not even his Dao companion, Yue, was as important to him as his parents. In fact, in Ning's heart, even his parents from his previous life on Earth were slightly inferior in status when compared to Ji Ichuan and Yuchi Snow. In his past life on Earth, his father had always been busy with his careers. After all, Ning was rarely able to see him. His mother, on the other hand, had always worked very hard to take care of him, and Ning had firmly engraved those memories into his heart. But in this life, for the sake of giving birth to him, his mother had been willing to sacrifice her own life force. For the sake of letting him grow up safely, she hadn't even been willing to tell Ning about their feud with Snowdragon Mountain, or the truth regarding the enemy that had destroyed the Yuchi clan. Although his father looked cold on the outside, the amount of care and love he had felt for Ji Ning was definitely every bit as much as Yuchi Snow had felt. He had personally taught Ning to use the sword, and had always worked to protect him. In fact, it wasn't until he was no longer capable of protecting Ning that he had perished to go reunite with Yuchi Snow. Ning could never forget them. Those youthful days, those had been the happiest days of his life. "These are bamboo scrolls." King Yan produced a pair of bamboo scrolls within his hands. "In the netherworld, we record the information about the dead in them. All who are judged by the judges of the dead will have records regarding them. This bamboo scroll has a great deal of information, including information regarding your mother, Yuchi Snow. This one, in turn, has information regarding your father, Ji Ichuan." Ning took a deep breath before accepting the scrolls. Ning sent his divine sense into the first scroll. Instantly, an enormous amount of information filled his mind. After Ning had strengthened his heart force, his control over his divine sense had strengthened noticeably as well. Soon, he was able to sort through the sea of information to find the relevant parts regarding his father, Ji Ichuan. Ji Ichuan, of the world of the Grand Xia, Stillwater Commandery, Swallow Mountain. Zifu disciple. No karmic sin, no karmic merits. Adjudicated to be reborn as a human and be reincarnated in the Wusky world, Flowermont Commandery, Willow River Clan. His name shall be Willow River Chuan, and he shall live for 182 years. Ning was no longer a wide-eyed youth. At Mount Innerheart, he had read some books which had given a basic introduction to the three realms. He understood what this judge's intentions were. Generally speaking, decisions on where one would be sent to, what one would be named,
and how long one would live for would be automatically made by the Tao of the heavens. The judges of the dead had to intentionally intervene in order to change things. This sort of intervention would usually have a minor impact on one's karmic merits, and so generally speaking only someone who had a sufficient degree of status was capable of causing the likes of the 10 Yama Kings of Hell or the first judge of the dead to command their subordinates to make a change to one's fate. Long ago, Judge Chui had told Ning that changing one's lifespan was quite a simple task for him. But in truth, the lifespan was only applicable to mortals. Once one became an immortal cultivator, one would have embarked on a path that went against the will of the heavens. The heavens would send down the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, and it would become very difficult to predict how far one would make it down this path. If one remained a mere mortal, one might only live for a century or so, but if one became an immortal cultivator and became a Zifu disciple within 20 or so years, it was possible that one might be killed soon after becoming a Zifu disciple, resulting in a lifespan that was even shorter than that of an ordinary mortal's. The decisions of the judges of the netherworld with regard to one's lifespan were only meaningful for mortals. The Wusky World? Flowermont Commandery, Willow River Clan, Willow River Chuan? Ning quietly memorized this name. He immediately picked up the other bamboo scroll, sweeping it with his divine sense. A short while later, he found the information regarding his mother, Yuchi Snow. Yuchi Snow, of the world of the Grand Xia, Eastal Commandery, Yuchi Clan. Slightly positive karma. Adjudicated to be reborn as a human and be reincarnated to the Wusky world, Flowermont Commandery, Eastflow Clan. Her name shall be Eastflow Snow, and she shall live for 200 years. Ning was delighted by what he just saw. They had both been sent to the Flowermont Commandery of the Wusky world? The nearby King Yen said, the adjudications of the judges are usually generated naturally in accordance with the Tao of the heavens. Clearly, your mother and your father have been tied together by karmic love across many lifetimes, and so the Tao of the heavens invisibly worked to place them together once more. Karmic love across many lifetimes? Ning nodded gently, then immediately said, King Yen, Sr., are you saying that my parents are together once more? But I went and helped you investigate what happened after they were reincarnated. I made a trip all the way to the Flowermont Commandery of the Wusky world to look into this matter, but your parents have already died. The information I found is within this book. King Yen gave Ning a glance, then a book appeared within his hands that he offered to Ning. Ning was stunned. Already dead? That means they should be reincarnated again. Why haven't they? But then, Ning suddenly thought of a possibility. His face turned ashen, and he immediately accepted the book and swept it with his divine sense. No. No. Ning clenched at the book, shaking his head, his eyes filled with shock, anger, and agony. He didn't want to accept this result. His parents had indeed been linked by karmic love, although they had experienced some problems in their new life, they had still ended up together. Together, they had embarked upon the path of immortal cultivation. How could this have happened? Ning shook his head, mumbling as he did, why did these things have to happen to them? Why didn't they happen to me instead? Although they embarked on the immortal path once more, they were just minor figures. Why did things have to end so bitterly for them? Why? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. This is all a lie. All a lie. Ning's eyes began to turn crazed. The truth was beyond what his mind could accept. He instinctually refused to believe this, especially when this was nothing more than information record in a book. Little brother. Junior apprentice brother. Yue and Princess Xie were both worried. Ning immediately said, I'm going to go to the miniature netherworld kingdom. I'm going right now. Senior apprentice sister, although Stillwater City is in a dangerous situation right now, I have to go right away. If it really does encounter a crisis, shatter this talisman and I'll immediately come back through greater teleportation. All right. Yue immediately nodded. Let me go with you. She could sense how frantic Ning was feeling right now.
No need. I'll go alone. Ning turned to look at the nearby King Yen.
King Yen, Sr., I'm going to go to the miniature netherworld kingdom.
I need a temporal inversion to see the scene of the judge adjudicating my parents' fates.
Right now, Ning even doubted the information he had seen within the bamboo scrolls regarding the adjudication of his parents. He had to personally see a temporal inversion, personally see the judge adjudicate his parents, before he would believe it.
All right. King Yen nodded. He still remembered the Xia Emperor's instructions to him. The Xia Emperor viewed quite a few people with favor and wanted to befriend them, but the most important amongst them was this Ji Ning, even though he hadn't even undergone his tribulation. King Yen naturally wouldn't refuse Ji Ning's requests. Let's go. Ning didn't want to wait at all. Let me lead the way.
King Yen immediately led Ning out, flying away from the estate, then undergoing a spatial teleport in midair.
Both men immediately vanished.
Yuji Xie and Yue raised their heads, watching as Ning and King Yen left.
My grandpa actually didn't tell me any of this. Xie had a somewhat frantic look on her face as well. I hope everything is fine, Yue said softly. A gloomy, deathly aura pervaded this place.
This was an extremely large world.
Within it, lines of white-robed figures could be seen walking forward, stretching forth as far as the eye could see.
Next to them were many Minotaur demon soldiers and other demon soldiers who were striking them with lashes.
Some of the white-robed figures glanced curiously out of the corner of their eyes, paying attention to the two figures who had just appeared in the sky. The two figures that had appeared were Ji Ning and King Yen. This miniature netherworld isn't that different from the real netherworld kingdom, to be honest. There are plenty of deceased spirits here as well, King Yen said.
Tao Father Crimsonbright controlled dozens of major worlds, after all, as well as countless minor worlds, all of which came under this miniature netherworld's jurisdiction. It made up for roughly 1% of the entire territory of the three realms.
Ning didn't say a word. He wasn't in the mood for chit-chat. King Yen, after saying a few more things, realized Ning wasn't in the mood.
He led Ning directly to a giant city, within which were numerous buildings and many demonic soldiers.
King Yen quickly arrived at a courtyard.
This is the courtyard where your mother was sentenced.
King Yen led Ning straight inside. The demonic soldiers didn't dare restrict them from entering.
The judge on his judge's seat, upon seeing who had entered, was badly shocked. He was just one of countless judges. There was no way he could possibly compare with one of the exalted Yamakings.
Your underling greets you, Yamaking.
The judge hurriedly fell to his knees, and the surrounding demonic soldiers all knelt down as well. As for the ghost who was waiting to be sentenced, he was completely terrified.
Hurry up and sentence this one, King Yen instructed.
Yes, yes. The judge hurriedly said, hurry up and send him to the 18th level of hell.
Two demonic soldiers immediately dragged the ghost away.
The ghost screamed in terror, but was still pulled out of the palace.
You can leave now.
Don't use this court for anything else today, King Yen instructed.
Yes. Neither the judges nor the demonic soldiers dared say a thing.
Although they had many tasks to accomplish, there were many other courts in operation. For one to be paused for a day didn't mean anything. They gave the youth behind King Yen a curious glance. They could sense that even King Yen wanted to ensure that this youth was taken care of. This youth most likely had an incredible background. They all obediently retreated. Soon, only Ning and King Yen were left in the court. King Yen, Sr., I haven't overcome my tribulation to become a celestial immortal yet. I'll have to trouble you, Sr., to use temporal inversion for me, Ning said. A minor matter, King Yen said. Although this sort of immortal technique used up a considerable amount of his energy, in the long run it didn't matter. King Yen immediately used the temporal inversion technique. Whoosh! The scene before them changed. The departed judges and demonic soldiers quickly returned to the hall, once more beginning to judge the souls of the dead, then the souls before them. Time continued to flow backwards, faster and faster.
In fact, everything turned into a blur. Ning and King Yen just stood there within the court, waiting silently.
The images of the temporal inversion were illusory ones. Even if the figures of the judges or demonic soldiers touched with them, it wouldn't make any difference at all. 1 year. 2 years. 3 years. Time continued to flow backwards at high speed.
This is the day, King Yen said.
There had been an order to the procession of souls judged that had been recorded within the bamboo scroll. It included information on which judge did the adjudication, when the record was made, and in what order the decision was made. Thus, King Yen knew exactly which court and roughly which day the judgment was made. The reversed flow of time began to slow down, and the ghosts could be seen clearly once more. Ning looked carefully at the ghosts. One of them should have been his mother.
Suddenly,
King Yen controlled the temporal version, making it come to a sudden halt, because a white-robed woman had just been escorted in by the demonic soldiers, and it was Ning's mother, Yuchi Snow.
Mother! Ning's eyes stung.
He actually wanted to throw himself forward to hug her. It had been far, far too long. But Ning knew that these were merely the illusions rendered by a temporal inversion. These were events that had already happened in the past. These were nothing more than illusions. There was no way he could possibly touch his mother. Faster, faster. The 2 demonic soldiers that brought Yuchi Snow and actually gave her a shove. Yuchi Snow looked at her surroundings. Not panicking at all, she immediately knelt down.
My respects to you, Judge.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 17, Chapter 4, East Flow Snow, Willow River Chuan. Chapter 4, East Flow Snow, Willow River Chuan.
An aura of light suddenly appeared within the court, and within the light appeared many images.
There were images of a little girl playing with her elders, of a young maiden fleeing in terror, of the fully grown Yuchi Snow staring into Ji Ichuan's eyes, of her adventures in the dark North Sea, of her birth of Ji Ning, of her teaching Ji Ning footwork techniques.
One image after another. Her past life.
Ning stared at the images.
Although a protocosmic spirit treasure had been left behind within this miniature cycle of reincarnation that allowed one to view the past lives of countless ghosts, there was no book of life and death. The judge merely gave the images a glance, then wrote with his pen, Yuchi Snow, of the world of the Grand Xia, Eastile Commandery, Yuchi clan.
Slightly positive karma.
Adjudicated to be, some thought suddenly appeared in the judge's mind. Adjudicated to be reborn as a human and be reincarnated to the Wusky world, Flowermont Commandery, Eastflow clan. Her name shall be Eastflow Snow, and she shall live for 200 years. These thoughts had been naturally generated by the Tao of the heavens. Once one took on the position of judge and moved to support the normal functioning of the 6 paths, it could be said that one had become a part of the Tao of the heavens. However, the judges were fully capable of changing these written decisions, but in doing so, their own karma would be affected. The more ridiculous the changes were, the more major the impact would be on their karmic standing.
In fact, there were some judgments that simply couldn't be written.
For example, if this minor judge was to try to forcibly write that Yuchi Snow's sentence was to suffer 1,000 years of punishment in the 18th level of hell, so much sin would accumulate around the judge that he would probably be immediately deposed from his position, even before he finished writing the sentence. To be reborn as a human and be reincarnated to the Wusky world, Flowermont Commandery, Eastflow clan. Her name shall be Eastflow Snow, and she shall live for 200 years. This judge naturally followed the will of the Tao of the heavens. He wouldn't make any changes at all for an ordinary ghost like this. Watching as his mother was sent off, Ning murmured to himself, it really was the Eastflow clan of the Flowermont Commandery of the Wusky world.
I wasn't lied to. Do you wish to also see Ji Ichuan?
The nearby King Yen asked.
Yes.
Of course, yes. Ning nodded, then said, King Yen, sorry for the trouble.
No trouble at all. If I ran into something like this, I'd probably be frantic as well.
Still, unless one becomes a celestial immortal, one shall forever struggle within the cycle of the 6 paths of reincarnation.
If one is lucky, one might eventually escape, but less than 1 in a trillion actually do so. The vast majority shall continue to drown within the cycle until the day comes when their soul is destroyed. King Yan looked at Ning. You need to accept this. Ning nodded gently. Come.
Let's go to another court, King Yan said, leading the way.
Yet another court.
The court had been a ceaseless bustle of activity, but it all came to a sudden halt. The judge and the demonic soldiers were terrified into hurriedly departing, leaving behind only Ning and King Yan. King Yan once more used a temporal inversion technique, allowing them to view the scenes of the past. They watched as each one was sentenced by the judge.
Father. Ning looked at the white-robed each one while listening to the words of the judge.
So he really was sent to the Flowermont commandery of the Wusky world. I wish to make a trip to the Wusky world, Ning said.
All right. I'll accompany you on this trip. I imagine that you will want the temporal inversion technique to be used again. I'll have to do it for you.
King Yan nodded, then advised, but Ning, you have to be careful. The Wusky world is not like the Grand Xia, its foundations are not as stable or deep as ours. Thus, the Seamless Gate has been even more brazen in that world. We can go investigate matters pertaining to your parents' reincarnation, but it's best for you not to intervene in those struggles.
Ning said softly, I understand.
King Yan, don't worry, I'm no longer that stupid, hot-headed little kid.
King Yan nodded.
The two immediately left this courtyard, then used a spatial teleport to head straight to the Wusky world. The Wusky world was one of the dozens of major worlds under Dowfather Crimsonbright's control. In truth, of the worlds under Dowfather Crimsonbright, the Grand Xia was actually in fairly good shape. There were many that were in far worse shape than the Grand Xia. For example, the Mount Steel major world was now almost completely controlled by the Seamless Gate. The Wusky world had descended into the fires of war, filled with battles by immortals and fiends.
This is where the Eastflow clan of the Flowermont commandery is located.
King Yan looked down from the night sky towards a city, filled with countless dire monsters.
The Eastflow clan is gone? Ning frowned. Perhaps a few remnants of them remain somewhere.
King Yan looked downwards.
Right now, the entire Wusky world is in a state of chaos.
Major clans and sects might be able to fight back, but many smaller, backwater areas have been utterly massacred.
The Seamless Gate doesn't care too much about discipline. In fact, they delight in causing chaos, the more the merrier. Ning nodded.
He had noticed this as well.
When humans took control over a territory, they emphasized order.
But the Seamless Gate, however, encouraged battle and war. It instigated countless problems, hoping for more chaos. This city of the Eastflow clan was broken into by monsters. It is now occupied by monsters, while the remnants of the Eastflow clan have fled long ago, King Yan said.
Let me use the temporal inversion now. All right. Ning nodded. Ning gave the city below a single glance.
Instantly, invisible ripples of power swept out from his soul. All of the many monsters within the commandery city, as well as a few humans who were still resisting and fight back against the monsters, all felt their bodies go soft before they collapsed to the ground. In this instant, all the humans and monsters within the city were trapped within a deep slumber.
Temporal inversion. King Yan looked downwards as he executed his technique. Wah-eh-ah! A cry rang out, and an infant was born. Let's call this daughter of mine, Eastflow Snow.
A tall man spoke out in a joyful manner.
Eastflow Snow slowly grew up.
She was smart and obedient, learning from her father to become a key refiner and loving to play around with the other children of the same age.
Ning just quietly watched. So similar.
She looks so similar to mother, Ning murmured silently to himself. In this life, Eastflow Snow lived a joyful, carefree life. She was filled with vigor and life, whereas in her past life as Yuchi Snow, she had always seemed slightly gloomy and quiet.
Eastflow Snow quickly grew up. After turning 16, she went out adventuring with her fellow clansmen. While adventuring in the outside world,
she encountered another boy, a boy who saved her.
"Who are you?" "My name is Willow River Chuan."
The 16-year-old Eastflow Snow had met with the still boyish Willow River Chuan.
Mother, father, Ning and King Yen quietly watched. The two went out adventuring together.
Willow River Chuan slowly grew taller. Although he was a few years younger than Snow, he had a tall, muscular frame. Given that Chuan was also a fiend god body refiner, he soon grew even taller than Snow. After adventuring together for 2 years, the two naturally began to grow close together, perhaps because they felt an innate affinity for each other. Chuan and Snow both broke through to become Xiantian lifeforms while adventuring together. However, Chuan broke through as both a fiend god body refiner and a ki refiner, whereas Snow was merely a ki refiner.
"Little brother Chuan, father has already sent people to summon me, I have to go back."
"Big sister Snow, I'll find you.
I'll make your father allow you to marry me."
"I'll wait for you."
"I'll definitely come."
"Ah, dear Snow, you have quite the eye." This Willow River Chuan was able to become a Xiantian lifeform. This means that he can be considered a genius of the Willow River clan.
However, their clan is still a small one.
It can't compare with our Eastflow clan.
"Daddy!" Snow grew worried.
"Ah, I'm just teasing you. If you like him, then go ahead and be with him, I won't stop you."
Months later.
"Chuan, don't be in such a rush. Father has actually agreed to us already, he's just testing you." Snow had stealthily crept over to the guest building where Chuan was residing to tell him this.
"So that's the case. I was being too impatient."
Chuan rubbed his head.
"Big sister Snow, since your father isn't going to stop us, then I'm going to go back to prepare a betrothal gift.
According to clan rules, I need to prepare a gift of 9 Ding cauldrons."
"All right."
Snow nodded gently, but she blushed a bit with shyness.
A betrothal gift of 9 Ding cauldrons was quite a pricey one.
However, since Chuan had long ago broken through to the Xiantian level, his status within his clan was quite high.
He soon prepared the gift. Although the Eastflow clan was far more powerful, they didn't move to stop this affair. The two sides soon came to agree on an auspicious day. Next spring, the wedding would occur.
Within the Eastflow clan. Adept Icebreak, after these 3 kids join the Flowermont Immortal School, I'll have to trouble you to take care of them. Here are our gifts for you for taking them on as your disciples, please accept them, Adept. Teaching and guiding one's disciples is only normal, there's no need for this gift. I spent quite some time with your Eastflow clan, it's time for me to go back. Have those 3 kids come out, I'll take them back to the Flowermont Immortal School.
Yes, Adept.
The Eastflow clan leader was being very careful to take good care of this Adept Icebreak of the Flowermont Immortal School. The Flowermont Immortal School was the most supreme of the large schools of the Flowermont Commandery. Supposedly, they even had a celestial immortal amongst their ranks. In addition, the Flowermont Immortal School was very strict with its disciples. In fact, if any disciples had any sin around them, they would be expelled. From this, one could tell how strict their rules were.
There were naturally many people who wished to join such a mighty, righteous school.
The Adept forgot this.
Please hand this to the Adept.
The Eastflow clan leader secretly handed the gift to one of the Adept's followers, who accepted it.
Soon, 3 youths appeared.
After you go to the Immortal School, you'll have to work hard. You are the shining stars amongst the younger generation of our Eastflow clan.
In the future, our clan will depend on you. Little uncle, remember to come back to visit me.
Second brother, take care of yourself. The kinsman of the 3 youths sent them off, and amongst them was Eastflow Snow. The distant Adept Icebreak glanced over, his gaze suddenly falling upon Eastflow Snow. He immediately sent mentally, East Flow clan leader.
Adept, the East Flow clan leader hurriedly said. That white-robed girl looks nice.
Adept Icebreak sent mentally, I am in need of a maidservant, and she looks quite obedient and clever, she's a good fit. Help me speak to her, if she is willing to accompany me, then send her to me.
But if she is not willing, then forget it.
Adept Icebreak then led these 3 early-stage Zifu disciple youths into his flying ship, then departed from the Eastflow clan. The Eastflow clan leader hesitated a moment, then spoke to Snow's father about this.
Clan leader, you are going to give Snow to Adept Icebreak?
We can't do that, in another month, she's going to get married.
Can't you refuse? How can I refuse? Don't you know what sort of a person this Adept Icebreak is? Although he looks like an upright gentleman, in secret he's very greedy and very lecherous. It's precisely because he is greedy that our Eastflow clan was able to send 3 of our own into the Flowermont Immortal School.
If we don't give him Snow, he'll probably be embarrassed and angered, which will have a negative impact on Fuchang and the others.
They are the future of our Eastflow clan. For the sake of the clan, if we have to sacrifice a little girl like Snow, then we will do it. But the Willow River clan.
The Willow River clan merely has 2 Zifu disciples. How would a clan like that dare to offend our Eastflow clan?
Ignore them.
For the sake of the tribe, even I myself can be sacrificed, much less Snow. I'm just letting you know in advance, later, I'll go speak to Snow myself. I trust that she knows what truly matters.
In addition, from this day forth, you are not to meet with Snow any longer.
I'll handle everything myself, to ensure that there are no slip-ups.
Clan leader, you are telling me, no. I want to see father,
You should know what truly matters.
Come, men, go and lock her up.
Tomorrow, I'll send her off myself.
Within a vast wilderness. Big Sister Snow, why did you break the message talisman? What has happened? I used a lesser teleportation Dowseal to flee. There's no time. I want you to give up everything and leave this place by my side.
In fact, we're going to leave the entire Flowermont commandery, but we will be together.
All right?
Romantic love and familial love warred with each other.
In the end, Willow River Chuan had knelt down, kowtowing towards the direction of his clan. Father, mother, elder brother and second brother will have to be filial in my stead. Forgive me for being unfilial. In the future, if I have the chance, I will return. Let's go. That very night, Willow River Chuan and Eastflow Snow had left their homeland, eloping.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 17, Chapter 5, True Soul. Chapter 5, True Soul.
Ning stood there in the wilderness, watching the scene of Willow River Chuan and Eastflow Snow fleeing that had been created by the temporal inversion. His heart felt heavy, because up until now, everything which had transpired was identical to events as portrayed within the book King Yen had given him.
Let's go to the Nine-Song Sword sect, Ning said. All right. King Yen knew that until Ning saw everything in person, he wouldn't give up hope.
The two immediately teleported forward to the Nine-Song Sword sect, located in another commandery. That year, Chuan and Snow had carefully, slowly departed in a drifting manner. They spent a total of 8 years before passing out of the vast Flowermont commandery and arriving at the Nine-Song Sword sect. Chuan was very skilled in the sword to begin with, and because they had encountered many dangers over the past 8 years, he had improved significantly. His had reached the Zifu disciple level as a fiend god body refiner, and so he was able to easily enter the Nine-Song Sword sect as a disciple. As for Eastflow Snow, she had entered by his side as his maidservant.
The second year after their entry into the Nine-Song Sword sect,
Snow, by relying on a spirit pill which Chuan had acquired from the sect, was able to break through to the Zifu disciple level. She, too, was accepted as formal disciple of the Nine-Song Sword sect.
This is the place where the Nine-Song Sword sect used to be.
From his position high up in the air, King Yen pointed downwards towards a giant pile of rubble. Ning stared at the rubble, his heart sinking. The rubble spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and there were quite a few monsters in this area.
East flow snow, Willow River Chuan.
According to the intelligence reports that I collected, they lived here at Waterflow Peak, which should be right over there. King Yen quickly flew to a part of the destroyed city. Waving his hand, he caused the many monsters and dire monsters there to all collapse.
Temporal inversion.
King Yen once more caused a temporal inversion. The scene here quickly began to reverse. Several decades of time were reversed. The scenery here was now incomparably beautiful. There were beautiful mountains and rivers. There was dense spiritual energy here, and immortal cultivators could be seen everywhere.
Chuan, you always let me win.
Snow and Chuan were competing in swordplay, but in the end, Chuan always lost every match. No, it's that your sword arts have improved yet again, Snow, Chuan said with a laugh. Seeing this, Ning felt a warm feeling in his heart. There are 3 more years before that calamity, the nearby King Yen told Ning. He controlled the flow of time, speeding it up. Snow and Chuan lived happy lives here at the Ninesong Sword Sect. They had just joined the school, after all, and it wasn't yet time for them to go out and adventure. Their life here was like life in paradise. Soon, 3 years of time passed within the temporal inversion. This was a bright, sunny day. The scenery was as beautiful as ever. In truth, the Seamless Gate had already infiltrated the Wusky world several years ago, and the outside world was in a state of chaos. Life within the Ninesong Sword Sect, however, remained as peaceful and calm as ever. Whoosh! 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 Black sword lights suddenly began to flash.
Willow River Chuan, wielding twin swords, was currently training in swordplay while comprehending the Tao.
Because he was a fiend god body refiner, he now looked even more handsome and valiant than he had in his past life. The nearby Eastflow Snow was seated close to him, smiling as she watched. She knew that in her heart, her man continued to long for his homeland, long for his Willow River clan. However, he had always been worried about a depth icebreak of the Flowermont Immortal School, and so he continued to wait and endure. He was extremely hard on himself in training sword arts, becoming one of the best amongst the Zifu disciples of the Ninesong Sword Sect.
He had long ago reached the level of seeing a hint into the true meaning of the Tao. Chuan, will definitely be able to go back together.
Eastflow Snow missed her father as well.
Suddenly,
a group of black-robed figures appeared in the sky. There were a total of 27 of them, and they almost instantly transformed into 3 giant black serpents. These 3 giant black serpents were more than 1,000 kilometers long. Their auras filled the skies, and the entire grand formation that protected the Ninesong Sword Sect was instantly activated, causing light to flare everywhere.
Rumble!
The world seemed to have collapsed. The formation was only able to stay alive for a few moments, and then it crumbled.
What's going on? What happened?
Many of the weaker, ordinary disciples were completely stunned. Chuan, however, instantly flew to Snow's side. He hurriedly said, "Snow, let's." Halfway through their words, a ripple of energy swept past this entire mountain. Some of the Zifu disciples who were struck head-on by the ripple were instantly reduced to dust, completely unable to fight back.
And then, with a booming sound, the entire mountain peak began to collapse.
Countless rocks began to fall down, and both Chuan and Snow hurriedly flew away in an attempt to hide.
Seamless Gate, our Ninesong Sword Sect has never offended you. Why do you have to annihilate our school?
Several figures had streaked into the skies. It was the Loose Immortals, Earth Immortals, and Primal Taoists of the Ninesong Sword Sect. They formed together into a grand formation, each of them furious and frantic.
Just die in peace.
One of the 3 massive black serpents spoke out in the human tongue, and then, not bothering to say anything else, they began to fight brashly. The surrounding space had been completely locked. There was no way to teleport out of it.
Kill! Kill!
Unable to escape, the loose Immortals and Earth Immortals of the Ninesong Sword sect led the primal Taoists to join into a formation.
They transformed into a dazzling, titanic sword that did battle against those three giant serpents. However, after clashing just a few times, the titanic sword was completely shattered.
More than half of the loose Immortals, Earth Immortals, and primal Taoists of the Ninesong Sword sect were instantly killed, while the others were all heavily wounded.
No. Damn. The heavily injured Ninesong Sword sect experts were all wiped out.
The giant black serpents swam about in the skies, utterly destroying the base of the sect, which stretched out more than tens of thousands of kilometers. As for the weaker disciples of the Ninesong Sword sect, they were unable to escape, and so many of them were butchered without being able to fight back at all. Snow, Willow River Chuan held Eastflow Snow in his arms, no longer running.
Chuan, do you regret having left with me? Tears fell down Eastflow Snow's face.
These past 12 years, I've truly been very happy. If I had the chance to choose again, I would still choose to come here with you, Snow.
Chuan laughed.
We'll meet again on the road to the Yellow Springs.
Right.
Tears falling down her face, Snow nodded.
Rumble.
A ripple swept out, and the embracing couple of Willow River Chuan and Eastflow Snow was reduced to dust. Their souls, however, were drawn upwards at high speed by some invisible force. In midair, there was a black gourd that was frantically drawing in all the nearby souls of the slaughtered, including the souls of Chuan and Snow.
Ning just stood there, watching silently.
The nearby King Yen said softly, "The Seamless Gate wanted to tame this commandery, but since they had just arrived, not many joined them. Thus, the Seamless Gate decided to annihilate some smaller schools, so as to frighten the others. While killing countless cultivators, they collected the souls of the slain for usage in forming some evil techniques. If one had millions, ideally hundreds of millions of cultivator souls, one could refine a truly powerful and truly terrifying evil magic treasure, or develop a truly vile divine ability."
Ning knew this quite well, of course. What a pity. King Yen sighed.
The Seamless Gate is spread throughout the three realms, and the power behind them is unfathomably mighty. Even though you have a Tao Father as your master, you still probably won't be able to do anything to them.
I'm very calm right now, Ning said softly.
Although he looked calm, in truth, Ning felt an overpowering desire to kill, one greater than he had ever felt. It was only because he had reached the third level of Heart Force, Ruler, that Ning was able to remain calm. However, in his heart, Ning now viewed the Seamless Gate as his most hated of foes. Even the hatred he felt for the Young Flame Clan was less than 1/100th of the hatred he felt for the Seamless Gate.
The Seamless Gate. Ning spoke out 3 words, enunciating each one.
The nearby King Yen suddenly felt his heart shudder for no reason. He could vaguely sense the killing intent within Ning's heart, and all he could do was sigh. The Seamless Gate, it was a power that had swept through the entire 3 realms. How could it be so easily dealt with? "Don't act foolishly," King Yen said. Ning murmured softly to himself, "Even though father and mother's souls have been shattered, in the future, I'm going to train until I become a true god or a Tao Father. I'll find their true souls in the River of Destiny and bring them back to life."
King Yen didn't say anything.
Both of them knew that the true essence of all living creatures came from their true soul. Even if one's soul was shattered, their true souls would return to the mysterious River of Destiny, but it was far too hard to find a true soul within it. According to the legends, only Maiden Nuwa, who had reached Panga's level of power, was capable of this. However, if one became a true god or Tao Father then located Maiden Nuwa, they could ask Maiden Nuwa to intervene. "I wish to make a trip to the Flowermont Immortal School," Ning said calmly.
"I want to pay a visit to that adept icebreak."
"I'll go with you." "I've already collected a report regarding this icebreak," King Yen said. He is now a primal Taoist. Because the Flowermont Immortal School has a celestial immortal protecting it, it still exists. That celestial immortal is under Tao Father Crimson Bright's command, and it can be said that the two of us are on friendly terms. All we have to do is seek out Patriarch Flowermont. He won't care about the life of a puny little primal Taoist. Patriarch Flowermont can be said to be quite a noble man, righteous and unyielding, which is why the rules of his school are so strict. However, no matter how strict the rules are, it's hard to avoid a few pests from invading.
I understand. I won't fight with Patriarch Flowermont. Ning nodded.
For every grievance, there is someone responsible for it. For every debt, there is a debtor.
Ning understood this principle.
The reason why King Yen had said those words was because he was worried that Ning was going to go fight with the entire Flowermont Immortal school. It must be understood that Ning had once fought all of the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan by himself, eventually killing 2 of them. Given his power, there was no way the Flowermont Immortal School would be able to resist him.
The Flowermont Immortal School.
This was the #1 school of the Flowermont Commandery of the Wusky world. The founding patriarch was Patriarch Flowermont, who remained alive to this very day.
It was due to him that the fame of the Flowermont Immortal School was spread far and wide. Master. Master. Master.
A series of maids called out respectfully as the confident, extraordinarily handsome Adept Icebreak walked past them with a smile. Everyone within the Flowermont Immortal School knew that Taoist Icebreak was a gentleman. His only flaw was that he loved beauties. However, he neither stole them nor seized them from others.
For a person to have many maids by his side wasn't too major a flaw.
Autumn Water, you and the rest of the 7, attend me, Taoist Icebreak said.
Yes. 7 of the maids immediately assented respectfully.
Their hearts, however, were filled with terror and unease. Outsiders were ignorant of this, but they knew exactly how savage and cruel Taoist Icebreak was. Some of the maids that he tortured and ravaged actually died from it. However, Taoist Icebreak would often send the older maids who were no longer beautiful back to their own clans and arrange for them to live good lives. This caused many of the disciples of the Flowermont Immortal School to praise Adept Icebreak for being a passionate, kind man.
Boom!
A figure suddenly descended from the skies.
Taoist Icebreak frowned. Who dared to trespass within his territory? But then... Headmaster. Taoist Icebreak was badly shocked.
He hurriedly fell to his knees with respect.
Follow me.
The headmaster of the Flowermont Immortal School had a cold look on his face. He grabbed Taoist Icebreak, then dragged him into the skies. Taoist Icebreak was utterly terrified on the way over, because the headmaster was actually dragging him to the legendary residence of the Patriarch. Patriarch Flowermont was the founding patriarch of the school, a celestial immortal.
Taoist Icebreak had never even seen him a single time. Why did the patriarch wish to see him? He had never offended the patriarch. Could it be that he had just been singled out for his talent and was about to be made a personal disciple of the patriarch? Upon arriving, Taoist Icebreak saw a yellow-robed man on his knees, quivering. Father. Taoist Icebreak was shocked to see his father, an Earth Immortal. He had always relied on his father to support him within the sect. Why haven't you knelt yet? The yellow-robed man roared. Adept Icebreak sank to his knees with a thud. Moments later, the courtyard door in front of them creaked open, and 3 figures emerged. My 2 fellow Taoists, a black-bearded man spoke with incomparable warmth. Only now did the kneeling Taoist Icebreak give these 3 a glance. Although he had never seen the Patriarch before, there were portraits of the Patriarch within the school, and so he recognized right away that this black-bearded elder was Patriarch Flowermont. However, right now, even their founding patriarch was treating these 2 guests with incomparable respect. Who are those 2? Why is the patriarch behaving so humbly and modestly towards them? Taoist Icebreak couldn't understand it. Patriarch Flowermont, however, just gave the kneeling Taoist Icebreak a sideways glance. A cold look flashed through his eyes. That damned Taoist Icebreak had actually offended Ning. The Wusky Major world was one of Taofather Crimsonbright's worlds, which meant Patriarch Flowermont was one of Taofather Crimsonbright's celestial immortals.
Word had long since spread amongst this group of celestial immortals that Ning, all by himself, had fought against 9 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan, with one of them being Immortal Venom Freak. In the end, Ning had managed to kill 2 of them, but he had been exiled after a plot caused him to be burned by karmic sin flames. This news had instantly swept the various worlds, causing the many celestial immortals and true immortals under Taofather Crimsonbright's command to all feel admiration for Ning. He had trained for less than a century, and he was a void level in power, but he had fought against 9 celestial immortals and killed 2 of them? He even managed to come back after being exiled into a danger zone while being surrounded by karmic sin flames. A monster like this, his personal power is far greater than mine, while his background and his potential is even more astonishing. Patriarch Flowermont naturally was enraged that Taoist Icebreak had caused his school to become enemies with this man. Fellow Taoist Ning, I truly feel ashamed that my school has given birth to such a vile miscreant. I've already summoned Taoist Icebreak. You choose what to do with him. Whether it is to simply kill him or to torture his soul for millions of years, fellow Taoist Ning, do as you please. Patriarch Flowermont said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 6, The Curtains Are Raised. Chapter 6, The Curtains Are Raised. Taoist Icebreak knelt there. He felt as though freezing ice water had just been poured across his entire body. He felt extremely cold, and his face had turned white. Kill him? Torture him? Torment his soul? Taoist Icebreak repeatedly kowtowed, smashing his forehead against the ground until blood began to pour from it. He screamed frantically, Patriarch, Patriarch! 2 seniors! Spare me, spare me! I've definitely never offended this senior, Ning. Someone must have framed me. Framed me! Ning just stood there, staring at the terrified, kneeling Taoist Icebreak. He was very calm. The nearby King Yen, however, did speak out. If I say you deserve to die, then you deserve to die. Taoist Icebreak's heart trembled. Right. Even a celestial immortal like Patriarch Flowermont was so respectful of these 2. If they wanted to kill him, did they even really need to give a good excuse? The yellow-robed man knelt there by his side. He loved his son, but he didn't dare to say a single word. He knew what sort of terrifying situation they were currently facing. Even if I have to die, senior, please tell me what I've done, exactly. Taoist Icebreak was still frantically trying to find a way to survive. He suppressed his terror as he raised his head to look towards Ning. He had to find out what this was all about. Only when he understood the reason behind this could he explain and argue back. Otherwise, there was no way for him to even argue about it. In recent years, you've harmed quite a few mortals, haven't you? Ning's voice was very calm. His eyes were very calm as well. Taoist Icebreak's body shook. He immediately collapsed supinely to the ground, a look of utter despair on his face. Mortals. Even he himself didn't know how many women had fallen into his hands, then been ravaged to death by him. Forget about mortals, even quite a few female cultivators had fallen into his hands. However, he had never left behind any traces. Who is this youth, that even the Patriarch must be wary of? Which mortal was he connected to? Little Sparrow? Nuaner? Dongyu? One figure after another flashed through Taoist Icebreak's mind. These were images of the woman who had suffered under him that he remembered the most keenly. You harmed so many that you can't even guess? Ning said softly, then think it over, slowly, in purgatory. A strange ripple suddenly reached Taoist Icebreak's body. Taoist Icebreak's body trembled. A look of despair and terror appeared in his eyes, and he stopped moving. His soul instantly flew out from his body. What Ning had just done was to hypnotize him, then forcibly rip his soul out of his body.
A black bottle appeared in Ning's hand, which instantly sucked Taoist Icebreak's soul into it.
Green flames could vaguely be seen blazing within the bottle. The kneeling, yellow-robed man stared at the flames in the bottle. His heart instantly shuddered.
"Son, your father didn't discipline you well enough."
He understood what his son's flaws were, and he often urged his son to do better. Taoist Icebreak was always quite obedient in front of him, but as soon as he turned his head, Icebreak would go back to his old ways. All he did was hide it even better. In the end, he felt that since his son focused on mortals, it shouldn't make much of a difference, and so he didn't reprimand his son too strongly.
If one often walks by the riverside, one's shoes will eventually get wet.
He did too many evil deeds. One might be able to avoid retribution for a time, but no one can avoid retribution forever. Only now did the yellow-robed man truly understand this saying. The righteous laws of heaven applied to all men, and the wheel of karma turned without end. Both had their own ways of punishing the wicked.
Fellow Taoist Ji Ning, this Taoist Icebreak has committed countless vile deeds.
The only reason why this vile miscreant was able to live so long was because I didn't maintain a firm enough grip over my disciples.
Taoist Icebreak's father, Youngfish, is right here as well.
Without his father's protection, how would this vile miscreant have dared to act so boldly?
Fellow Taoist Ji Ning, punish him as you see fit, there's no need to worry about me. Patriarch Flowermont said.
A mere void-level earth immortal truly meant very little to a celestial immortal.
Ning gave the yellow-robed man a glance.
King Yen had collected intelligence reports regarding both Taoist Icebreak and his father, and Ning had read them all.
Taoist Icebreak was a hypocrite and a false gentleman who had done many vile deeds in secret, harming many people.
His father, however, could be considered a righteous man. He didn't do evil deeds and was quite an admirable person, and was also quite talented, which was why he had become a void-level earth immortal. His only personality flaw was that he doted on his son too much.
"Let's go," Ning said to King Yen, then turned to look at Patriarch Flowermont. "Fellow Taoist Flowermont, we've disturbed you long enough. We'll go back to the Grand Xia now."
Sure.
Patriarch Flowermont smiled.
"If you have free time, come and visit our Wusky world again." King Yen expressed his thanks as well, then he and Ning flew away on a cloud. They left the Flowermont Immortal School, then used a spatial teleport to leave. After they left, Patriarch Flowermont's face sank down as he looked at the yellow-robed man. "Youngfish, you failed as a father. Your son nearly caused our school a huge disaster. As the person who shielded him this entire time, you have to be punished.
End your own life and go reincarnate."
The yellow-robed man trembled. He didn't dare to argue back. He immediately kowtowed, then his body imploded. Even his gold lotus primal soul dissipated. A wind blew past his body, and it completely dissipated, leaving behind no traces. His soul, escorted by the Tao of the heavens, was sent to the minor netherworld right away. Patriarch. Only now did the nearby Flowermont Immortal School's leader speak out.
"Why did you order Youngfish to die? Didn't Senior Ji Ning decide to spare him?" The reason why fellow Taoist Ji Ning didn't act against him was because he didn't want to act against someone who wasn't directly responsible. Patriarch Flowermont shook his head.
However, what if Youngfish was to harbor hatred in his heart and, overestimating his abilities, try to exact revenge in some form against Ji Ning? That would cause an utter disaster for our Flowermont Immortal School. In addition, although fellow Taoist Ji Ning seemed to have left, who knows if he secretly felt hatred for Youngfish or not? If I didn't kill him, fellow Taoist Ji Ning might harbor a grudge. Thus, it is better to kill him, that way, fellow Taoist Ji Ning wouldn't hold a grudge against me.
The headmaster now understood how carefully the Patriarch was behaving.
He immediately asked, "Patriarch, who in the world is this Ji Ning, that you act so carefully around him? I took a careful look at him earlier, but I didn't find any immortal spirit chi around him. He shouldn't be a celestial immortal."
The Patriarch gave him a glance.
"He is not a celestial immortal,
he is merely a void-level fiend god. However, he was able to fight against 9 mighty celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan in the world of the Grand Xia, and he even killed 2 of them. In addition, he was able to survive even the descent of karmic sin flames. Despite being merely at the void level, it wouldn't be hard for him to wipe out our entire Flowermont Immortal school, and he is the disciple of a Tao Father, but... The disciple of a Tao Father? The headmaster had been feeling stunned by Ning's power, but upon hearing this, he was truly terrified. Now do you understand? Patriarch Flowermont said calmly, be it due to his power, his potential, or his background, I have to be careful around him. The 2 had teleported back to the world of the Grand Xia. The world of the Grand Xia. Stillwater Commandery. The Black-White College. Ning and King Yan both appeared in the skies above the college. They then flew towards Yue's residence. It was late in the afternoon, almost nightfall. Junior apprentice brother. Little brother. Yue and Yuchi Siye were waiting for them in the courtyard. Nin nodded lightly. He didn't feel the slightest bit of joy for having killed Taoist Icebreak. All he felt in his heart was pain, and an endless amount of hatred towards the Seamless Gate. Senior apprentice sister, prepare some food. I'm going to eat a bit, then take a rest, Ning said. The Seamless Gate already sent their final diplomatic note, their attacks will come very soon. We need to make as many preparations as we can. All right. Yue could tell that Ning was in a terrible mood, and so she acceded to his request. That night, during dinner, Siye did her best to bring up interesting topics so as to help improve Ning's mood. Yue did her best to help out as well. Ning forced out a smile, but his smile caused Siye and Yue to both sigh inside. The only thing we can do is wait for time to heal all wounds, but... Only later that night did Ning say a few things to Yue, a few words from the bottom of his heart. This world is filled with injustices, and I'm unable to address them all. The countless cultivators and mortals of the world are all unable to address them all. The only ones who can change the world are the likes of my master and the other major powers who stand at the very top of the universe, Ning said. Right now, I, Ning, am helpless to change this world, but after I become a true god or a Tao Father, I'll have a chance to change things. I want to stand at the peak, to change everything. I want to protect you, protect our future children, protect the ones I love. Ning sat there on a dais, Yue in his arms. I want to stand at the peak. I want to change everything, but first, I have to be strong enough. Ning raised his head to stare at the crescent moon in the skies. Yue looked at Ning. She could sense a terrifying determination within this youth's heart. The more ambitions you have, the more accomplishments you will have. This was something that she had once heard. It was within a dark region, where countless figures had been prostrating themselves, Yue one of them. The ruler of that black region had spoken these words. In this moment, as she lay next to Ning, Yue understood the true meaning of those words that had been spoken by that terrifying figure. A powerful heart would have the power to change destiny itself. Perhaps, junior apprentice brother truly will become a true god or a Tao Father, Yue said quietly to herself. By then, will I still be by his side? Will I still be accompanying him? In the coming days, Celestial Immortal Unity of Stillwater City, Immortal Dinsai, Yue, and Ning all began to make their preparations. They familiarized themselves with the formations protecting Stillwater City. Ning's primal twin completely focused on meditating on the Tao, searching for the way to apply heart force to immortal swords. Previously, in the Nihilim zone, Ning had only developed a way to apply heart force to his sword fingers. There were a few differences between using sword fingers and actual swords. Still, since both involved sword arts, Ning was able to grasp the essence of it right away. However, he needed some time to reach a perfect level of mastery in it. Ning felt eager, because once his primal twin completely mastered the art of applying heart force to swords, he would undergo his celestial tribulation. The Fifth World. The enormous, castle-like city, filled with countless towering edifices. The most towering edifice was the one where only Empyrean gods or true immortals could enter. Within an enormous palace, scorching flames blazed in the very center of the palace. Surrounding the center, there were 3 massive thrones, with an azure-robed, white-skinned woman seated in the central throne. To her left sat a fire-robed man, while to her right sat a skinny, monkey-like elder. The Mount Steel major world has already been occupied. Only a few scattered pockets of resistance remain. The azure-robed woman's voice had a magnetic, soul-penetrating quality to it. We can begin to transfer our forces over and truly begin to act against the world of the Grand Xia. The power of the world of the Grand Xia, Mount Steel can't begin to compare to it. The skinny elder said in a low voice, "Our blood cloud hall has infiltrated the Grand Xia, and I've even personally investigated it several times. The power of the Grand Xia dynasty caused even me to feel shocked. Don't forget that behind him stands Taofather Crimsonbright and Taofather Raindragon, as well as the primordial Imperial clan. The human Imperial clan, would they truly initiate a final battle against us for the sake of one of their branches?" The azure-robed woman shook her head. "They will not. But the human Imperial clan of the primordial era will send reinforcements," the skinny elder warned. "Although we'll be able to send over our forces from the Mount Steel world and many other places, I keep on having this feeling that it is going to be dangerous, very dangerous. The world of the Grand Xia, this is probably the most powerful major world under the command of Taofather Crimsonbright." The azure-robed woman looked at the fire-robed man. The fire-robed man laughed. "Don't look at me. My myriad demon's cave is only responsible for manufacturing golems. The question of how to attack the world of the Grand Xia is the primary responsibility of your seamless gate. Do you think I'm unaware of how hard it will be for us to deal with the Grand Xia world?" The azure-robed woman looked sideways at the skinny elder. "This time, we'll act against more than half of the commandery cities of the Grand Xia as a test. This will be our first test, our first initial clash that comes before the true war. After the test, after we've gathered enough information, the final battle between our sides will begin." And when do you plan to move?" the skinny elder asked. 10 days from now. We'll send out 2,000 units to attack in unison." A cold light flashed through the azure-robed woman's eyes. The Hallmaster of Blood Cloud Hall and the Cave Master of the Myriad Demons Cave both turned solemn. They had a feeling of tremendous pressure. Finally. They were finally going to act against the world of the Grand Xia, the toughest nut to crack of them all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 7, The Grand Army Mobilizes. Chapter 7, The Grand Army Mobilizes. It was a blazing summer day. The world seemed to have turned into a gigantic furnace, only late at night did things cool down a bit. Ning and Yue were standing at the top of a tower within their mountain peak estate. From this location, they could see nearly half of the entire Stillwater city. It's been half a year since the Seamless Gate sent out that final note, but they still have yet to move. "We have to wait carefully every day. I wonder how long they'll keep us waiting," Ning said. "Right now, Stillwater City doesn't just have Sword Immortal Unity, it also has you, Junior Apprentice Brother. You were able to fight back against 9 mighty celestial immortals and slay 2 of them. Now that 18 years have gone past, they probably have guessed that your power has risen yet again. How could the Seamless Gate behave rashly? They naturally need to make many preparations. To spend half a year in preparations to fight a celestial immortal who nearly has the power of a pure yang true immortal, and who is supported by a peerlessly talented monster, it makes sense." Yue continued, "In addition, the more time passes, the more powerful their strike shall most likely be, but..." Nin nodded. "I understand. Junior Apprentice Brother." Yue looked at Ning, then said solemnly, "You absolutely must not underestimate the Seamless Gate. Ha ha. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry. Last time, I ended up suffering mightily at the hands of the Young Flame clan. I've learned from that. This time, I definitely won't be overconfident again. Ning smiled. In recent days, Yue had often reminded him to be careful, to be cautious. It seemed as though the Young Flame clan's exile of him to the void had caused her to fear something similar would reoccur. Ning felt warmed and comforted by this sort of concern. During the past half year, Ning had more than half mastered the art of applying heart force to his immortal swords. Given a bit more time, he would have fully mastered it. Given that he was experienced in applying heart force to his sword fingers, his rate of improvement was quite quick. In addition, Ning also noticed that his rate of improvement in comprehending the Tao of the sword had been incredibly fast during this past half year. Clearly, his comprehension of the first level of sword force, which had allowed him to touch upon the innate essence of the sword, had given him a straight path towards fully understanding the Tao of the sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a streak of core sense shot out. Yue's face changed slightly. Seeing this, Ning glanced at the skies. Is it your turn to stand guard, senior apprentice sister? Yes. Yue nodded. Sword Immortal Unity truly is cautious. At every moment of every day, he's using his core sense to cover the entire Stillwater City. Every day, our 3 celestial immortals will rotate in this duty, ensuring there is always perfect coverage. Ning sighed. As long as the Seamless Gate dares to draw close, there will be no way they can hide it from us at all. We are in the light, while they are in the dark. We naturally must be cautious, Yue said. We are also the weaker side to begin with. If we are overconfident, we'll be in true danger. Ning nodded. They've been preparing for so long. I really wonder what sorts of methods the Seamless Gate is preparing. When they come, they will strike as swiftly as the thunder, Yue said solemnly. Ning gave Yue a glance. Of the 3 celestial immortals, Yue was the most pessimistic of the lot. Her attitude had an impact on Ning and the others, causing them to become even more careful. For example, the usage of core sense to keep continual oversight over the city. In truth, this was an extremely tiring thing. Fortunately, their 3 celestial immortals rotated through this duty, which was why they were able to maintain this policy. While Ning and the forces of Stillwater City were waiting carefully, keeping their core sense spread over the city at all times, on this summer night, the Grand Army of the Seamless Gate finally began to make their move. With that black, foggy cave. Whoosh! A group of masked, golden-robed figures flew out from the cave, then immediately dispersed into many small squads. They executed a void blink technique and disappeared. A mysterious teleportation array within a gorge suddenly flashed. A large group of masked, golden-robed men immediately appeared within the array. They, too, separated into many small squads, then quickly teleported away to various locations. Deep within a region of rippling fog, 2 golden-robed figures appeared. In almost the same instant, 2,000 squads had silently arrived at the world of the Grand Xia. They all dispersed towards their respective targets. Within a desolate, wild region, 2 golden-robed figures were standing amidst the grass, message talismans in their hands. Big brother, thank goodness we joined the Seamless Gate rather than stay with the Xia Emperor. The Seamless Gate really is far too powerful. Their headquarters in the 5th world, good heavens. We've seen over 1 million celestial immortals gathered together in an amazing display of power, but that represented almost all of the celestial immortals which Taofather Crimson Bright commands. But the 5th world, it definitely has at least as many celestial immortals as Taofather Crimsonbright does. In fact, when we went to go pay our respects to the Gate Master of the Seamless Gate, a true immortal, he told us that those largest, most towering of edifices were meant for Empyrean gods and true immortals to reside in. How many Empyrean gods and true immortals does that represent? Third brother, don't be frightened by the words of the Gate Master. Yes, the power of the 5th world is inconceivable, but there were more than 1,000 of those towering edifices. I refuse to believe they have more than 1,000 Empyrean gods or true immortals. In addition, I imagine that the fifth world has most likely prepared multiple palaces for everyone at the level of the Gatemaster. Some are used for resting, some are used for training and meditation, some are used for receiving guests, and so if you calculate it that way, the number isn't that terrifying. The more heavy-set golden-robed figure said, however, that Fifth World truly is one of their headquarters with awesome power. They actually dared to gather so many forces there, that means they are at least capable of withstanding a Taofather. Otherwise, the Taofathers would have wiped them out long ago. Right. The other golden-robed man nodded. If the Fifth World used its full power against the world of the Grand Xia, they would probably be able to annihilate it in just a few days. But the Fifth World needs to assault many major worlds. It is the principal responsibility of that Gatemaster of the Seamless Gate to assault our Grand Xia, the heavy-set golden-robed man said. Only after we completely surrendered were we trusted enough to be allowed to go to the Fifth World, the skinnier golden-robed figure said. Now, this time, the Gatemaster assigned us to deal with the Flame Door Commandery, and instructed us to fight with that female immortal of the Flame Door Commandery. However, it's only meant to be an act, a mock fight. No need to even think about it, she's probably joined the Seamless Gate as well. That's why we are only going to put on a show of fighting her, the heavy-set golden-robed man said. What's true is false, what's false is true. Only when the waters are muddied can one fish from them in secret. So long as Flame Door Commandery comes under attack, the Xia Emperor will probably feel much less suspicion towards that female immortal of the Commandery. Right. This time, we've been told that 2,000 squads numbering more than 10,000 people have been sent out. I wonder how many are celestial immortals and how many are loose immortals. And how many are joinees like us, while how many were members of the Seamless Gate to begin with, Who cares? That's not for us to know or worry about. Right. Still, why haven't the talismans shattered yet? Both of them were holding a message talisman. Once the talisman shattered, it meant that the time had come for them to make their move. They were waiting a few tens of thousands of kilometers outside of Flame Door City. They'd be able to arrive there with a single void blink. They just needed the order. Crack! The talismans shattered. The faces of both figures instantly changed. No longer in the mood to chat, they immediately void blinked towards Flame Door City. Deep within a foggy region outside Flame Door City, a total of 18 figures had appeared atop the clouds, each of whom were dressed in golden robes. However, their golden robes were slightly different from ordinary golden robes. Their golden robes were all covered with various decorations such as flowers, god beasts, clouds, mountains, and other things. All of their auras were extraordinary. Everyone, per the orders of the Gatemaster, I shall lead you all today, Celestial Immortal Violetgrass said. I know that I am lacking in experience, and so I'd like to ask everyone to be patient with me. Little sister Violetgrass, although you haven't trained for very long, your talent is exceptional. You are now amongst the top-tier celestial immortals, comparable to the rest of us. I imagine that in the future, we'll be asking you to take care of us. This was the response from the other celestial immortals. They all knew quite well that Celestial Immortal Violetgrass was heavily doted upon by the Gatemaster, and she was also protected by Celestial Immortal Black Heaven and many other powerful figures. It was guaranteed that in the future, her status would be higher than theirs. This time, the Gatemaster has sent out 2,000 squads. This shall be the final time we test the enemy's strength in detail, with the true war against the Grand Xia to begin right afterwards. The purpose of all this is to get a good sense of any powers or abilities the Grand Xia is hiding. The mission of almost every squad is to probe our foes, with a few squads meant for putting on a show. Only very, very few squads are meant to wipe out the foes. Celestial Immortal Violetgrass swept them with her gaze as she said solemnly, and our squad is one of those meant to wipe out our foes. Celestial Immortal Unity is too stubborn, there's no way he'll bend the neck for us, Violetgrass said. He is incredibly powerful, and he might break through to the pure young true immortal level at any moment. His ability to wait and endure is also incredible, if we just let him do as he pleases, he'll most likely become a major impediment to the seamless gate subjugation of the Grand Xia. Since we can't recruit him, then we have to eliminate him. The Xia Emperor wasn't sure about the loyalties of many celestial immortals. For example, he couldn't be sure if even the capture of celestial immortal Hunchmont was part of an act or not. The Seamless Gate, however, knew everything. They knew that they truly had captured Hunchmont and had used everything they could think of to force Unity to capitulate, but alas, all their efforts had failed. At present, Stillwater City has celestial immortal Unity, Immortal Diansai, the Rainbow Flame Fairy, and Sword Immortal Dark North, also known as Ning. Violet Grass said seriously, Immortal Diansai and the Rainbow Flame Fairy are fairly weak, they aren't worth mentioning. Celestial Immortal Unity and Sword Immortal Dark North, however, are no ordinary figures. If Celestial Immortal Unity was by himself, there would be no need at all for the 18 of us to join forces, but now, Sword Immortal Dark North has emerged. The other 17 all nodded. They had all received reports regarding Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. Prior to this, they had been battling across other major worlds. Only after being gathered here had they received Ning's intelligence report, and after reading it, they had been badly shocked. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ning. The champion of the Conclave of Immortal Destiny, a disciple of one of the most supreme Tao Fathers of the Three Realms, a practitioner of the 8-9 arcane art, a wielder of astonishing sword arts, a possessor of incredible divine abilities, and who had been able to fight 9 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan as a void-level Earth Immortal, and kill 2 of them. Although he had trained for less than a century, he was able to survive even the descent of karmic sin flames. He truly was an incomparably astonishing talent. Everyone present is a supreme celestial immortal, and you are all skilled in using the formation which the God King created. The 18 of us are able to somewhat unleash the power of this formation. It should be enough to dominate anyone below the Empyrean God or true immortal level. Violet Grass said solemnly, everyone already has a copy of the plan, we must act in accordance with it. We have to be careful, to tread lightly. If we are overconfident, then Celestial Immortal Unity and Sword Immortal Dark North will be able to escape. Of course. If the 18 of us fail even when fighting together, once word spreads, we would have no face at all. They had all reached Celestial Immortal Infatuation's level of power, in fact, some were even slightly stronger. The 18 of them joining forces was a more terrifying prospect than 100 ordinary Celestial Immortals joining forces. These were the true elites of the Seamless Gate. Only when the Seamless Gate encountered a truly thorny foe would it send out these elites. The 18 Celestial Immortals waited there within the fog, waited for the final order to come. The 2,000 squads had to strike at the same time. A short while later. Crack! The message talismans in the hands of the 18 Celestial Immortals simultaneously shattered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 8, Celestial Immortal Unity. Chapter 8, Celestial Immortal Unity. Let's go. Upon seeing the message talisman shatter, a cold light flashed through Celestial Immortal Violet Grass eyes. She immediately gave the order. Whoosh! 18 figures flew towards Stillwater City at high speed, riding the clouds. They were hidden fairly close to Stillwater City to begin with. Once they reached a distance of 3,000 kilometers away from Stillwater City, their faces all changed. Core Sense. A celestial immortal from Stillwater City is keeping watch with Core Sense. We've been discovered. The 18 celestial immortals all had a bad feeling. They had guessed that Celestial Immortal Unity would be very cautious, but they had never expected this. It had been more than half a year since the final note had been sent. Could it be that Celestial Immortal Unity had been maintaining his Core Sense watch for all that time? In truth, even though Immortal Diansai, the Rainbow Flame Fairy, and Celestial Immortal Unity rotated through this duty, it was still exhausting. Thus, they didn't cover too much area with their Core Sense, just the entirety of Stillwater City and 3,000 kilometers around it.
It must be understood that given how strong celestial immortals were, even the weakest of them would be able to easily stretch their core sense out to 100,000 kilometers. But of course, that could only be maintained for a short period of time. Although celestial immortal unity is being quite cautious, that is as we expected, Violet Grass sent mentally. Right. The other celestial immortals weren't worried. Let's attack from here. No need to advance any further. Violet Grass gave the order, and the 18 celestial immortals descended from the skies into the desolate wilderness. Violet Grass released her own core sense, reaching out to touch the core sense of the celestial immortal within Stillwater City. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide themselves any further. Unity, our seamless gate has arrived. Hurry up and surrender. Night. Stillwater City. The seamless gate has arrived. Yue sent this mental message through core sense. Instantly, two other figures flew into the skies and towards her at high speed. One was Celestial Immortal Unity, who flew out from the Marquis estate, the other was Immortal Diensai. As for Ning, he had been with Yue this entire time. The entire Stillwater City was nearly 9,000 kilometers long, and the Marquis estate was fairly close to the Black-White College. They were able to instantly assemble. They came? Celestial Immortal Unity landed, his eyes filled with a shocking desire for battle. Right. They are 3,000 kilometers away from the east gate of Stillwater City, Yue said. Once they saw my core sense, they immediately landed. They haven't advanced any further. Celestial Immortal Unity laughed, his laughter filled with a savage killing intent. 3,000 kilometers? That's enough. They've already entered the range of our formations. Fellow Taoist Unity, Immortal Diensai said hurriedly, the actual city of Stillwater City was created by the Grand Xia dynasty. It innately contains tremendous power, and is also filled with many formations. If they don't enter the city proper, there's no way for us to use the innate formations that are built into the city. We can only use the formations which the Northmont clan have laid down. Those formations are significantly weaker, at most, we'll be able to slow them down a bit. That's already enough, Celestial Immortal Unity said with a laugh. The Seamless Gate is very cautious, there's no way they'd be so stupid as to rush straight into the city proper. Activate the formations right now and take control over them. All right. Yue and Immortal Diensai both nodded. Both of them were Celestial Immortals. When one used Celestial Immortal level power to activate a formation, the strength of the formation would increase markedly. Celestial Immortal Violet Grass and the other 17 Celestial Immortals stood there within the wilderness, quietly staring at that massive city. Although they were 3,000 kilometers away, they could still see it with the naked eye. Rumble. Suddenly, the world itself seemed to change. Although it was night, an enormous cloud of fire suddenly appeared in the air above the entire city of Stillwater. Immediately afterwards, the world itself shook. First, an enormous barrier of light appeared, covering the entirety of Stillwater City as well as a region of nearly 9,000 kilometers around it. This grand ceiling formation had a diameter of 18,000 kilometers. A ceiling formation? Celestial Immortal Violet Grass swept it with a glance. This grand formation had trapped the nearby mountains, forests, and wilderness as well. Since they were 3,000 kilometers away from the city, they were naturally included within the formation. Whoosh! Fog began to billow out. Space began to distort. The 18 Celestial Immortals, however, remained quite calm. Violet Grass had seen many things and had an extraordinary status, while the other 17 had engaged in wars of conquest across other major worlds. They had plenty of experience in these things. They could immediately tell that this sort of grand formation would at most be able to slow them down a bit, but wouldn't be able to have much of an impact. In truth, it wasn't too likely that clans like the Northmont clan of Stillwater could have excessively powerful formations. There's no need for us to take things head-on for now, Violet Grass sent mentally. Given how proud Celestial Immortal Unity is, once he's trapped us here, he'll definitely take the initiative to attack us. If he truly is so cowardly as to refuse to come out, then we'll use our formation to break through his formation with overpowering force.
Right. Don't worry. These celestial immortals were neither overconfident nor in a rush.
For the sake of killing celestial immortal unity, they had made very detailed preparations.
However, at their level, in the end, what mattered the most was power.
Thus, the 18 which the Seamless Gate had gathered here today had more than enough power to slay celestial immortal unity and give him no way to escape.
The walls of Stillwater City. Whoosh! 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 Whoosh!
For figures descended upon them, celestial immortal unity, Immortal Dinsai, Ning, and Yue. Through their control over the formation, Ning and the others were able to see through the bewildering fog and find those 18 distant celestial immortals, even though those 18 themselves couldn't even tell north from south.
There's actually 18 of them? Immortal Dinsai was startled. He gave Unity a glance.
Fellow Daoist Unity, last time you defeated a combined team of 36 celestial immortals. This time, even though they know that my disciple Ning has returned, they actually have only sent 18? It seems as though these 18 are definitely extraordinary celestial immortals. Ning said, fellow Daoist Unity, the Seamless Gate has come with ill intentions. The two of us should fight together. I'll fight in close combat, while you attack from far away.
If we join forces. No need. Unity shook his head.
Years ago, when Ning had first met Unity, he had referred to him as senior. However, now that Ning was famous for having fought 9 celestial immortals head-on and killing 2 of them, Ning clearly had power comparable to that of a supreme celestial immortal. When also factoring in the fact that the Black-White College was his principal source of assistance in dealing with this assault from the Seamless Gate, Unity was naturally no longer willing to allow Ning and the others to refer to him as senior. However, in their hearts, Ning and Immortal Dinsai continued to feel great reverence for this senior of theirs, Unity.
No need? Ning was surprised. This battle today is primarily the culmination of my feud with the Seamless Gate, Unity said.
Your Black-White College has already helped me by maintaining a core sense watch for half a year, and you are helping me right now by maintaining this formation. I already feel very grateful for all of this. In this battle with the Seamless Gate, there's no need for you to intervene. The Seamless Gate has definitely prepared many techniques to deal with me, and they must feel confident in their chances. Then if you were to go, I don't want to sound rude, but if you go, your chances of death are very high.
Immortal Dinsai and Yue both nodded slowly.
Right. They knew exactly how formidable celestial immortal Unity was. He was almost as strong as a pure Yang true immortal. To kill someone like this, the Seamless Gate had to prepare an even more powerful force. If the two of them went, they truly might die if they weren't careful.
But isn't that going to make things even more dangerous for you, fellow Daoist? Immortal Dinsai asked hurriedly.
Ha ha ha, they have their tricks, but so do I. Unity said confidently, they've never forced me to the point of going all out before.
Immortal Dinsai nodded slowly.
Right. Unity had hidden himself away for countless eons, and almost everyone in the 3 realms had thought him to be dead.
How strong, exactly, had he become over the course of so many years?
Aside from Unity himself, most likely no one else knew. Fellow Daoist Unity, even a lion fighting against a rabbit should use all his might, Ning said hurriedly. The two of them are key refiners, but I am a fiend god body refiner.
No need. Unity frowned.
Upon seeing Ning persevere, he added, if you go, you'll actually slow me down.
Ning blinked.
Friends of the Black-White College, just watch me butcher them.
Unity immediately transformed into a streak of white light as he flew far away.
Ning, the reason why Senior Unity spoke so rudely was because he doesn't want you to go, Immortal Dinsai said. He's a proud, solitary figure by nature. We've already helped him a lot, and he doesn't want to accept our help any further.
I understand. I'm not angry at all. Ning stared off into the distance. Let's watch Senior Unity battle the Seamless Gate first. If he really does fall into a dangerous situation, I can intervene then. Junior apprentice brother, don't be rash. Watch first. Yue stared off into the distance as well. Get a sense for exactly how strong they are. If the Seamless Gate is too powerful, there's no need for us to throw our lives away. I understand. Ning nodded. Violet Grass and the other 17 celestial immortals completely ignored the surrounding fog, as well as the illusory images that appeared around them. Suddenly, Violet Grass frowned slightly. Assemble into formation, Violet Grass sent mentally. Ba Xia. Instantly, the 18 celestial immortals moved into formation. 6 floated in the air while the other 12 remained standing on the ground. At the same time, they began to use their immortal energy to manifest black tattoo lines. The lines quickly intersected, causing black runes to levitate into the air. Instantly, a blurry light began to cover the 18, slowly solidifying into the form of an enormous black dragon turtle. The dragon turtle lay there on the ground, raising its head upwards and letting out a ferocious howl. Roar air. The draconic roar echoed throughout the world, causing even the surrounding mist to somewhat disperse. Ba Xia the dragon turtle, one of the 9 sons of the dragon? A clear voice rang out as the mist part in front of them. Space solidified, and a long-haired man appeared standing in the air. He no longer looked as ordinary and low-key as he usually did, rather, he looked like a sharp, unsheathed sword that had revealed its fierceness. The long-haired man roared with laughter. The Ba Xia dragon turtle formation, a formation that manifests one of the primordial god beasts, quite a formidable formation, and one that is suited for defense. This is the perfect counter for me. Unity, you still have a chance to join our Seamless Gate, Violet Grass said coldly. Oh? Unity shook his head. As a person, I really hate it when others try to force me to do something. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Come, then, receive a blow from my sword. Whoosh! 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 6 streaks of swordlight shot out from Celestial Immortal Unity's head. As they flew through the air, the 6 streaks began to merge together. Countless runes of light sparkled and flashed as the 6 immortal swords completely fused into a single massive broadsword. The broadsword flashed with a white light that caused the hearts of those who saw it to turn cold. This was the legendary Supreme Immortal Sword. Arise! Unity had an icy look on his face as he unleashed a sword art that he had never before used in battle. Bang! 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 Dot! Suddenly, within 100 kilometers of this area, 5 pillars of light appeared and soared into the skies. These 5 pillars of light were gold, green, blue, crimson, and yellow, while above the enormous Supreme Immortal Sword appeared 2 enormous clouds, one white and one black. These 2 clouds circled and swirled around each other, looking like an enormous Taiji symbol. The power of this stance was so great that the faces of Violet Grass and the 18 celestial immortals all changed. The intelligence report never mentioned such a powerful sword art. One of the celestial immortals couldn't help but send a frantic mental message to the others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 9, Ji Ning. Ji Ning. Chapter 9, Ji Ning. Ji Ning. Our Ba Xia dragon turtle formation can definitely defend against it, Celestial Immortal Violet Grass sent frantically. Let's make our move as well. Fight back. Kill him. As Celestial Immortal Unity used his sword art, the 18 enemy Celestial Immortals all activated their own magic treasures as well. They had used the Ba Xia dragon turtle formation and had pooled their immortal energy together, causing their strength to increase. Now, every single one of them was capable of exploding forth with power comparable to Ji Ning's,
back before Ning suffered the descent of karmic sin flames. All sorts of colors began to flash in the skies as many magic treasures and spells shot out like a meteor shower, slicing through the air and striking towards Unity. The 5 elements are the foundation, the Taiji serves as the guide. This is my supreme immortal swordland. Light flashed in Unity's eyes, so dense as to seem almost material. His voice rang out loudly, and the enormous supreme immortal sword within the skies began to come crashing downwards. As it pressed downwards, the enormous Taiji cloud above it, as well as the 5 pillars of light around it, all instantly connected to it. An enormous sword world that was 100 kilometers in size had been created. The supreme immortal sword pressed downwards at high speed, and the size of the sword world was rapidly shrinking as well, from 100 kilometers to 10 kilometers, as it clashed against the magic treasures and spells of those 18 celestial immortals. Boom! 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 A series of explosions could be heard. The supreme immortal swordland trembled, seemingly growing weaker. However, the distant Unity just pushed a little bit more of his immortal energy into it. At the same time, those 5 roving 5 elements light pillars and the Taiji clouds once more filled the supreme immortal swordland with energy, causing its power to once more be restored. Even joining forces, we still can't break it? This supreme ability of celestial immortal unity is actually a sword world attack on this level. One can't even flee from it. It truly is enough to cause one to feel despair. No wonder he is known as the Supreme Sword Immortal. The faces of the 18 celestial immortals changed. Although the power of each of their magic treasures and spells had increased dramatically, their attacks were scattered and not unified. There was no way to merge their attacks together, and so they were all blocked by the Supreme Immortal Swordland. The Supreme Immortal Sword continued to press downwards. The entire sword world continued to rapidly shrink, quickly compressing down to the size of the enormous Bashya turtle dragon beneath it. The 18 celestial immortals frantically poured in more of their own immortal energy to further stabilize the Bashya formation. This formation was extremely suited for defense, and the 18 entrusted all of their hopes to it. Boom! An enormous explosion. The supreme immortal sword had stabbed straight into the shell of the Bashya turtle dragon, while runes flowed across the shell, striving to defend against the sword. Unity's face changed slightly. Blocked it. Blocked it. He's just a single celestial immortal. After all, no matter how formidable his abilities are, he's just close to the power of a pure young true immortal. Did you really think it would be so easy to break this Bashya formation? The 18 celestial immortals instantly felt complete confidence. Descend. Unity waved his finger, once more executing the supreme immortal swordland. He wanted to launch multiple attacks to break through the enemy's defensive formation. The other 3 watched the battle from far. By using his supreme immortal swordland, Unity had completely crushed the Seamless Gates forces. Although the Seamless Gates forces had a strong defensive formation, their attacks were completely useless against Unity. Senior Unity is controlling the entire battle, Immortal Dinsai said with a laugh. He truly is far too powerful. His sword not only includes the Grand Tao of Taiji, it also includes many of the profound mysteries of the 5 elements. He's perfectly merged them all together into this sword stroke. Most likely, not even a real pure young true immortal would necessarily have such a powerful technique. Ning nodded. For a celestial immortal to have close to a pure yang true immortal's power required the celestial immortal to be at a very high level of insight into the Tao, and have techniques that were even more powerful than a true immortal's. This supreme immortal swordland was most likely the result of a fusion of multiple Grand Taos. Although none of these Grand Taos were fully mastered, this sort of perfect fusion was no weaker than a sword art derived from the complete mastery of a full Grand Tao. Quick, look! The nearby Yue's face suddenly changed. Ning's face changed as well. The 18 distant celestial immortals who originally formed into the Bashya dragon turtle formation had all retrieved their various magic treasures. The area around them began to manifest multiple azure runes. The 18 celestial immortals gritted their teeth, using their full power as they generated countless strings of power to cover the entire Bashya formation. Soon, from the shell of the Bashya dragon turtle appeared the head of an enormous azure serpent. A turtle snake had just been formed, and its power was clearly tremendous.
A turtle snake? Xuanwu.
The faces of Ji Ning, Yue, Immortal Diansai, and even Celestial Immortal Unity changed. The turtle snake had an extremely unique status within the three realms. Every single key refiner, upon reaching the primal level, would manifest a primal turtle snake soul. As for Xuanwu the turtle snake, he was a truly powerful figure who had lived since the days of the primordial Panga's world, and who was honored by everyone with the awe-inspiring title of Grand Emperor. This turtle snake formation was unfathomably more profound and complicated than the previous Bashya formation. The Bashya formation was extremely strong defensively to begin with, while this turtle snake formation was built atop the Bashya formation, using it as a base and further perfecting it. Upon seeing the enormous turtle snake appear, Unity immediately knew what was happening. This turtle snake formation, it has the defensive power of the Bashya dragon turtle formation, but also has an incredibly strong attack.
Suddenly,
whoosh!
The titanic azure serpent, previously coiled, suddenly opened its giant, bloody maw.
The body of the azure serpent suddenly increased explosively in size as its head transformed to become 100 kilometers long, seemingly capable of swallowing the universe itself. Unity hurriedly used his supreme immortal sword to block, but the serpent head seemed to be illusory, biting down and swallowing Unity within it. Unity hurriedly controlled the supreme immortal sword to transform back into 6 streaks of swordlight that returned to his side, protecting him.
What?
But, Immortal Diansai and Yue were both stunned.
Heaven Swallower? Ning frowned. This was an ability which Grand Emperor Xuanwu was born with, and this turtle snake formation was actually capable of replicating it?
Clearly, the creator of this formation had perfected this formation to a level where it was nearly identical to an actual turtle snake. In our turtle snake formation, the turtle focuses on defense while the snake focuses on attack. Violet Grass and the rest of her celestial immortals were quite delighted. This turtle snake formation had just as strong a defense as the earlier Bashya formation had. This was indeed quite a flawless formation with astonishing power. However, it was extremely hard to execute. These 18 supreme celestial immortals were only able to just barely set it up with tremendous effort.
Kill. Unity was completely trapped within the body of the azure serpent.
He once more executed his supreme immortal swordland from inside the body, but as he did, yet another serpent head appeared, beginning to wildly assault him. The serpent head would appear and disappear at random in an unpredictable manner, causing Unity to be in an extremely difficult situation. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Once the turtle snake formation appears, it dominates anyone below the Empyrean God or true immortal level. Violet Grass and the others were all completely confident.
It's over.
Not even Celestial Immortal Unity can break this turtle snake formation, and the attacks of that azure serpent are unpredictable and unfathomable. Immortal Diansai, standing at the walls of Stillwater City, revealed a look of despair.
Yue's face was ashen as well. Neither of them were in a position to help.
In the face of the power of the turtle snake formation, they both knew that they were far too weak. Most likely, only a true Empyrean God or true immortal would be able to break this formation.
Damn!
Ning's face changed when he saw this. He could tell that Unity wasn't going to be able to hold on for much longer. Swoosh! Ning immediately executed the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens and charged out.
Ji Ning! Immortal Diansai's face instantly changed dramatically. Ji Ning, don't go.
Stop.
Jun, your apprentice brother.
Yue began to panic as well. She hurriedly moved to use the formation to impact Ning and prevent him from going out. However, all 3 of them, Ji Ning, Yue, and Immortal Diansai, were very familiar with this formation. In fact, each of them had left their own runic imprints upon the core of the formation, any of the four were capable of taking control over it. The formation might be able to block others, but there was no way it could block Ning. Junior apprentice brother, that formation is too powerful. Not even celestial immortal unity is a match for it. Don't be a fool. Yue sent frantically with her core sense. Disciple, as your master, I order you to come back right now. Immortal Dianzai grew even more frantic. Swoosh. Swoosh, dot. The two were so frantic that they flew out from the city walls, chasing after Ning. Although they had faith in Ning's power, they had just personally witnessed the utterly terrifying might of the turtle snake formation. In terms of defensive strength, not even the most powerful sword attack of celestial immortal unity could break it. In terms of offensive strength, that azure serpent was unfathomable and mysterious in its movements, and it could even seemingly swallow the heavens themselves. Even unity was at the brink of death. If Ning became trapped in the azure serpent as well, that would mean he, too, would be doomed. Swoosh. Ning didn't slow down at all. Ning, the turtle snake formation's azure serpent, is clearly perfect for binding and restricting the movements of foes. Although your body is unbreakable as a magic treasure, this formation is a perfect counter for you. If you go, you'll die. Yue frantically flew towards Ning's direction, but Ning had the obscuring wind of the nine heavens, divine ability. Given his speed, how could Yue possibly catch up to him? And, by now, Ning had already reached the turtle snake formation. The 18 celestial immortals of the Seamless Gate were using their full power to have the turtle snake formation kill unity. Now, however, they saw Ning flying towards them. Ning? He actually dares to come after seeing the power of our turtle snake formation? The 18 celestial immortals were shocked. Perfect. We'll first use our full power to have the formation kill unity, and after unity dies we will kill Ning. We'll break them apart one by one, then kill them all. As for Ning, just let the turtle part of the formation block his attacks, Violet Grass sent mentally. Right. The other 17 agreed with here. After all, if they had to simultaneously deal with both Ning and unity, it would be quite taxing, even for them. Thus, it was better to first ignore Ning and focus on killing unity, then dealing with Ning next. The defense of the turtle snake formation was comparable to the Basha formation, so he wouldn't be an issue anyways. Whoosh! As Ning appeared, the fingers of his right hand suddenly formed into sword fingers. Swish! His sword fingers instantly expanded to become more than 3,000 meters long. They were like an enormous sword that filled the entire sky, and at the tip of the sword fingers there was a silvery white aura. In this instant, Ning activated the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand, and also poured his heart force into his sword fingers. The star-seizing hand, sword force, and heart force. All together. Junior apprentice brother. Ning. Yue and Immortal Dianzai, paying attention to nothing else, flew over towards Ning, panicking as they watched this all happen. Whoosh! The utterly enormous sword fingers descended with unfathomable power. Only when the sword fingers actually slammed against the turtle snake formation did the faces of the 18 celestial immortals suddenly change, and change dramatically at that. However, it was too late. Slash! The turtle snake formation was completely unable to withstand this terrifying sword finger attack of Ning's. It was instantly ripped apart. As the 3,000-meter long sword fingers broke through the turtle snake formation, it sliced sideways as well. The celestial immortals all felt as though mountains were slamming against them, and in an instant, 6 celestial immortals died. But Violet Grass and the other surviving celestial immortals were stunned. Impossible. This turtle snake formation is invincible against anyone below the Empyrean God or true immortal level, but... Yes. Normally speaking, this turtle snake formation they used truly was invincible against anyone below the Empyrean God or true immortal level. But Ning was different. When he fought against the young Flame Clan, he was already very close to being at the very peak of power possible for a celestial immortal. Afterwards, in the Nihilum Zone, had broken through to the 17th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the Nine Heavens. This breakthrough in divine power alone had put him very close to a pure young true immortal in terms of combat power, comparable to celestial immortal unity. In addition to that, Ning's heart force had reached the 3rd stage, and he had gained sword force as well. He was now able to instantly use up a 15th of his 3rd stage heart force in a single blow. This represented an utterly astonishing amount of power. And now, sword force was added into the mix as well. Ning, who had already been close to a pure young true immortal in power, had instantly leapt past that gap. In terms of attack power, he already had truly reached the level of an Empyrean god or true immortal.
Can it be that he's actually an Empyrean god or a true immortal?
Violet Grass and the others stared in terror at the distant Ning. All of them began to move to flee, no longer even thinking about fighting back, but Ning let out a savage roar.
3 heads, 6 arms.
Whoosh! That single set of sword fingers had suddenly transformed into 6 sets of sword fingers, slashing through the skies towards them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 10, Great Danger.
Chapter 10, Great Danger.
Impossible. There's no way he can be an Empyrean god or true immortal. If he had already overcome his tribulation, there's no way he could have hidden it past us, the seamless gate. Violet Grass and the rest of the 12 surviving celestial immortals began to flee in terror. Ning's tremendous power was great enough for them to feel that he was an Empyrean god or a true immortal, but that didn't make sense,
it wasn't possible.
Ning had the 8-9 arcane art, and was capable of masking an immortal aura, but he still had to undergo the celestial tribulation. There was no way something like that could have escaped the eyes of the seamless gate. In fact, no tribulation of any living creature in the 3 realms could escape the eyes of the seamless gate.
Ah!
A fleeing celestial immortal with a big bushy beard attempted to use a large gourd to block, but Ning's sword finger knocked it flying away, then executed him. He perished and his Tao came to an end.
How could Ning be this powerful?
The various celestial immortals all let out agonized cries of grief and rage. Sword fingers crisscrossed the skies with annihilating, slaying power. The intelligence reports were wrong.
Wrong. What the hell? I can't believe this.
These celestial immortals were all elites of the seamless gate. They normally only acted after they were given very accurate intelligence reports. As the saying went, only when one knew oneself and one's foes could one be the victor in every battle. A major error like this, it had truly never happened before. At their level, once one made a single error of this magnitude, the penalty would be one's life.
Ning executed, 3 heads, 6 arms.
His 6 sword fingers assaulted 6 different celestial immortals, but these 6 strikes only used the star-seizing hand and sword force. His 17th stage, Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, power, combined with the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand, was already comparable to that of supreme celestial immortals. If he added sword force to it as well, his power was definitely no longer than that of celestial immortal unities. In other words, Ning's 6 sword fingers were like 6 celestial immortal unities. Right now, the enemy formation had already been shattered. They were all fleeing. There was no need for him to add his heart force into the mix. Heart force was far too tiring, and each full-strength blow from his sword used up a 15th of it. He could only use it for 15 strikes. Naturally, Ning was going to save it for the most critical moments. Poof! A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. He showed no mercy at all with his killing blows. His 6 sword fingers instantly slaughtered 5 of the celestial immortals. One of them had been aimed towards the woman, and this one failed.
Ning glanced towards the woman in surprise.
A thick layer of azure light had appeared around her body.
This azure light was protecting her, having blocked Ning's earlier sword finger. Too powerful. Our intelligence reports were completely wrong. Violet Grass was still terrified. A pair of talismans appeared in her hands, as well as a Dao seal. The Dao seal was a greater teleportation Dao seal, however, using it would require time. Given Ning's attack speed, that period of time would be more than enough for him to launch more than 10 attacks. Crack! Crack! Shattering the talismans could be done near instantly. Violet Grass immediately shattered the 2 talismans belonging to the 2 powerful experts capable of saving her. Her status in the Seamless Gate was extremely special, and she was protected by several major figures. Aside from the supreme celestial immortals such as Celestial Immortal Black Heaven, there were 2 true immortals as well, the Gatemaster of the Seamless Gate and her brother-in-law, true immortal Gaudi. The distant 5th world. Within one of the towering edifices, the Gatemaster of the Seamless Gate, the Cavemaster of the Myriad Demons Cave, and the Hallmaster of Bloodcloud Hall were staring at many mirrors that were hanging in midair. The mirrors had many different images within them. These were their various gathering spots within the world of the Grand Xia. They were using pure Yang treasures to keep watch over the battles in those areas and also transmit the images back. Many of the images would often flicker through various locations. There were 10+ water mirrors, however, which had stable images within them. This was because these 10+ water mirrors were keeping watch over missions where the goal was to kill the foes. Not good. Something unexpected has just happened at Stillwater City, but it's Ning. The faces of 3 leaders changed dramatically as they turned to focus on one of the water mirrors. The water mirror displayed the image of a youth soaring into the heavens. His sword finger chopped through the heavens and broke apart the turtle snake formation. The cold look on the youth's face, that heart-stoppingly sharp aura and pose, and the sharp silvery white light at the tip of the sword fingers all caused them to shudder in amazement. This Ning's aura is far more terrifying than it was 18 years ago. Is that sword force coming from his sword fingers? Can it be that he's mastered the Tao of the sword? The 3 leaders were truly rather stunned. They had guessed long ago that Ning, having survived the descent of the karmic sin flames, would have grown somewhat more powerful, but, in the Nihilim zone, there was no way to sense any of the Grand Daos. Logically speaking, Ning shouldn't have improved much with regards to the Daos. Given that he had yet to overcome his tribulation, there should have been a limit to how much he could have grown stronger. However, Ning had just slapped their expectations in the face. They could never have guessed that Ning would have been able to come up with a way to apply heart force, all on his own. Azure Fox, what should we do? The Cavemaster of the Myriad Demon Caves and the Hallmaster of Bloodcloud Hall both looked towards the Gatemaster of the Seamless Gate. The azure-robed woman said softly, the results of that battle have already been determined. There's no way to change things. Still, Violet Grass has true immortal Gaudi standing behind her. If she's in any life-threatening danger, she'll definitely break the talisman which Gaudi gave her. I trust that Gaudi will definitely intervene to save her. If Gaudi goes, that'll be enough. Right now, the question in my mind is, what are we supposed to do about this Ning? Ning, the fire-robed man and the skinny elder both began to frown. I guessed long ago that he would eventually become an impediment to our subjugation of the Grand Xia, but I didn't expect that he would become so powerful even prior to overcoming his tribulation. If we wait and let him overcome his tribulation and become an Empyrean god, that's not acceptable. The azure-robed woman shook her head. I really wonder who the hell his master is, for him to produce a monster like this. For a peerless monster like this to be forged, not only did the raw materials have to be superb, the master had to be good as well. They had no idea that behind Ning stood the most mysterious Taofather of the 3 realms, Patriarch Subhuti, as well as the already deceased Taoist 3 Lives, the creator of the star-seizing hand, the supreme divine ability that had shaken the 3 realms. As the saying went, the master could show the way, but the student had to walk the path. Still, the master showing the way came first. Ning was indeed born to be a peerless sword immortal, but if he didn't have the star-seizing hand, divine ability, there's no way he could have become as monstrous as this. If he hadn't learned Hoi's archery, he probably wouldn't have been able to come up with a way to apply heart force. He would only be a normal but powerful sword immortal. But of course, a good master and a good student made for a good pair. Both were necessary. Several people had the chance to learn the star-seizing hand, and quite a few had learned Hoi's archery, but how many of them had ever reached Ning's level? Inconceivable. Celestial Immortal Unity, having dodged a disaster, was stunned by Ning. For a moment, he had many complicated, strange feelings in his heart. Where do you think you are going? Unity quickly came back to his senses. Letting out an angry roar, he immediately controlled his supreme immortal sword to go slaughter the fleeing celestial immortals. Yue and Immortal Diansai, who had been chasing after Ning from behind, were both stunned as well. They felt both shock and joy. Shock, because Ning was this powerful. Too powerful. Joy, because the more powerful Ning was, the better. The entire situation had been completely changed. Those 18 celestial immortals had been dominating Unity, but now they were being chased and slaughtered. Kill. Ning showed no mercy whatsoever. Moments ago, he had used a single full-force sword finger to wipe out 6 celestial immortals. Just now, he had killed 5 more, leaving only 7 survivors. 3 heads, 6 arms. Star-seizing hand. 6 sword fingers once more streaked through the heavens in every direction. Die. Unity also controlled his supreme immortal sword to chase after and slaughter the remaining foes. The storm has come. Yesterday, I killed others, today, others shall kill me. As a skinny celestial immortal's magic treasure was knocked flying away, he shut his eyes. The only thing that had been in his eyes was tranquility. A calamitous storm had swept the entire 3 realms, and even the likes of Ning, Celestial Immortal Unity, Yue, and the others had all mentally prepared themselves for death. Thus, they had to seize every opportunity that appeared before them. When slaughtering weak foes, no mercy was to be shown. Kill. 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 One celestial immortal after another died. One of Ning's 6 sword fingers once more struck towards the fleeing celestial immortal Violet Grass. Boom! The azure light around Violet Grass was actually able to endure the blows, but it was now clearly shuddering. However, this time, Ning's 6 sword fingers only managed to slay 3 celestial immortals. Aside from Violet Grass, 2 others had managed to survive as well. I have to survive. I have to. A celestial immortal with triangular pupils had a twisted look on his face and a terrifying look in his eyes. He manifested an immortal estate out of nowhere, then disappeared into it. The other celestial immortal had also hidden into an immortal estate. Kill. The supreme immortal sword slaughtered another celestial immortal. By now, only 3 of the original 18 celestial immortals were left. They were Celestial Immortal Violet Grass and the 2 who had hidden themselves within their immortal estates. Idiots! Violet Grass, seeing this, couldn't help but curse to herself. Their intelligence reports had stated that one of the 2 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan which Ning had slain was Celestial Immortal Goldclock. As a result, his divine Great Clock had fallen into Ning's hands. Given that Stillwater City was in a dangerous situation, as long as Ning wasn't stupid, he would have given it to his Dao companion or his master. That divine Great Clock was capable of suppressing and binding. Senior apprentice sister, Ning roared mentally towards her. Get in here. Yue waved her hand, and the divine Great Clock flew out. It quickly expanded in size until it became the size of a small mountain. It hung there in the skies, and the space at the base of the Great Clock began to twist and distort. The 2 immortal estates were immediately sucked into the Great Clock without being able to resist at all. Then the divine Great Clock once more shrank down and flew back to Yue's hands. Ning laughed. This divine Great Clock was one of the most important, clan-protecting treasures of the Young Flame clan.
Aside from the world-hold pagoda, it was the most important treasure the entire clan had. However, only celestial immortals were capable of wielding a pure yang treasure. Given that Stillwater City was facing a crisis and that a storm was approaching the Three Realms, how could Ning have been so selfish as to only think of himself? He naturally wanted to come up with ways to help the people he cared about grow more powerful, and so he had given the divine great clock to Yue. Those two celestial immortals had hidden themselves within their immortal estates in the hopes of buying themselves some time to use greater teleportation Dao seals. If Ning's group didn't have the divine great clock, they actually might have managed to escape. After all, there was no way for them to destroy those immortal estates. Those immortal estates were meant to save the lives of those two celestial immortals and were quite sturdy. However, Ning's group did have that divine great clock. The immortal estates themselves were not capable of resisting such an effect, and so as soon as those two celestial immortals had hidden themselves within their estates had been effortlessly sucked into the divine great clock. The divine great clock possessed a completely independent dimension within it. Once one was suppressed inside it, there was no way to escape at all. This was why Violet Grass had called them fools. However, how could the two not have realized this? They were already faced with certain death, and so they had no choice but to make this gamble. Their gamble was that Ning was a very selfish person who hadn't been willing to give the divine great clock to others. You are the last one left. Ning's gaze turned towards celestial immortal Violet Grass. All 6 of his sword fingers stabbed through the skies towards Violet Grass. Although all of this had taken time to describe, the exchange of attacks had actually happened very quickly, as fast as lightning. You can't kill me. Violet Grass was utterly terrified, but how could she possibly flee faster than the speed of those sword fingers? Those 6 sword fingers flew through the skies, piercing through space and converging upon the same point. Stay your hand. A roar rang out, filled with the power of pure yang-level energy. Boom, dot. The grand ceiling formation outside was blasted apart, and the enraged roar echoed within the ears of Ning and the others. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 sword fingers simultaneously struck celestial immortal Violet Grass. The azure barrier was no longer able to endure any longer. It blew apart into tiny pieces, and under the blows of the 6 massive sword fingers, Violet Grass's body was instantly reduced to dust. She perished, her Tao coming to an end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 11, Shooting a True Immortal. Chapter 11, Shooting a True Immortal. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Within a palace hall inside the Skylight Palace that glowed with a dull red light, the black-robed Xia Emperor was seated atop his throne. Beneath him were a trio of generals, armored in dazzling golden armor. Their auras were incredibly powerful, no weaker than the aura of the Xia Emperor himself. Clearly, they were Empyrean gods or true immortals. All 3 of them sat with backs straight, filled with an aura of desolation and slaughter. For the primordial imperial clan, it was quite simple for them to be able to summon and command Empyrean gods and true immortals as they would ordinary soldiers. Whoosh! Many images were projected in midair. These were the battle's images that were being transmitted from many locations. The Xia Emperor had incredible control over the world of the Grand Xia. Once there were any ripples at the celestial immortal level, he would immediately find out. Young Master Shaman, it seems the Seamless Gate really holds our primordial imperial clan in high regard. They've sent 2,000 forces to launch a simple probing attack. There are far too many places with battles. There's no way for you to find them all, one by one. One of the 3, an old man with a fiery red beard, let out a loud laugh. Flames appeared to be blazing within his eyes as well. I don't have enough pure yang treasures to keep an eye on 2,000 different battles at once, the black-robed Xia Emperor said with a smile. There were only a few hundred images in midair. This was his limit with regards to how many places he could keep watch on at once. One of the hundreds of images, however, was of the battle at Stillwater City. At all, Stillwater City had an incredibly powerful figure, celestial immortal unity, and the monstrously talented Ning, who had an awe-inspiring backer.
What formation are those 18 celestial immortals setting up? A turtle snake formation? Celestial immortal unity is in danger. All of them instantly noticed what was happening in this battle.
After all, part of those 2,000 battles were merely playfights, while most of the rest were probing attacks. Only a very small number were assassination attempts.
The assassination attempts naturally drew their attention.
The Xia Emperor's face sank, but he continued to watch.
He gave no orders for now.
The images showed how celestial immortal unity had become trapped within the turtle snake formation. Suddenly, the faces of the Xia Emperor and his 3 golden armored generals all changed, because they saw a youth use a divine ability to charge forward through the skies.
Ning?
The Xia Emperor frowned.
Is he crazy? Is this person the Ning you've been paying attention to, young Master Shaman? He's a bit too unwise, isn't he?
The 3 generals all shook their heads slightly, but suddenly, their facial expressions stiffened. Within the images, Ning's sword fingers suddenly expanded to become 3,000 meters long. They lashed through the skies like an enormous divine sword, chopping down upon the turtle snake formation. The tough and incomparably tenacious turtle snake formation was actually completely shattered by this terrifying sword finger attack. Caught completely off guard, 6 of the 18 celestial immortals perished.
What?
The Xia Emperor jumped to his feet, a look of amazement in his eyes.
Impossible.
The 3 generals had stood up as well. They all stared unblinkingly at the images. Within the images, Ning had just used 3 heads, 6 arms, and was chasing after and massacring the fleeing celestial immortals. The Xia Emperor, in front of these 3 generals, didn't feel any need to maintain his normal aura of dignified majesty.
He said incredulously, "What's going on?"
I don't know if Ning's primal twin has undergone the tribulation yet, but his true body definitely has not. If his true body had succeeded in overcoming the Empyrean tribulation, he would be an Empyrean god by now. His divine abilities, spells, and other abilities would all be far stronger than they are now. He clearly has not yet overcome his tribulation to become an Empyrean god.
But if he isn't an Empyrean god, how could he be this powerful? Is it really possible for a void-level fiend god to be this powerful?
Countless thoughts were rummaging through the Xia Emperor's mind. As for the 3 generals, they were no less stunned than the Xia Emperor was. The most muscular general actually began to frown. A void-level fiend god, even if he learned some of the most supreme divine abilities of the 3 realms, allowing him to become close to a pure yang true immortal in power, he should only be roughly equivalent to celestial immortal unity. How could he be this much more powerful than celestial immortal unity? The level of power he's displayed has completely transcended the gap between the void level and Empyrean gods.
What a monster!
The Xia Emperor stared at Ning, stared at him as though he was looking at the most precious treasure that existed in the world. A look of actual greed was in his eyes.
Congratulations, young Master Shaman.
The 3 generals simultaneously spoke these words.
The black-robed Xia Emperor chortled as well. Indeed, this was something worth celebrating.
He was born a member of the primordial imperial clan, and the greatest strength of the clan was that they were extremely unified. The reason why the imperial clan able to become the imperial clan of the primordial era was precisely because they had a large number of true gods and Taofathers within their ranks. But clearly, these true gods and Taofathers couldn't have all been born into the imperial clan.
Why, then, did all of them support the primordial imperial clan?
It was precisely because the primordial imperial clan had provided them with non-stop support prior to them becoming truly powerful. Given that the primordial imperial clan had been so benevolent towards them, how could the true gods and Taofathers not wish to pay back their kindnesses? It must be understood that the more powerful one was, the more one cared about one's Tao heart, and the less willing one would become to feel indebted. If someone had treated you with great kindness, but you refused to repay it, you would feel discomfort.
This would impact your Dao heart. In fact, in extremely dire cases, it could even cause you to go down a path of madness. Naturally, there was a very small number of true gods or Dao fathers who walked an extremely vile path. No matter how well you treated them, they would still kill you without blinking, which wouldn't impact their Dao heart at all. However, these people were quite rare, after all. Ning? The Xia Emperor's eyes were shining. He now viewed Ning as a monster who would truly be of benefit to him, and one who hadn't even undergone his tribulation. He had the feeling that so long as Ning didn't die, it wouldn't be hard for him to become an Empyrean god or true immortal. In fact, he might even become one of the most supreme Empyrean gods or true immortals. To be able to make someone like this one of his closest allies, the Xia Emperor felt that this was utterly wonderful. And of course, if by some great stroke of luck Ning became a true god or a Dao father, the Xia Emperor would bow down to thank heaven and earth. Why was the Xia Emperor's status so special? It was because, aside from the fact that his master was a Dao father, his lifelong friend, his brother, was Dao father Raindragon, but in the end, a master was just a teacher. He might provide some guidance to the Xia Emperor and behave benevolently towards him, but if the Xia Emperor truly ran into trouble, Dao Father Crimsonbright might or might not actually intervene to help him. In fact, even if Dao Father Crimsonbright were to watch the Xia Emperor died, it wouldn't impact his Dao heart. After all, the Dao Father had many disciples. In addition, it was his disciples who owed him, not the other way around. Dao Father Raindragon, however, was another story. Dao Father Raindragon was one of the Xia Emperor's lifelong friends, his brother. This was a far closer relationship, but now, the Xia Emperor was going to do everything he could to help Ning and ensure that Ning would remember how kindly the Xia Emperor had treated him. In the future, if the Xia Emperor encountered a crisis and asked Ning to help, how could Ning possibly just sit back and watch with his hands clasped behind his back? What a monster! From the primordial era to the present day, this is the greatest monster I've ever seen. The black-robed Xia Emperor stared at the image of Ning. Although the primordial era had given birth to some true monsters as well, the Xia Emperor hadn't personally met them, but right here and now, a real, living, breathing monster was standing right in front of him. Outside Stillwater City, true immortal Gotti had a handsome face. He was famous for being a relaxed, graceful man, but his face was twisted right now. This was because he had just saw that little girl Violet Grass, who he had watched grow up, be killed before his very eyes. As soon as he had sensed Violet Grass shattering her talisman, he had immediately used a greater teleport to come to this place. He had mastered the Grand Dao of Qiankuan long ago, and so he no longer needed to use Dao talismans to perform greater teleports. However, since he had come here from another major world, he wasn't able to perfectly sense where Violet Grass was. He was only able to get a general idea of where she was located. His greater teleport had taken him outside Stillwater City. By relying on his attunement to Qiankuan and space, he instantly found Violet Grass and understood that she was in danger. He immediately broke apart the Grand Ceiling formation, but because he wasn't able to make it right away, he hurriedly sent a mental message to call for a halt. Alas, the youth hadn't hesitated at all. He had used all 6 arms of his 3 heads, 6 arms technique to launch sword fingers attacks at Violet Grass and slay her. Little sister Violet Grass, true immortal Gotti's control over Qiankuan was so great that it was as though he personally watched it happen. It was as though he personally watched Violet Grass be transformed into dust. No. True immortal Gotti's eyes instantly turned completely bloodshot, and his face began to twist. All of you will die. True immortal Gotti went completely berserk. An enormous grand seal that was black and white suddenly appeared. This grand seal was primarily black, while the sides of it were white. The grand black-white seal appeared out of nowhere, instantly transforming to be the size of a mountain as it smashed downwards. Although the local protective formations were strong, true immortal Gotti had mastered the Grand Dao of Qiankuan and was skilled in formations. In addition, he was simply too strong, far more so than his foes. Boom! The Grand Seal completely smashed through the protective formations. On the other side, Ning, be careful. An enemy has arrived.
He's broken the ceiling formation. It should be an Empyrean god or a true immortal. Immortal Diensai, UA, and Unity all sent frantic mental messages.
Hurry up and leave.
Ning immediately understood. He had previously controlled the formation as well, after all. Right as he killed Violet Grass, Ning manifested a black greatbow in front of him. Stretching his hand out, Ning grabbed the black greatbow with one hand. Within his other hand, an arrow appeared, instantly blazing with flames as it did. In midair, Ning immediately knocked the arrow, drew the Rahu bow, then filled it with his divine power. All of his power was cycled through it to converge onto the arrow, with Ning's heart force included into the mix. The method of applying heart force through Hoi's archery was even superior to Ning's own self-developed methods. With Ning's current level heart force, he could only sustain 7 arrows at most.
Go! Twang! Instantly, the world itself seemed to shake.
A dazzling red light instantly tore through the skies, and as it did so it continuously drew in the surrounding natural energy of the world. This was the power of Hoi's archery. It was a terrifying archery skill that could ravenously draw in the might of heaven and earth. Although both Hoi's archery and the star-seizing hand were ranked as the top 10 divine abilities to be created after Pangu established the universe, in raw power, Hoi's archery surpassed the star-seizing hand.
Rumble! The giant black-white seal came crashing down, smashing through everything.
The fiery arrow shot through the skies like a blazing meteor.
Boom! The two collided.
The area around them completely blew apart.
The earth below was suddenly caved in. Clearly, this was caused by the shockwave of the collision.
Immortal Gaudi's face changed slightly.
Far too people in the 3 realms used Hoi's archery.
For example, although there were a number of people under Patriarch Subhuti who did train in it, their primary skills lay in other areas. They normally wouldn't use Hoi's archery. Thus, there were very few people who were truly able to get a taste for how formidable Hoi's archery was. Even Ning had to first reach the 3rd stage of heart force and perfect his control over it before he was able to unleash Hoi's archery to this level of power. The collision with the arrow caused the giant black-white seal to instantly grow slower.
Twang!
Ning once more knocked his arrow, drew his bow, and sent off a shot that blazed through the skies.
Once more, this was a full-strength attack.
Ning's heart force was depleting at a terrifying pace, but he didn't dare allow the enemy's attack to draw near him. After all, this was an actual true immortal. There were very few true immortals who were merely at the base level of power for a true immortal. Most were far more powerful. Yet another blazing comet shot through the skies.
True Immortal Gaudi once more sent his giant black-white seal to crash downwards onto that arrow. Twang! 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 Twang!
5 more consecutive bowshots rang out, the power of the arrows preventing even the utterly enraged True Immortal Gaudi from immediately catching and slaughtering Ning and his friends.
Let's see how many more arrows you have. True Immortal Gaudi had a terrifying look in his eyes.
He knew that divine archers were generally only able to launch a very low number of full-power shots. And indeed, after the 7th arrow shot out, there was a pause. Now, there was nothing to block the infuriated True Immortal Gaudi. The giant black-white seal once more began to crush through the opposing formations, smashing towards Ning and the others.
Go.
The whole reason why Ning had unleashed those 7 shots was to buy time to allow Immortal Diensai, UA, and Celestial Immortal Unity to escape. However, when they attempted to use a greater teleportation, they realized that this region had been completely dimensionally severed from the surrounding world. There was no way to use any sort of teleportation here at all.
None of you will be able to escape. All of you will die.
True Immortal Gaudi was filled with a towering killing intent.
His giant black-white seal once more came smashing downwards through the skies.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Book 17, Chapter 12, The Xia Emperor's Attitude. Chapter 12, The Xia Emperor's Attitude.
Senior Reds, now, this pure young true immortal is a master of the Grand Tao of Qiankuan. I'd like to ask the 7 of you to help out.
Ning's primal twin was frantically asking for succor.
After learning that Ning was in danger, Reds now and the rest of the 7 had already left their world and come to the underwater estate. In truth, they hadn't expected that Ning would need to use up their promise so soon. In truth, when Ning had shot out 7 arrows earlier, he had also used his void-level energy to activate a greater teleportation Dao seal. The amount of time he had bought himself was more than enough to activate it, but alas, the teleport had failed. There were many Grand Daos in the world, but who would have thought that he would just so happen to encounter a foe who had mastered the Grand Tao of Qiankuan? In the face of someone like this, not even greater teleportation would be possible.
Junior apprentice brother.
Yue looked towards Ning, worry on her face. Immortal Diansai and Celestial Immortal Unity were panicking as well, but there was nothing they could do.
Die.
True Immortal Gaudi had a savage look on his face, and his eyes were filled with murder.
But right at this moment, Ning, your savior just arrived. The giant yellow bear's voice suddenly echoed within Ning's mind. Rumble.
In the air between Ning and True Immortal Gaudi, a black tunnel suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The black tunnel tore straight through space, allowing a man in black imperial robes to step out of it.
The Xia Emperor? His Imperial Majesty?
Immortal Diansai, Yue, and Celestial Immortal Unity all revealed looks of excitement and delight. The man who had stepped out of the black tunnel was indeed the black-robed Xia Emperor. As the Xia Emperor walked out, he pointed with a single finger. A golden streak of light flew out, transforming into a golden dragon that knocked the giant black-white seal flying. He then gave the demonically enraged True Immortal Gaudi a cold glance.
Gaudi, you actually dare to come to my Grand Xia to cause trouble? Ning let out a sigh of relief. Sorry for bothering the 7 of you just now.
Within the underwater estate, the black-robed Ning was saluting respectfully. The nearby giant yellow bear chortled. Since the Xia Emperor has come out, there's no need to trouble the 7 of you to intervene.
Does this count as us fulfilling our promise? The beautiful Empyrean god Snow Scorpion asked teasingly. No, of course not. Ning said frantically.
Seeing the look on Ning's face, the 7 Empyrean gods roared with laughter.
Ah ha ha. Relax, we're not going to quibble with you.
Still, Empyrean god Reds now quickly turns solemn. However, Ning, I have to warn you, previously, while you were in the primordial ruin world region, your master, Patriarch Subhuti, didn't have to worry too much about personally intervening on your behalf. But now that we are back in the 3 realms, in the face of such a powerful foe, even Patriarch Subhuti might have misgivings. In fact, even if he does intervene, he might not be able to rescue you.
I understand. Ning nodded.
He naturally understood that in the face of this storm, even his master was treading on thin ice. In addition, your master can't have the dream of the 3 realms active at all times. Even if you are in danger, he might not know about it, Reds now added.
Ning nodded.
It was true. His master hadn't given Ning a talisman. Even if Ning was in a dangerous situation, there was no way for him to notify his master.
We promised to help you once, but it really will be only once, Empyrean god Reds now said.
Your master, in turn, well, distant waters cannot be used to put out a nearby fire. Just look, you've only been back for a short while, but you've already encountered such a dangerous situation. You should understand, now, how careful you truly must be in the face of this storm.
Ning nodded.
Since I was able to survive and return even after being covered by karmics and flames, the Seamless Gate is undoubtedly paying very close attention to me. They have long ago decided that I am a major foe for them. In the face of this storm, to tell the truth, I came to understand something. Since there's no longer any way for me to hide my sharpness, then I might as well reveal myself. I'll make it so that more experts notice me and feel that I am worthy of their help. Although the seamless gate is brash, they remain hidden in the darkness. This means that they still have worries of their own.
There are many experts on the side of my master as well.
Ning laughed. As long as enough of us work together, there's nothing for us to worry about.
You're finally using your head.
Reds now said with a laugh, if you have enough helpers, then you won't even need the 7 of us to assist you, you'll still be able to survive this storm.
Outside the underwater estate.
Once the black-robed Xia Emperor appeared, true Immortal Gaudi grew even angrier.
Shaman, are you going to stop me? Are you going to become my enemy?
By the looks of it, you joined the Seamless Gate long ago.
Since we are in different camps, we already are enemies.
The black-robed Xia Emperor said calmly, as I see it, you need to F***CK off right now. Get the F***CK out of my Grand Xia. Although he held an absolute advantage in terms of power, the Xia Emperor knew that this foe was a master of the Grand Dao of Qianquan who possessed many powerful escaping techniques.
True Immortal Gaudi took a deep breath.
He didn't want to make an enemy out of the Xia Emperor. After all, the Xia Emperor was an astonishing figure with tremendously powerful backers. The Xia Emperor possessed multiple powerful protocosmic spirit treasures and was extremely famous. Just now, he, Gaudi, had clearly severed this region from the surrounding dimension, but the Xia Emperor had forcibly torn through space and come through anyways. This was an ability that was similar to the power of the World-Hold Pagoda. To be able to ignore a spatial severing and forcibly tear a path to this place, clearly, the Xia Emperor had just used one of his protocosmic spirit treasures, the bright heart lamp of one thought.
All I want to do is kill that you.
True Immortal Gaudi said coldly, I can spare the other 3.
The Xia Emperor gave him a glance.
Get the F***CK out of my Grand Xia, immediately.
Was this a joke?
The whole reason he had come here was to protect Ji Ning.
You?
True Immortal Gaudi was furious. Shaman, today, I'm going to see for myself how powerful the descendants of the primordial imperial clan like you are. Instantly, a series of golden chains appeared around him. A total of 9 golden chains appeared in total. One end of the chain seemed to sink off into the void of space, while the other wildly swept towards the Xia Emperor in a frenzied assault. This was his true battle technique, a quiet, stealthy, insidious assault.
As for that giant black-white seal? It was faster to use the seal in attacking, and it was also more overbearing and dominating.
He had wanted to just use it to smash open the protective formation and instantly crush Ning's group.
You dare put on a show in front of me with techniques like this?
The black-robed Xia Emperor let out a cold laugh.
An enormous snow-white lotus appeared beneath his feet, blooming in every direction.
It completely took over the surrounding area, blocking the 9 insidious golden chains.
Annihilate.
The Xia Emperor called this word out softly. Last time, he had only unleashed a single golden stream of light. This time, 3 golden streams of light emerged, tearing through space and transforming into 3 golden roving dragons. These 3 golden dragons each had different auras. One of them seemed proud and brash, the second seemed sinister and cold, while the third seemed kind and gentle, as though it wasn't a threat to anyone. These 3 golden auras, each bearing a different aura, caused the distant true Immortal Gaudi to reveal a look of rage on his face. From life to death, all dreams vanish, everything is nothing but a garish, gaudy show. True Immortal Gaudi coldly barked out these words. Instantly, those 9 golden chains around him began to weave about and dance. Space itself began to tremble and ripple like water. Hiss. The 3 golden dragons now noticeably found it much harder to fly after entering that region. Humph! The distant black-robed Xia Emperor's face turned grim. He waved his hand, and a small clock appeared. As soon as this little black clock appeared,
Doon! A crisp sound rang out. Boom!
True Immortal Gaudi immediately vomited out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gritting his teeth, he said, Excellent.
Excellent. Excellent. Shaman, since you are determined to protect this kid, then from this day forward, we shall be irreconcilable enemies. Just you? The Xia Emperor smirked in a very disdainful manner. Wait and see. This brat will die. He definitely will die. Savage madness was in true Immortal Gaudy's eyes. Whoosh. True Immortal Gaudy immediately used a fleeing technique. It was simply too hard to block someone who had mastered the Grand Tao of Qiankuan from fleeing. Even the Xia Emperor was only able to stand there and watch as he fled. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Celestial Immortal Unity, Immortal Dinsai, Yue, and Ji Ning both flew over and hurriedly expressed thanks. The Xia Emperor turned. He glanced at Ning and the other three, then said with a smile, "Good to see you are unharmed. Just now, I was watching the battle here through a magic treasure. When I saw Gaudy appear, I had a bad feeling. I was planning to greater teleport here, but who would have thought that he'd actually dimensionally sever this region off from the surrounding world? There was no way to teleport in at all. I had to forcibly tear a tunnel through space to come here. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I was just slightly slower." Ning and the others now understood why the Xia Emperor had only managed to make it here at the last moment. Things had gotten to the point where Ning had already asked the 7 Empyrean gods to help out. Thankfully, he hadn't had to waste that promise. "Ji Ning, you have to be careful," the Xia Emperor said. "Although I don't why true Immortal Gaudy wanted to kill you that badly, I imagine that one of those celestial immortals you killed had a very close relationship with him. That's why true Immortal Gaudy, normally so graceful and refined, went so berserk. If a pure Yang true immortal who has mastered the Grand Tao of Qiankuan wishes to kill you, it's going to be quite dangerous." "I understand," Ning said solemnly. "However, the storm is about to hit. Compared to the storm, this level of danger is nothing." The Xia Emperor continued, "The incoming tempest is growing increasingly terrifying. Here is my talisman. If you encounter any danger, just shatter it. As long as it isn't a true god or a Tao Father, I'm confident in being able to save you, but..." The Xia Emperor, in terms of power, was slightly weaker than Lu Dongbin, but he had plenty of protective treasures, and so he would be able to stay alive even in the face of an assault by a true god or Tao Father for a period of time. "Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty." Ning immediately accepted the talisman. "Make your preparations." The Xia Emperor raised his head to look at the sky. "After this probing period, I imagine the war that is going to sweep the entire Grand Xia shall finally begin. If you choose to remain here, you won't be able to avoid it." After finishing his words, the Xia Emperor took a single step forward, disappearing with a void blink. Ning looked at the talisman in his hand, revealing a slight smile. As he had thought. Although his earlier battle against 9 Young Flame Clan Celestial Immortals had been fairly impressive, in the eyes of the likes of the Xia Emperor or Tao Father Crimsonbright, he was still nothing more than a fairly excellent genius of the 3 realms. This time, however, Ning had truly showed his fierceness. Even in the primordial era, he would be considered a true monster amongst the void-level elites. Although this would cause his enemies to be more wary of him, it also made the Xia Emperor and Tao Father Crimsonbright care more about him as well. And now, he had the Xia Emperor's talisman in his hands, as well as the Xia Emperor's promise: "If you encounter any danger, just shatter it. As long as it isn't a true god or a Tao Father, I'm confident in being able to save you." This had clearly spelled out the Xia Emperor's attitude towards him. It must be understood that not even Patriarch Subhuti had ever said something like this to Ning. The Fifth World. Within a towering palace. The Gate Master of the Seamless Gate, the Hallmaster of Bloodcloud Hall, and the Cave Master of the Myriad Demons Cave were all present. Azure Fox. An enraged bellow could be heard as true Immortal Gaudy charged in. "Gaudy!" The azure-robed woman looked at him. "Azure Fox, why didn't you intervene? Just a moment, just one extra moment. That's all I needed to save little sister Violet Grass." True Immortal Gaudy was utterly enraged. The azure-robed woman just shook her head. Violet grass shattered the talismans that you and I gave her. You've mastered the Grand Tao of Qiankuan, but I have not. Even if I did go, I would have been slower than you. True Immortal Gaudi paused. Right. In his rage, he had forgotten this. I'm going to kill that brat. A terrifying red light was glowing from True Immortal Gaudi's eyes as he said with rage, I want him dead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 13, Paying Respects to the God King. Chapter 13, Paying Respects to the God King. Ning killed Violet Grass. I, too, want him dead. The azure-robed woman said calmly from atop her throne, I'll arrange for you to have the chance you need to move against him. By relying on your mastery of Qiankuan, I'm sure you'll be able to kill Ning. Did you really think I'm as stupid as you seem to believe? True Immortal Gaudi gave the azure-robed woman cold look. The Xia Emperor moved to protect this brat, in fact, he even chose to ignore my threats. He clearly has made up his mind to protect the brat. This time, you sent many teams to attack many places throughout the entire world of the Grand Xia. Although the Xia Emperor has true immortals and celestial immortals under his command, he had many places to worry about, and so he wasn't able to summon too much of his power to deal with me. But if I were to make another move, his forces wouldn't have to worry about defending his various commanderies. They'd probably join forces to trap me, then kill me. The Seamless Gate knew all along that the Xia Emperor had other Empyrean gods or true immortals by his side. The primordial imperial clan alone had sent 3 of them to follow the Xia Emperor. This was one of the reasons why the Xia Emperor's word was absolute law in the Grand Xia. The likes of Kind Water clan had Empyrean gods in their ranks, and as a major clan that existed back in the primordial era, they too had true gods or Tao fathers backing them. And yet, they still did not dare to struggle with the Xia Emperor for supremacy. This was why. Even the Young Flame clan had one of the major clans of the primordial era behind them. However, the ancestor of the Young Flame clan, Young Flame Freak, had fled from his own clan and refused to recognize the connection between his clan and that primordial clan. The supreme clans of the world of the Grand Xia truly were not easy to deal with. If those countless clans joined together, not even the Xia Emperor would dare to try and suppress them all by force. He had to provide order for and benefits to everybody, sharing the world with them. As for the Shaman clan of the Xia Emperor, technically speaking, it was the most powerful clan in the entire world of the Grand Xia. They would be more than capable of annihilating a single true Immortal Gaudi. How can you possibly take revenge without taking on some risk? The azure-robed woman said, Can it be that you are giving up on vengeance for Violet Grass? A cold light flashed through True Immortal Gaudi's eyes. Of course he wanted to kill Ning. However, everyone capable of becoming a pure Yang True Immortal was an extraordinary figure. None of them were fools. Violet Grass followed you this entire time. You are in control of the full power of the Seamless Gate. It would be much easier for you to kill Ning than it would be for me, True Immortal Gaudi said coldly. If you really do provide a good opportunity for me to act, I won't mind taking it. But I absolutely have no intentions of trading my life for that brat's. After speaking, True Immortal Gaudi turned and left. The only figures left within the towering hall were the azure-robed woman and the 2 other leaders. They all raised their heads, continuing to look at the battle images being transmitted in. The Xia Emperor really has begun to send out his forces, the azure-robed woman laughed. He naturally isn't going to just watch as you kill his people, the skinny elder said. Time continued to pass. The probing attacks of the 2,000 teams were carried out lightning fast. They began this night, and they quickly concluded as well. The next day, the golden crow once more rose into the sky. It was as though nothing had happened. However, in reality, the previous night the Seamless Gate had lost a total of 69 celestial immortals and hundreds of loose immortals.
The world of the Grand Xia had lost a total of 73 celestial immortals and dozens of loose immortals. On a superficial level, the losses were equal. And in truth, this type of initial probing attack would always result in the attacker sustaining some casualties. However, the biggest mistake the Seamless Gate made this time occurred with Ning. They had completely underestimated Ning's strength, causing them to lose 18 supreme celestial immortals. This loss alone, in all honesty, was worse than all their other losses combined. After all, there was quite a large difference between an ordinary celestial immortal and a supreme celestial immortal. But of course, neither the Xia Emperor nor the Seamless Gate were too concerned about their losses from this exchange. This was just a probe, after all, an initial clash. Both sides suffered only some superficial losses, neither had sustained an actual injury. Their most powerful forces hadn't even moved. Only when the real war began would they begin to battle against each other. When that happened, celestial immortals would be put through a meat grinder, and even true immortals and Empyrean gods would fall if they were not cautious. This was, after all, the most powerful world under the command of Tao Father Crimsonbright. Within that towering palace in the fifth world, the leaders of the Seamless Gate, the Myriad Demons Cave, and Bloodcloud Hall had gathered here once more. After finalizing orders to their subordinates, they turned to the main topic of this meeting, Ning. As I see it, Ning has to die. The man in the fiery red robe spoke in a booming voice. He's already a source of trouble for us. Once he overcomes his tribulation and becomes an Empyrean god, he won't just be a source of trouble. He might cause our entire campaign against the Grand Xia to fail. The skinny elder sighed. This person truly is too monstrous a genius, so monstrous that even I'm a bit frightened by him. I agree that we need to kill him, the azure-robed woman said. This Ning is protected by the 8-9 arcane art, killing him won't be that easy. Our only choice is to first suppress and capture him, then come up with a way to kill him. But while we move to suppress him, I'm worried that his Tao Father Master will act. Tao Father, The faces of the other two leaders changed. True gods, Tao Fathers, the true rulers of the three realms. In addition, someone who could teach the 8-9 arcane art was definitely one of the most supreme of Tao Fathers. The mere thought of such a figure caused them to shudder. If we send Empyrean gods and true immortals to kill him, but they end up being killed by the Tao Father when he saves Ning, we'd end up having lost both the wife and the soldiers won, the worst of both worlds. The azure-robed woman sighed. This is the most critical moment in our campaign against the Grand Xia. It's not wise for us to act on too large a scale. Azure Fox, what do you think we should do? The other two both looked at her. In terms of status, the three were equal. However, generally speaking, the ones in charge of the Seamless Gate were more intelligent, which is why the Gatemaster was the one chosen for the subjugation of the major worlds, with the other two acting in a supporting role. If there were any internal squabbles, a report would be made to the higher-ups. I think we should report this to the God King. The azure-robed woman said solemnly. The God King? The other two hesitated. The red-robed man said with hesitating, to bother the God King for something like this. To ask the God King for help? Although we can kill Ning if we are willing to pay a high price, the paying of that price would have an impact on our ability to conduct the war against the Grand Xia. The azure-robed woman said, our only choice is to report this to the God King. Fine. The other two didn't oppose this proposal. In truth, Azure Fox could have made the report on her own, she was just letting them know as a form of respect. That way, the three would work together in greater harmony. The Myriad Demons Cave and the Bloodcloud Hall were extremely powerful as well, after all. Within a silent room, the azure-robed woman lit a stick of incense. Instantly, the fragrance of the incense filled the entire room. The azure-robed woman slowly closed her eyes, sinking into a deep slumber. Within a dream, Azure Fox appeared within a vast, dark region. At the center of this region, a massive throne that was more than 30,000 meters long hovered in the air.
God King, Azure Fox called out reverently.
Instantly, a towering figure suddenly appeared atop the massive, levitating throne. This figure was dressed in black robes, but his eyes were like a mist that was able to commune with one's very soul. He stared downwards at Azure Fox, and she couldn't help but shudder.
What is it? The figure atop the massive throne lightly tapped the armrest with a finger.
A booming sound instantly rang out, reverberating throughout the dark region. God King, your subordinate is on the verge of launching the attack against the Grand Xia. However, a new variable has appeared within the Grand Xia world, Azure Fox explained respectfully. This variable will have a major impact. If your subordinate was to use the power of the Seamless Gate against it, it might negatively impact our mission of subjugating the Grand Xia. Thus, I've come to ask you, God King, to decide for us.
Variable? The titanic figure once more tapped the armrest.
It's Ning, Azure Fox said respectfully.
Him?
The towering figure hesitated momentarily. He just killed 18 of your celestial immortals. From what happened in that battle, it can be said that this Ning truly is quite a monster. He's actually become so powerful despite being at the void level. There's no way he could have accomplished this just through divine abilities. His sword fingers, he hasn't even mastered the Grand Tao of the sword, which means he must have mastered some sort of supremely powerful energy.
Sword force?
From the looks of that battle, he's only reached the first stage of sword force.
It must be some other type of invisible power, heart force? Taiji force? Infiniforce? Space force? The towering figure pondered for a moment. Your warning is a good one.
I hadn't noticed that such a monster had appeared within the Grand Xia. By the looks of it, he has at least a 50% chance of overcoming his tribulation and becoming an Empyrean god. If he becomes an Empyrean god, he'll immediately become one of the most supreme of Empyrean gods. In fact, if he's given a little time, he'll be able to reach Lu Dongbin's level. He is indeed a potential source of trouble. The supreme powers of the three realms had a tacit understanding: if you didn't intervene, then I won't either. This was an unspoken agreement. Both sides were preparing to unleash everything at the critical moment of the war, to fully suppress and crush their foes. Prior to this, at most the Empyrean gods and true immortals would battle against each other. The true gods and the Tao Fathers would not casually intervene. Thus, a supremely powerful Empyrean god could have an enormous impact. In addition, such an Empyrean god would have a good chance of making yet another breakthrough to become a true god. However, this Ning's master is that old bastard, Subhuti.
He's not easy to deal with, the towering figure said. Patriarch Subhuti? Azure Fox cried out in shock. Good heavens! Patriarch Subhuti,
Although she knew that Ning had to have a very powerful Tao Father behind him, given that he had been taught the 8-9 arcane art, she had never imagined that it would be that old freak Subhuti. Not even I can tell exactly how powerful that old fellow is. During that war that shattered Pango's world, he intervened to save some people, but he didn't truly participate. Still, he definitely is one of the absolute most powerful Tao Fathers of the three realms. And he has multiple Tao Fathers amongst his disciples. The towering figure once more gently tapped at the armrest. Dawn! 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 Slow, deep thudding sounds echoed throughout the dark region. Azure Fox couldn't breathe. Multiple Tao Fathers, She knew some secrets, such as the fact that the mysterious senior disciple under Patriarch Subhuti's command was definitely on the level of a true god or Tao Father. As for the others, she didn't know about them. But from what the God King was saying, Patriarch Subhuti actually had more than one Tao Father under him. Still, even though she had learned this, she wouldn't dare to let this information slip. She was completely devoted to the God King, while the God King was all-knowing. If she dared to betray him in any way at all, the God King would know right away. For example, that battle against Ning, with but a thought, the God King immediately had become aware of what had happened during it. Still, that old fellow stands on the side of Nuwa. The towering figure's misty gaze seemed to be as deep and vast as the infinite void. So we might as well take this chance to kill one of his disciples and test his reaction. Azure Fox listened attentively. Activate chess piece, Yue. The towering figure said, have Yue lead Ning in a greater teleport to come straight to the fifth world. The fifth world is one of our major bases, and I'll personally station myself within it. In the fifth world, even if Subhoodie comes in person, there will be nothing he can do. Yue? Azure Fox was startled. They had quite a few chess pieces positioned within the world of the Grand Xia. Prior to this, Yue hadn't been an important one, but after taking Patriarch Lu as her master and becoming a celestial immortal, she had immediately become their most important piece. Logically speaking, she could have been used to great effect in the future, but they were now going to use her against Ning. Clearly, in the eyes of the God King, trading Yue for Ning's life was worth it. Yes, Azure Fox said respectfully. She then vanished into thin air. Within the darkness, only the massive levitating throne and the towering figure atop it were left. His left hand continued to gently tap against the armrest of the throne. Subhoodie, I haven't actually fought you yet, I'm really rather looking forward to it. 1. This idiom comes from a famous story of the romance of the Three Kingdoms. A general tried to honey trap his enemy by offering his sister in marriage, but his sister actually fell in love with the enemy and ran off with him. Furious, the general sent soldiers to chase them back, but the soldiers ended up being ambushed and slaughtered. Thus the phrase, losing both the wife and the soldiers, became immortalized for describing a situation where you pay enormous, multiple costs without getting what you want. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 14, A Successful Plot. Book 17, Celestial Immortal, Chapter 14, A Successful Plot. The Fifth World. Within a quiet room, filled with the fragrance of incense, the azure-robed woman opened her eyes, awakening. The God King is actually willing to use up the UHS piece. Azure Fox mentally sighed to herself. She immediately tried to reach out, only to frown. Yue isn't sleeping yet? The various chess pieces had all been given an order that unless they were in the middle of a life and death situation, they had to sleep at least once every 3 days. Only when they were asleep could these chess pieces be stealthily contacted. This form of communication was extremely mysterious, not even true gods or Tao fathers were able to detect it. There was a chance for every other form of communication to be detected, and upon being detected, the chess pieces would no longer be able to continue to hide themselves. Not sleeping. Azure Fox pondered for a moment. No rush. She has to sleep once within these 3 days. I imagine that there is no way Ning will be able to defend against a plot by his Tao companion. If he's teleported straight to the fifth world, he's dead. And HRM. Azure Fox's eyes suddenly lit up. Before Ning dies, there's a use for him. Azure Fox laughed. Maybe we can use him to ensure that the Young Flame clan irrevocably throws their support to the Seamless Gate. That very night, within the territory controlled by the Young Flame clan, Patriarch Arcanum was meeting with a golden-robed envoy at the peak of a tall, nameless mountain. Greetings to you, envoy. Celestial Immortal Arcanum was extremely courteous. Give this to your ancestor. The golden-robed envoy handed over a scroll. This is... Arcanum was puzzled. This scroll contains a scryer recording within it. Once your ancestor views it, he'll understand. The golden-robed envoy laughed. Our Seamless Gate is doing this to help your Young Flame clan. Don't end up being wiped out without even knowing what's going on. After speaking, the golden-robed envoy immediately disappeared through teleportation.
Arcanum held the scroll, a frown on his face. After humming for a moment, he immediately opened it to take a look first.
The unfurled scroll revealed an image. It was indeed a scryer recording.
Arcanum filled it with his immortal energy, and the images instantly began to move.
It was the scene of the 18 celestial immortals battling celestial immortal unity, as well as the scene of them being slain by Ning.
Is that celestial immortal violet grass?
Arcanum immediately recognized Violet Grass, whom he had spoken with before a few times. Those 18 celestial immortals are so powerful.
They were actually able to suppress unity. Unity is going to die. What?
Upon seeing Ning strike, Arcanum was instantly, completely stunned.
Good heavens! But.
Ning was far more powerful than he had been during their last battle at the old Jade Mountain range. Most likely, if all of the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan were to join forces, they still wouldn't be able to withstand Ning again. Arcanum knew exactly how deep the feud was between his clan and Ning. Terrified, he immediately teleported back in a hurry. Within the World-Hold Pagoda.
What is it?
The Young Flame ancestor emerged from an illusory space, 2 other celestial immortals following him.
Ancestor.
The other 4 celestial immortals within the World-Hold Pagoda were incomparably respectful to him. The 7 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan were all gathered together here.
Ancestor, the Seamless Gate sent this to us. Take a look. Arcanum handed over the scroll, a serious look on his face. The Seamless Gate never comes to our Young Flame clan with good news. The Young Flame ancestor, Immortal Venom Freak, let out a cold laugh.
He immediately unfurled the scroll, then let out a chuckle.
Oh, a scryer recording. Let me see what they are up to now.
He filled it with his immortal energy, and instantly the scenes of that battle began to replay. 18 celestial immortals struck out in unison, suppressing unity.
Ning attacked, true immortal Gaudi appeared, the Xia Emperor appeared and defeated Gaudi, everything was included.
At first, Immortal Venom Freak just watched with a half-smirk on his face, but his face quickly began to change, becoming increasingly ugly to behold.
So things really have come to this. Immortal Venom Freak's pupils contracted slightly, his face turning as cold as ice.
The other 6 celestial immortals present all looked towards Immortal Venom Freak, awaiting his orders. I had thought that the Xia Emperor would only stand behind Ning after he overcame his tribulation to become an Empyrean god. I didn't imagine that even before becoming an Empyrean god, he would become such a monster. If I was the Xia Emperor, I would stand behind Ning as well.
Immortal Venom Freak had a dark look on his face. Ancestor, what should we do?
If Ning comes, we can't stop him.
Ancestor. They all looked towards their ancestor, waiting for his orders.
The ancestor was someone who had roamed the world back in the era of Pangu's world, after all. Even many Empyrean gods and true immortals felt he was a pain to deal with.
Ning won't launch a war against the Young Flame clan in the immediate future. Immortal Venom Freak continued, that's because he was hurt from our last clash.
He knows very well that I have many clones, and that if he isn't able to wipe them all out, I'll continue to harass him, becoming a nightmare for his clan. Immortal Venom Freak's eyes flashed with a savage light.
He was a sinister, insidious figure, he always had been. So we're just going to ignore this? Patriarch Deadwood frowned. You stupid blockhead, Immortal Venom Freak snapped. Didn't you see how astonishingly fast Ning grows in power? He's already so powerful at the void level. I roamed the primordial world and have seen many things, but I've never seen a monster like him before. In the primordial era, only some of the most legendary of monsters might be comparable to him. A monster like him, if he continues to grow like this, he'll definitely be given incredible power within the Crimson Bright League. In the end, in the future, even I might be unable to escape his reach, and once I die, the annihilation of the Young Flame clan will be set in stone. We won't even have a chance to fight back. Celestial immortal infatuation, and the others all nodded. Let me think about this. Let me think. Immortal Venom Freak's eyes narrowed. I really didn't expect it to come to this. He was a very cautious man. It was precisely because he was cautious, insidious, and crafty that he had been able to survive for so long despite having offended so many. The other 6 celestial immortals all waited quietly. Make the arrangements right away for all the mortals of our young flame clan to be moved into the world within the World-Hold Pagoda. Suddenly, Immortal Venom Freak began to give orders. Trees die when uprooted, but people can survive. If push comes to shove, we flee. His greatest strength had always been fleeing. Evacuate all of them? The 6 celestial immortals were amazed. All of them. Immortal Venom Freak immediately ordered, "You have to be fast as possible. I want you to complete this within the time needed to boil a kettle of tea. If you don't have enough time, it's fine if you end up missing or discarding some of the mortals." All right. The 6 celestial immortals all assented hurriedly. The World-Hold Pagoda was a protocosmic spirit treasure with an entire world within it. Although it wasn't as vast as the major world within Ning's star-seizing manor, it wasn't small either. It would be easy to contain 30 billion people within it. The celestial immortals gave the orders, and the loose immortals handled things personally. Although all those who had lived in the Old Jade Mountain range had been wiped out, after Ning had been exiled to the Nihilim Zone, the young Flame Clan had moved billions of more clansmen back to Old Jade. The loose immortals moved with incredible speed. The young Flame Clan had nearly 1,000 loose immortals and earth immortals under their command, and they all moved in unison. Within the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, they really did evacuate all of the clansmen from their 3 headquarters, moving them into the World-Hold Pagoda. The 7 celestial immortals of the World-Hold Pagoda stared at the vast land outside. This was their fiefdom. They had fought for this land, had bled for it. Let's go. We'll have greater fiefs in the future, and our young Flame Clan will only grow stronger. Immortal Venom Freak flew out of the tower. Waving his hand, he collected the World-Hold Pagoda, then disappeared into thin air. That very night. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. The Skylight Palace. Your Imperial Majesty, Immortal Venom Freak asks for an audience, a white-faced elder said respectfully. The Xia Emperor lifted an eyebrow, a pensive look in his eyes. He then said, "Let him come." Yes. The white-faced elder immediately departed. He came quite quickly. It seems the seamless gate is once more trying to seduce him. The Xia Emperor mused to himself, when used correctly, young Flame Freak is a sharp weapon as well. However, when you harm others, you harm yourself as well. He goes berserk too easily. The Xia Emperor knew very well that madness was bred into the bones of Immortal Venom Freak. This was why the Xia Emperor had used his clan and fiefs to tie Immortal Venom Freak down, giving Venom Freak something to care about and thus a way to use him, And how? By the look of it. Although Immortal Venom Freak is useful, he can't compare to Ning. The Xia Emperor shook his head. It seems I'm about to lose one of my sharp weapons. An ugly, horned individual walked in from outside. Your Imperial Majesty. The horned man was unusually respectful. Venom Freak. The Xia Emperor smiled. The horned man said respectfully, "The Seamless Gate has been asking me to join them this entire time, but I never have. Just now, they sent me a scroll with a scryer recording within it, a recording of Ning battling and slaying 18 celestial immortals. After seeing it, I understand that Ning is now extremely powerful. I want to resolve my differences with him, with the 2 of us swearing oaths to the Tao of the Heavens. Can we do this, Resolve your differences? The Xia Emperor shook his head. When Ning was weak, he still wanted to fight against you. Now that he is stronger than you, how could he possibly be willing to accept peace? Your Imperial Majesty, are you going to stand with him? The horned man said in a low voice. If you go to kill him, I won't stop you. If he goes to kill you, I won't stop him either, the Xia Emperor said. The horned man laughed coldly. How could I possibly go kill him? Your Imperial Majesty, it seems you've already made your choice. I already suspected it before I came here, but I was holding on to a final strand of hope. Venom Freak, you are very intelligent, but I urge you not to join the Seamless Gate. If you join the Seamless Gate, you will have made an enemy out of not just myself and Taofather Crimsonbright, but also my entire primordial Imperial clan and many other true gods and Taofathers. The Xia Emperor continued, you can leave now. I hope that you will be able to survive this great storm. I'm untalented in other respects, but I'm skilled in survival. The horned man chuckled. By not killing me, your Imperial Majesty, you let me preserve an extra clone. And then, chuckling, he departed. The Xia Emperor watched him leave. This clone of Young Flame Freak definitely wasn't even carrying a slightly decent treasure on him, he had come prepared to die. The only reason he had come here today was to lay all his cards out on the table, but alas, the Xia Emperor stood immovably by the side of Ning. The Xia Emperor couldn't even be bothered to try to lie to him about this, because he knew that Immortal Venom Freak was so sly and crafty that there was no way to deceive him. The Seamless Gate, they truly are seamless in their actions. There is no seam they won't penetrate through. The Xia Emperor shook his head. Just like that, they deprived me of one of my sharp weapons. Quietly, without any sound or noise, the Young Flame clan vanished from the world of the Grand Xia. The fifth world. Within a towering palace. Immortal Venom Freak. I've long heard of your illustrious name. An azure-robed woman was seated on her throne within the palace. Gatemaster of the Seamless Gate, the countless marquises within the world of the Great Xia who hear your name all tremble. The horned man smiled. Although the Xia Emperor had urged him against this, he knew that to survive this storm, one had to be on a team. If he didn't have one, then he would probably become a target for both sides. Since that was the case, he might as well join the other side right now, and even assume a position of importance. Go get some rest, Immortal Venom Freak. When the time comes for our battle against the Grand Xia, you will have ample opportunity to display your might, the azure-robed woman laughed. Then I'll await your orders, Gatemaster. The horned man rose to his feet, then smiled and departed. The azure-robed woman smiled as well. She had just acquired a ferocious general. The azure-robed woman mentally reached out for a moment. Yue has finally fallen asleep. She immediately headed towards her private room, planning to meet Yue in her dreams. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 17, Chapter 15, Let's Have a Baby. Book 17, Celestial Immortal, Chapter 15, Let's Have a Baby. Within a private room. The azure-robed woman lit a stick of incense. She was in a superb mood due to Young Flame Freak throwing his support to her side, and so it took a while for her to completely fall asleep. Within her dreams. This was a wide, vast prairie. A black-robed maiden materialized out of nowhere within it. Why have Yue's face changed? She immediately understood that she had been guided to this place. As she swept it with her gaze, she saw the distant azure-robed woman walking towards her. My respectful greetings to you, envoy, Yue immediately said respectfully. Yue, long time no see. The azure-robed woman smiled. Your last mission was completed perfectly. We have another mission for you now. Yue's heart clenched. Her last mission had been the capture of Celestial Immortal Hunchmont. However, it hadn't been for her to carry out the actual capturing, all she had to do was help out a bit to make it happen. That had been quite a simple mission. Yue had done only a few things, and there was no chance of her status being revealed. Please instruct me, envoy, Yue said respectfully. The mission is related to your Dao companion, Ning.
The azure-robed woman carefully scrutinized Yue for her reaction. Yue's heart clenched yet again, but she didn't ask anything. The God King commands, the azure-robed woman said, for you to bring Ning straight to the fifth world through greater teleportation. I've never been to the fifth world before, Yue said hurriedly. The God King has long ago informed you all of the locations of the 3,000 major worlds. There's no need for you to teleport to a specific location, any place within the fifth world will do, the azure-robed woman said. This will be very simple for you. Yue was silent. She could do this, of course, the God King had given her this order, precisely because it would be very easy for her to accomplish. But she wasn't willing to do it. Even if she had to die, she wouldn't do it. What are you going to do? Yue asked. That isn't for you to worry about, the azure-robed woman snapped. Does the God King need to explain his orders to you? I can't do it. Yue shook her head. Her voice was soft, but it was very resolute. Why can't you do it? You are Ning's Dao companion, he trusts you absolutely. All you have to do is say to him, I'm going to take you somewhere, once you get there, you'll understand. A very simple phrase, Ning won't suspect a thing. Let him in a greater teleportation and go to the fifth world, and your mission will be completed, the azure-robed woman said. Yue immediately said, I'd become apprentice to Patriarch Lu. In the future, I'll have a chance to infiltrate the very core of the Taoist path. If I take Ning to the fifth world, I'll be exposed. Once you are exposed, you won't have to hide any longer. You can openly and honorably serve the God King. The azure-robed woman's gaze turned cold. You've said a few too many things today. On account of the fact that the target is your Dao companion, I'll pardon your impudence this once, but I will not pardon it a second time. Yue gritted her teeth. He is my Dao companion. Yue looked at the azure-robed woman. I know. The azure-robed woman looked back at her. He's the most important person in the world to me. Yue looked at her steadily. More important than even my own life. The azure-robed woman's gaze turned solemn. Frowning, she said, Are you going to refuse? Yue immediately knelt down, prostrating herself and pressing her forehead down to the ground with the utmost sincerity. The God King gave me a new life, and I am absolutely devoted to the God King. He can ask me to destroy the Black-White College, to kill anyone in the entire world of the Grand Xia, and I won't hesitate. But Ning is my Dao companion. I won't harm him, not even if I have to die. You actually dare to disobey the commands of the God King? The azure-robed woman was stunned. You'll be sent into the infinity hells, never to be reborn again. Yue just knelt there, not saying another word. The azure-robed woman stared at Yue. You should know what will happen if you disobey the God King. I'll give you one last chance. Even if you ask me 100 times, 1,000 times, my answer remains the same. Yue just knelt there. Then, wait to be brought into the infinity hells. The azure-robed woman waved her arm, then disappeared into thin air. Night. Ning and Yue were sleeping together on their bed. Although immortals had no need for slumber, it felt nice to sleep every so often, and it could release a bit of the stress one felt. Even the most powerful of immortals would occasionally take a nap, and in fact some immortals were so relaxed that they might sleep for 10,000 years each time. Suddenly, Yue's eyelids twitched slightly. She slowly opened her eyes. It's finally come. Pain was in Yue's eyes. She had been terrified of this day coming. She had thought that, upon becoming Patriarch Lu's disciple, that she had become more useful and that the God King wouldn't order her to expose herself, allowing her to be together with Ning for a longer period of time. But now, the God King's order had come, after she had only spent half a year together with Ning. Yue gently pressed her head against Ning's chest, feeling the warmth coming from Ning's body. What is it? Ning woke up as well. He reached out to put his arm around Yue,
He could sense that she seemed to be feeling quite weak and soft right now. Nothing. I had a bad dream, Yue said softly. Nin nodded gently. He knew that Yue had a tragic life in her past life, while in this life her parents had died when she was young. She had most likely dreamt of something unpleasant. It was just a dream. Life is just going to get better and better for us. Ning held Yue in his arms. Right. Better and better. Yue smiled. Senior apprentice sister, you seem to be in quite a good mood. You've been smiling all day long. Ning released his Dark North swords. His slaughter of those celestial immortals had finally caused his 3 Dark North swords to have absorbed enough baleful auras to become low-grade pure yang treasures. Yue put down her platter of spirit fruit and smiled. I'm with you, and there's no one to bother us. We're living in a lover's paradise right now, why can't I smile? Ning smiled as well. Right. A lover's paradise. The only 2 people within this estate were himself and Yue. Immortal Dianxi was quite discreet, he didn't come bother them unless there was something important. This was a world that belonged to just the 2 of them, to refer to it as a lover's paradise wasn't too far off the mark. It would be wonderful if we can always live such a relaxed, happy life. My most cherished dream is of living a peaceful, calm life with my loved ones until the end of time. A hint of nostalgia appeared in Ning's eyes. My father and my mother have both left me. But, I still have you, senior apprentice sister. Right. Yue nodded gently. In her heart, however, she silently said to herself, Junior apprentice brother, these might be our final days together. I want to leave you with the most perfect of memories. I'm going to smile, to laugh, to be happy.